Chapter 126. The winter was coming to an end, but this place was still full of coldness. A cold spot, untouched even by the oncoming warmth of spring. The gaze of the man sitting there was as sharp as a sword. "Is that the only reason you've come all the way here to blabber such nonsense? The only duke in the north, Timur Baranov." His expression icy as he looked down at the man before him. "If I give you a piece of the dragon, you will return. Are you really trying to threaten me?" The Rabnoma family in the west was already extinct. The pilgrims who watched over the oath had brought the dragon piece, kept by the Rabnoma family, and entrusted it to the north, and the man before him now was asking for one of them. "As you know, Lord Duke, the potential of the dragon becomes more perfect as more pieces are gathered. Isn't Lindworm already attracted to that potential?" "Certainly. When it came to dragons, they couldn't hide anything from them." The butler sent by the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, Debius, had already grasped that Timur was holding two pieces. "Woo, Dragulia, we'll share that burden. Please do not misunderstand our offer." Though his head was deeply bowed, was there sincerity within it, or was it just an illusion? Timur's gaze at Debius sank deep. "I believe that the Baranov family will be able to resolve this issue as long as the Iron Duke only pays attention to the north, and not the dragon." Timur's eyebrows twitched at Debius' proposal. In the end, Dragulia family was now forcing him to make a choice. A piece of the dragon or Baron Utman. But whichever he chose, it would only be a bitter loss for Timur. Iron doesn't change. The gaze of the man below, head bowed, was ominous. The dove sent by the dragon. The message that the dove carried still reeked of blood. The oath to the Swordmaster will likely be the same. Timur brushed off his hesitation and shook his head as if shaking off his thoughts. Having made his decision, he slowly rose from his seat and approached Debius. "Go and relay the message to the Dragonblood Duke, the ruler of the north and the guardian of the oath, the Baranov family, acknowledged by the Swordmaster." The Northern Lion approached Debius, who had his head down, and opened his mouth with cold breath. "Stop talking nonsense. Get rid of those jagged claws. Fallen dragon. Iron will not bend to a dragon. Won't you regret it? That's none of your concern. He wasn't just making this decision because of the oath. As a rational ruler, he believed it was the right decision. He couldn't hand over the potential to a dragon with a leash around its neck. For the Utman family will offer our support as well. We can't stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have accepted evil beings. The family that was in charge of one axis of the once strong Northern Alliance had rotted away. So they had to be cut off, in order to stand up with the full power of the North. While spring was finding its way everywhere, in the north only a cold atmosphere still lingered. The light coming in through the window spread out in all directions. Watching the sunlight scattering across the table, Vlad furrowed his brow slightly. Sword, scabbard, armor. Got. Watching the sparkling elven armor in the sunlight, found himself swallowing involuntarily. How much for all this? Just get lost. Seeing the insolent fellow trying to put a price on his armor, Vlad kicked Got away from the table. "No. Wait, you can reconsider." Your eyes just lit up with greed. "Don't try to cheat me." Did they? Got's enthusiasm died down at the sight of the back-alley thug still lingering beneath the noble facade. Although he looked like a smooth nobleman on the outside, Vlad had been fighting all his life, and still harbored an untamed fierceness within him. "Anyway, it's worth risking your life, right, Captain? Just quiet down." He couldn't help but feel pleased that the knight he served was rewarded handsomely. However, the downside was that the rewards from the elves were items that couldn't be shared with Got. They said the sword sheath was made from a fragment of the world tree, The sturdy-looking black scabbard still had a clear wood grain, despite being processed. They don't know if it was the intention of the craftsman who created it or the strong energy of the materials, but it gave off a unique feeling. The joints are flexible too, and it's thin. The plate armor provided by the elves looked sleek even though it was clearly made of iron. This is probably because there are many empty parts here and there to emphasize agility. And this chain armor! However, even if there were many empty parts in the armor, there seemed to be no need to worry too much. The silver inner armor rustled softly as it flowed down. The chain armor given by the elves was sewn so tightly that it looked like ordinary clothing when viewed from a distance. This is something I could just wear like regular clothes. The gambeson Vlad had been wearing as his undershirt may have been functional, but it was utterly inconvenient. It smelled, it was hot, and most importantly, it hindered his agile movements. However, the chain armor he was holding now not only fit snugly, but was also lightweight, so Vlad couldn't help but like it. Knock, knock. Dot, dot. Please show her in. A girl knocking on the door, unnecessarily making noise with her mouth. Gott quickly composed his expression and opened the door to greet the girl. Have you arrived, priestess? What about Vlad? Does he like it? Though she greeted him with a bright smile, Gott's expression turned bitter as he watched the girl who seemed to only have eyes for Vlad as soon as she entered. He loves it. He's never seen equipment like this in his life. Really? As if the praise was directed at her, the girl's ears tinged slightly red. Sorry. I didn't make it properly. With the girl's apology, Vlad's gaze turned to the sword on the table. A long sword emitting a faint blue light. The sword created by the world tree. The girl and the young spirits, by beating up the meteorite, may have been rough in shape, but it was a sword that seemed to have extraordinary strength. It's because it's our first time doing it. We didn't make it properly. However, although it may have the form, the sword in front of them could not be called a finished product. It was something that could not be helped, since it was the first time the young people had tried this ritual following the faint records. Grandpa said that he sharpened the blade but did not temper it properly. Still, I think it will be usable. Without realizing it, she tapped her toe on the ground with a click. Vlad could tell from the increasingly shrinking voice that the girl was truly sorry. No, priestess. Though the girl said there were durability issues, the old blacksmith had clearly confirmed it. He was worried that his sword might catch Vlad's ankle, so Vlad knew that if it had been truly unusable, he wouldn't have given it up in the first place. It's a sword I truly like. The new sword, which conjured images of an unadorned sword, seemed to subtly change its color whenever Vlad looked at it. Each time he saw that light, Vlad felt as if something was filling his chest. Really? Well, I'm glad then. With Vlad's words, the girl's mood brightened, and she quickly handed him a letter with a smile. What's this? It's a letter from me to Lady Alicia, the head of the Hainal family. I wrote an apology about the amber stone. Vlad, who had received proper compensation for protecting the world tree, had nothing appropriate to give to Alicia, who had lost her heirloom. Perhaps this issue would need to be resolved not through personal negotiations, but rather through the territories of Hainal and Osrina. Perhaps it's just the priestess. The great elder is also included. I see. He felt uneasy about delivering a letter from the girl who doesn't know where it will go. However, if the wise elder Geronimo's letter was also included, he could be reassured. The letter brought some comfort to the girl's knight, who only seemed to cause trouble for Alicia. Perhaps soon we'll send envoys to Hainal and Dobrekti. I want to meet the spirits there too. Understood. If the elves were to forge connections with humans anyway, it would be wise to establish ties with relevant lords. Moreover, for Alicia, who had few places to rely on, the influence of Osrina, though distant, might provide some comfort. And this. Unlike the letter, there was a neatly folded note. The note, folded like a four-leaf clover, was clearly a personal message from the girl. Open this when you reach a crossroads. A crossroads? Whispering quietly into Vlad's ear, the girl seemed worried that someone might overhear. The carefully folded note conveyed the sincerity of the girl. Then farewell. I won't be able to see you off tomorrow. Ever. The girl just said her piece without answering Vlad's question. However, her sparkling golden eyes were filled with Vlad's image. I've been curious about something. What is it? It's now time to part ways. The girl, unsure when they would meet again, still smiled and looked at him. May I ask for your name? I realized I never knew it. In the human world, names are exchanged to form connections. Naturally, Vlad asked for the girl's name according to such etiquette. Name. Upon hearing Vlad's question, the girl stood frozen in place like a statue. Her ears gradually turned red. Why do you need my name? A sudden silence fell. Gott's eyes darted around, trying to gauge the freezing atmosphere, but human common sense and elf common sense were completely different. The pointed ears of the girl were turning increasingly red. It was a snowy field when I arrived. Osrina's winters are short. The world tree dislikes the cold. Vlad, upon hearing Baradis' words, raised his head and looked at the distant hill. The faintly visible hill was still covered in white snow. We're here. Thank you for escorting me. The border between the worlds of elves and humans. Although Noir seemed reluctant to go further, their world was not in Osrina. Osrina will not forget the favor you have shown. Though expressing gratitude, Baradis' voice sounded strangely stiff, indicating that asking for the girl's name had somewhat bothered him. For elves, the concept of names is far more sensitive than for humans, so be cautious in the future. Baradis introduced himself as Baradis, but he mentioned it wasn't his true name. Perhaps asking or revealing names was a sensitive matter for elves. Although Vlad didn't want to, he made another mistake and his knowledge expanded. And Baradis approached Vlad and spoke with a solemn tone. I don't know what the priestess said, but please don't ignore her words. All right. Baradis left a small warning to Vlad in case something unexpected happened. Right now, the girl who was the priestess of the World Tree and his own younger sister was lying in bed sick. It must have been because of the prophecy given to a knight named Vlad. Please convey my thanks for worrying until the end. Thank you for protecting the World Tree. I'll wait for the day we meet again. With Baradis' farewell, the spirits riding on Noir back began to descend with a rustling sound. Wings, tails, heads, and so on. Each part that could be shaken was waved in farewell to the knight departing for Osrina. Well, then I'll be going. Lightly waving their hands towards him, the ranger and spirits were bidding farewell to Vlad. Vlad's eyes caught sight of the giant tree standing behind them. Though now distant and faint, its branches swayed in the breeze. Let's go. Yeah, Captain. The knight and his squire turned away. Behind the black horse, a white flag began to flutter. On one side of the flag was inscribed a sentence that closely resembled the World Tree seen now. But Captain, where are we going from here? It was only natural for Vlad's squire, God, to ask him about their next destination. After all, Vlad was the one who had set the goals thus far, even if they were not entirely clear. Free branching paths. Yet, the atmosphere around Vlad at the crossroads was heavy with uncertainty. Vlad's brow furrowed as he tried to decipher the note. If we go right, where does it lead? That's where we came from. Going this way would lead us to Dobrekti via Tanoboya. If we're heading back to Schoarra, this is the path. Gott seemed to have hoped inwardly that they would turn back, But Vlad quietly turned his head towards the central path. If we go this way, if we take the central path, Got quickly pulled out the map and licked his lips. It seems like we'll be traversing through the central region. The closest city for now would be Marcia. Then let's go this way. Vlad, who held the note the girl gave him, grabbed Noir's reins and headed down the middle path. Why does the note say not to go left? If we go left, what's there? Noir and Got's horse moving along the widest road. Having walked so far that they couldn't see the crossroads anymore, Vlad finally spoke to Got in a soft voice. I saw earlier. If we go left, we'll encounter the road leading to the capital, Brigantes. Is that so? Yeah. Maybe the old man was heading in that direction? Vlad, who remembered Auguste at Goth's words, felt his appetite become sour for some reason. He had instructed Vlad to find him whoever he came to Brigantes, so he probably followed Got's words and headed towards the capital. We'll have to check the list of dragon slayers later. Vlad quietly closed his left eye and lit the note handed to him by the girl on fire. As the scraps of paper fluttered away in the wind, never go left under any circumstances. The small writing on the burning note conveyed not gratitude or farewell from the girl to Vlad, but a firm warning. Chapter 127. On a night where even the clouds concealed the moon, the malicious intent clinging everywhere was viscous. Cough, gasp. With every rough breath exhaled, a streak of blood flowed down his forehead. However, the old knight, worn out by age, had no strength left even to wipe his forehead. Time was especially cruel to old people. Aha! The old knight finally reached a dead end and sighed. Though he had cleared the way and fought his way through, he had ultimately been led to the very place his adversaries intended. It would have been better if you could have rested peacefully. A man approached, pushing aside the men surrounding him. Didn't I tell you to retire? Finally, the moonlight revealed his figure. A noble person has arrived, with blonde hair and blue eyes. His sleek appearance might have appealed to anyone, but the vigor in his eyes was as sinister as anyone's. You must have had a hard time coming all the way here just because of this insignificant old man. It was something worth taking on. Grumbling, at the man's gesture, the men surrounding Auguste drew their swords. In a polite manner, as if it were a final courtesy. You think too lightly of me, don't you? Though my fangs may be gone, my claws are still sharp. Auguste's eyes burned coldly, preparing for the last stand. Though retired, he still had one last mission to accomplish. Now that the elves had been stopped, all he had to do was deliver the evidence he had brought to the imperial family, and the harm caused by Absalom would be exposed to everyone. That was all he had to do. Surely not. Yet, even in front of the old knight attempting to ignite the last flame, the man before him remained composed. Isn't that why I came myself? Mishea, the commander of Dragon Slayer Knight Order. With his words, the tips of the knight's swords were aimed towards Auguste. The killing intent of those who slay dragons seeped chillingly towards the old knight. It's nothing grand, but we've prepared a retirement ceremony for you. I hope it suits your taste. The malevolence hidden within his blue eyes squirmed. When he raised his sword, he looked like a noble knight, but when aimed at someone, he resembled a beast bearing its fangs. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and cruelty. A strong personality that started out noble but blossomed into cruelty at the end. That personality was now staring back at him from within those blue eyes. Ah! Flashes of malice approached, towards the weary old lion. Seeing the most shining malice among them, Auguste recalled the young knight he had met in the elf forest. It wasn't a personality. He was mistaken. It was the trace of a child, whose beginning was noble, but whose end was cruel. The cruelty Vlad exhibited wasn't a self-developed personality. It was a predatory instinct that runs through sticky blood. Clouds once again concealed the moon. In the darkness, without even moonlight, someone's movements crumbled slowly. Within that, green tea leaves were pitifully scattered. The truth someone sought was dispersing so transiently. The city of Marcia, the sole city under the jurisdiction of Baron Rosmitz. It wasn't particularly old, nor did it boast anything noteworthy within its territory. It was simply an ordinary place. And now Vlad and Goth were walking towards the city of Marcia. But they were not there. "Thanks, Captain." "Well, I was thinking of heading back anyway," Vlad replied somewhat awkwardly to Goth, who was expressing his gratitude. It made sense, as the group was currently heading towards a remote village, about a day's journey away from Marcia. The place, which had no proper name and was simply called Wisteria Village, was also the hometown of Goth. "How long has it been?" "What, since I left home?" "Let's see, about 6 years, I guess. It's been quite a while." Goth appeared to be in his mid-20s, so if he said it was 6 years ago, he probably left as soon as he became an adult. Or maybe even earlier, like Vlad. "I'll just check if Mom and younger siblings are doing well and then come back." The leader of the group was Vlad, and Goth was just a squire. If the two were anything like ordinary knights and squire, Goth wouldn't have dared to suggest visiting his hometown. So even now, Goth was carefully watching Vlad's reaction. "Does your mother cook well?" "Well, the potato stew my mother makes is on a whole different level from what you get at most inns." "Is that so?" The weather was warm, and the breeze was gentle. They had found clues about the voice in Osrina, and had set goals for the future, so it might feel like a short vacation this time around. "If it's that delicious, we might as well stay for a couple of days." Vlad treated others coldly, but this was not the case for everyone. When Jorge looked at Vlad and commented that he was a guy who would be the leader in any alley, he was not just saying that because of his outstanding skills. "Hey there!" Goth's fingertip, pointing towards his hometown that he hadn't seen in a long time, was trembling slightly. The blue leaves scattered haphazardly near the entrance of the village. The flower buds, which would soon turn purple, were welcoming the village's prodigal son, who had returned after a long time. Halt! A guard with no special weapons but fierce eyes blocked the path of Vlad and Goth. "Who goes there?" "What brought you to our village?" It was obvious that these weren't regular guards, given the small size of the village. They were likely local youths playing the role of vigilante, but they seemed quite proficient in stopping outsiders. Thompson.do. "It's me, Goth." "Who?" "Goth." The guard tilted his head as he saw Goth waving happily at him from the horse. "You know the guy from the barn house on the hill?" "Ah, that Goth." A subtle smile appeared on the face of a guard named Thompson, who had now recognized Goth. "It's been a few years." "Where have you been all this time?" "Just here and there." As the two chatted amiably, Vlad quietly stroked Noir's neck. Despite their conversation, there was an awkwardness between them, and even among the other guards standing nearby. "It doesn't seem like they're particularly welcoming." Vlad, who always assessed the atmosphere whenever he entered unfamiliar places, realized that the reception for Goth wasn't exactly warm. It seemed like there had been some issues when he left the village. "Are my mother and siblings doing well?" "Yeah, they're fine. Nothing out of the ordinary." However, Goth did not seem to care much about their reactions. Seeing Goth's nonchalant attitude, Vlad scratched his chin quietly. "It's good to see you back after so long. Just passing through quietly?" "Yeah, just here for a short while." "Maybe a day or two." Goth tried to smile as he looked at Thompson, who was more wary than happy to see him after a long time. "Stop by the village chief and say hello first." Goth walked quietly among the guards who had put away their spears, bowing his head. Stop! But soon enough, the path was blocked by spears again. Even though God had confirmed his identity, the guards were once again blocking Vlad's path. Hey, Thompson, he is my guest. We still need to verify. Thompson. While it might have been standard procedure for guards in a big city, this was a small village, and they were just vigilantes. Given that Gott was a former resident vouching for Vlad's identity, they could have let it slide, but their continued reaction was only cold. What's your name? You look young. Ha! Gott felt ignored. In front of the village where he was born and raised, the boy from the back alley inside Vlad felt the unpleasant yet familiar air, and squinted fiercely. I'm Vlad. Vlad pulled back the cloak given by Oksana and placed his hand on the sword hanging at his waist. The glinting blade of the spirits indicated that the person before them was no ordinary individual. Knight of the Bayezid family. Vlad the Falls. Golden hair and blue eyes, and within those eyes, the aura of a fierce predator. Thompson's back was covered in sweat as he felt like a rabbit standing in front of a wolf. This was a mistake. I hope you never dare to ask for my name again. I'm sorry. Finally released from Vlad's piercing gaze, Thompson bent forward and bowed deeply. For a person with a personality as ferocious as the knight in front of them felt, it would not have been surprising if the sword was swung right away for such rudeness. Having effortlessly subdued the guards with just his presence, Vlad looked at Gott with irritation in his eyes. Sorry, Captain. It wasn't annoying at being blocked by the guards. Gott, who always smiled carefreely, now wore only a bitter smile. Annoying. Returning to his hometown and after a long time. Why was he so despondent? Vlad didn't like that sight at all. Take it, huh? Gott hastily caught the white object flying towards him. Why this? A white flag fluttering in the wind. Within it, the symbols of many nobles and organizations were looking at Gott. You lead. Let's not have this happen again. It was an indifferent tone of voice, but it contained consideration for Gott. Vlad doesn't know what Gott looked like when he left, but shouldn't he look confident when he comes back? I'll guide you, Sir Vlad. Good. Seeing Gott quickly understand his intentions, Vlad nodded lightly. A flag bearing honor. The eyes of the young people in the village were filled with awe as they watched the rider carrying the shining flag. Excuse us, sir. Welcome. The slowly opening gates welcomed the two of them. An honorable rider carrying a shining flag. The humble figure that left the village had returned to his homeland as the rider holding the shining flag. With a faint smile, Gott's chest swelled slowly as he led the way. Who's that? But how did he become so successful? You know, the second son of the Barn family. That little brat made it big? Oh my, it seems like he succeeded outside. In a small village where news of newcomers spread quickly but quietly, the arrival of a new stranger was already circulating rapidly. Were you that little brat? Well, better a cheeky little brat than a scammer. Confirming Gott's assessment from the murmurs around, Vlad smiled slightly. If he had been too wicked or had a complicated past, Vlad wouldn't have kept him around for long. But being just a little brat seemed fine. If we go this way, we'll reach the village chief's house. Let's go to your place first, huh? Vlad clearly realized what kind of position he was in by watching and learning from Joseph's side. Now, he could act not as the timid boy from the alley, but as a confident knight. Tell the village chief to come to your house, because it's a hassle to get there. Excessive politeness only lowers oneself. Knowing how to behave appropriately was the key to receiving proper treatment. I got it. Don't go by yourself, just grab anyone and pass on the message. Got it. Since coming to this village because of God anyway, It would be good to give him a little space while he was here. Hey, up there on the hill. Let's go. Noir, who did not like having other horses in front of him, quietly followed Got from behind this time. The knight and his horse communicated their intentions through the close-knit world they shared. Looks like lunch is ready. Looks like it. A solitary house visible ahead. Smoke was rising from the old chimney, which now seemed like it might not function properly anymore. Mom, I'm here. Carefully opening the door attached to the fence, Got called out. Got's voice gradually subsided as he saw his hometown look the same as when he left. Mom! At the sound of the door opening, a woman emerged from the kitchen. She looked worn out. Although the scarf firmly tied around her head was clean, it looked worn out. Her face was marked with wrinkles of time that could not be hidden. Deep wrinkles that her poor son had probably never smoothed out. Got? Is it really you? Got? The ladle the woman was holding fell to the ground. Oh, Got, Mom! While everyone in the village ignored him, she was welcoming Got with open arms. To everyone else, he may have been a nuisance, but to this woman, he was undoubtedly her precious son. Today's lunch is potato stew, right? Seeing the mother and son embracing each other with tears in their eyes, Vlad tapped the ground for no reason. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I had a home-cooked meal. Vlad lifted his heavy eyes and saw smoke rising up the chimney. The aroma wafting from the kitchen seemed to evoke memories long forgotten. Today, Vlad would have a warm stew prepared by a mother for her son, something he hadn't tasted in a long time. Chapter 128. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The mother's hands are busy adding water to the stew. Since he was a child, Got had enjoyed watching his mother cook, and had waited for the fragrant smell of the food coming from her fingertips. Perhaps the concentration is just right now. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, however. At some point, the taste Got remembered began to fade. Even now Got remembered. In front of the kitchen, the sight of his mother, looking apologetic as if caught. The scent of the stew disappeared as the amount increased. At that moment, when he saw his mother's expression, Got realized what he had to do. The cold reality was grabbing young Got by the throat and shaking him. Poverty makes people bow their heads to each other without any fault. It makes people shrink and only look at the bottom. So Got decided to leave. There was no chance to lift his head in this damn village anymore. Until he met the mercenary who was praying. Got of Wisteria Village was wandering around looking for an opportunity to look up. A simple dining table where even forks seemed unnecessary. Chunks of potatoes, sliced thickly, bobbed in the bubbling stew, welcoming Vlad. I wonder if it will suit your taste, sir. The table was set with everything they had, but Got's mother seemed anxious, constantly wiping her hands on her apron, perhaps troubled by the meager ingredient. I'm sorry, sir. If I had known you were coming, I would have at least prepared a piece of meat. A young knight appeared with his son. From appearances alone, he seemed like a refined nobleman's heir, so it was obvious that the countryside woman's skills wouldn't satisfy him. I don't think they raise chickens. Vlad looked at the eggs in front of him. Since he hadn't heard any chicken noises when he entered, she must have hastily borrowed these eggs from somewhere. It was obviously not a generous situation, so she must have gathered them for her son. Please, sir, help yourself. 2 eggs were placed in front of Got. 3 eggs were placed in front of Vlad. But even this one extra egg difference was undoubtedly for her son. Before even tasting the stew, Vlad could feel Got's mother's flavor. Thank you. So Vlad deliberately swung the ladle and transferred the stew into his own bowl without hesitation. He knew that acting confidently at times like this would relieve the burden on the host. It's really fortunate that you came just in time like this. Got's mother, relieved to see Vlad scooping spoons without hesitation, immediately began to shed tears as she held her son's hand. "We have no means to contact you, so the fact that you came for your younger sister's wedding surely means your father and brother must have called you here." Vlad had his eyes and mouth glued to the stew, but his ears were open, and his ears perked up as he listened intently to the conversation. Beyond the stew he held, an awkward gaze met the brown-haired woman. She was none other than Gott's younger sister, with her ordinary appearance akin to that of a countryside girl. "Can you attend Marie's wedding? Or do you need to leave immediately?" "No, not only was it a long time since he visited, but it was also during a particularly courteous time, which made her feelings all the more profound." However, Gott was not the one in charge of the journey. He was merely a squire accompanying the knight. "Do you really need to leave right away?" Gott's eyes hesitantly darted around, unable to meet Vlad's gaze directly. Seeing Gott's eyes, Vlad shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. He hadn't wanted to be dragged into this unforeseen situation, but if it was only this much, he would have to put up with it for a while. After all, he had planned to stay here for a day or two anyway. "The stew is really delicious. Can I ask for it occasionally over the next few days?" "Thank you very much, sir." Gott's mother, who understood Vlad's answer, began to shed tears as she folded her hands over her chest. In this village, where the warmth of stew comes with the approaching spring, Vlad decided to take a break for the first time in a long time. After finishing his meal, Vlad stepped outside and began to stroll around the surroundings leisurely. It was both a consideration for Gott to allow him to unwind with his family after a long absence, and a long-standing habit of observing the scenery around him. "I don't think there is a stable in this house," he. Noir, who accompanied Vlad, kept tapping Vlad's back with his nose as they looked around, unable to see where he would be staying. He dislikes humans, but he appreciates things made by humans. The free-spirited soul of the grassland was thoroughly enjoying the advantages of civilization that could shield against the wild wind. They put a lot of effort into making it, but don't use it. While strolling and quietly surveying the village, Vlad's eyes caught sight of a collapsing barn. Although it was next to Gott's house, it seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time, with no signs of recent activity. The slowly crumbling barn seemed to hold as many secrets as the spiderwebs hanging down. "You'll find you a proper place to settle down. Just stop meddling." "Hey!" At Vlad's grumbling, Noir finally began to shake his head, as if his mood had finally eased. Even without Noir's tantrum, Vlad had already been considering staying elsewhere other than Gott's house. Gott's small old house. It wouldn't be very comfortable to cram the whole family into a small guest room and try to sleep there. Right on time. In the distance, several village men could be seen climbing the hill towards Gott's house. They were probably sent by the village chief. Since news had spread that a knight had arrived in the village, it wouldn't be easy for the village chief to overlook the matter. It seems Gott has gotten himself into something serious. However, as Vlad watched the young men climbing up, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Each of them held something in their hands as they climbed the hill. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like people welcoming back a long-absent member of the village. "Hey, Gott!" A booming voice that could be heard even in Vlad's ears as he ventured outside for a stroll. As if wanting the whole village to hear, a burly man with a strong physique began shouting loudly. "How did the debtor who secretly ran away at night come crawling back in again?" An attitude of picking a fight without reason. And to top it off, a shiny dagger that didn't seem to have much use. Seeing the typical appearance of troublemakers, Vlad realized that they hadn't come with good intentions towards Gott. Thompson. Gott, who had been relaxing with his family after a long absence, furrowed his brow and stepped outside. It was a sudden and rude call, but Gott's attitude was calm, as if he had already expected it. Just because I enjoyed the night and left while admiring the moon doesn't make it skip town. Running away at night without paying your debts, that's what you call skipping town, you bastard. Gott's relaxed response seemed to irk the leader of the group, who started to grit his teeth. You still owe us the overdue barn usage fees. The same old story? Nothing's changed then and now. You guys seem to have made no progress at all. Gott snorted as he looked at the group that came with weapons pointed at him. There may have been a time when he trembled at this threat, but after experiencing the wider world with Vlad, the current situation seemed like child's play to Gott. Adding up the overdue interest, it totals 2 gold. Get lost! Shiny coins came flying towards him before he could finish his sentence. The men looked surprised as they watched Gott casually tossing the gold coins. He ate that and get out of here. You annoying bastards. This bastard. It's different from before. Gott, who used to be wary of them, now showed no trace of concern as he looked at them. Gott, who had grown taller, looked down at them, and Thompson, the leader of the group, became enraged by his gaze. Do you think we would receive this money knowing where it came from? You swindler! What? We know you get this money after frauding people like your father. Now that the debt has been paid off, there is no need to talk anymore. However, the man in front of him had no intention of leaving easily, as he was picking at Gott's wounds. Perhaps the tangled threads of emotions that had been brewing for a long time had led to this situation. I heard you even brought some kind of knight, a brat this time. I heard you even carried the flag very proudly. Shut your mouth. If you keep babbling, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Why? Worried your little act might be exposed. The man called Thompson spun around, shouting loudly as if for everyone to hear. It is better to believe that the one you brought here is a fake than to believe that you have become a knight's squire. Everyone agrees. Of course. If he's not fake, why would he make someone like Gott his squire? If he's willing to make a fool who can't even use a sword properly his squire, he must be at that level too. As Gott heard the mockery of the thugs, his eyes began to flush with anger. If he didn't feel anger towards those who insulted not only his father but also Vlad, then he wouldn't deserve to stand as someone's son or squire. These crazy bastards. Gott reached for his sword, placing his hand on the scabbard. Although he hadn't properly learned to use a sword like they said, Gott had experienced the harsh world through his life as a mercenary. You bastards. What? In the tense moment before drawing his sword, when Gott's mother and sister, who had been quietly hiding inside, rushed out to stop him, a voice was heard from behind. I am quite familiar with this kind of behavior. A man approaches from afar, holding onto the reins of a black horse. Though small, it was a voice that held the power to halt everyone's actions. Are you the fake knight Gott brought? Vlad, who had temporarily removed his armor to be treated, looked like a fresh-faced youth to anyone. His silver inner armor and the posture of his horse seemed exceptional, but to the men who had lived all their lives in a small village, there was no discerning between real and fake. He's a fake knight. Vlad heard the man's words and scratched the back of his head. How should he respond in this situation? Looking at the fellow men he hadn't seen in a long time, the back alley thug suddenly raised his head. What if I'm the real one? What? They ignored him and disrespected his squire. As his honor as a knight was disregarded, even if Vlad killed them, he wouldn't have anything to explain. But this is Gott's hometown. The force pressing on the men was becoming sharper as the blue eyes were turning round. Facing the real presence for the first time in their life, the frogs in the well all fell silent. I'll let you live. Perhaps it was because of the stew. The memories of the stew, along with the image of his mother, and even the smell of the dark alley, all came flooding back. "Come at me, you little punks." Even if he wasn't a knight, Vlad had always been real. The rising star of the back alleys, born from a prostitute but purebred, faced the naive village thugs with fierceness. If such a thing happened, shouldn't you have informed me first? The village chief's house, remarkably well built for a small village, but now within it a suppressed anger was seeping out. "Stefan, calm down." The village chief pulled out a chair and spoke to the mercenary leader, who was becoming increasingly fierce, as if to calm him down. What kind of knight would come to this small village? And to make matters worse, the one who brought him was God. That lad is not fit to bring a real knight. I will say it again, village chief. The man with scarlet hair. Stefan, the captain of the Thornwood mercenaries, warned the village chief with a pointed finger, asserting his authority. Anything related to the village's security must be done through me. Do not forget, this is also the Lord's will. Stefan's warning, mixed with anger, carried a force that even the experienced village chief couldn't easily dismiss. Very well. From now on, it will be done as you say. Stefan didn't want to mess up the task he was given for once. If things went awry from the beginning in this new area, the Thornwood mercenaries might have to start wandering aimlessly again. As you say, there won't be such incidents in the future. Village chief. The village chief, who had been trying to calm Stefan down, couldn't continue as the door suddenly burst open. Urgent news. Urgent news. The man who rushed in as if to break down the door. His face was so distorted that it was hard to recognize him, but he was one of the thugs who roamed around with his son. That night, the fake one, no, the real one. No, why? The village chief looked at him with a surprised expression. His face was swollen to the point of being unrecognizable even to his own parents. Gasping for breath between the broken front teeth, he struggled to speak. That guy might kill Thompson. After hearing the shocking report, the village chief unknowingly pushed past Stefan and hurriedly ran out the open door. For the village chief, the safety of his only son was just as important. Ah! A scream echoed from the hill above, unmistakably the voice of his son, Thompson. Damn it! Stefan bit his lip and followed the village chief, who was rushing ahead. Surely, the village chief's son had gotten into some trouble. Help me! Along with a pitiful scream from afar, clouds of dust rose. It was the dust kicked up by Thompson, whose feet were tied to the horse and being dragged around. Thompson! Someone stop him! The panicked village chief shouted incoherently as he saw his son's plight, but nobody in the village could easily halt the charging horse. As Thompson's injuries became evident, traces of blood were etched across the village. Who's the village chief here? The black horse, which had been running amok for a while, finally came to a stop in front of the village square. Though still visibly agitated, Vlad's demeanor was now more composed. Step forward, the village chief of this place. With blonde hair and blue eyes, the man atop the horse was too fierce to be just a knight, yet too bold to be a mere thug. Stefan recognized the stranger from afar and swallowed his saliva without realizing it. He was a formidable ally, but equally formidable as an enemy. Who dares to send such a lowly fellow and disrespect the honor of a knight? Who is the village chief here? His voice resounded like thunder, leaving the villagers frozen in place. Small evil always succumbs to greater evil. The village chief's son, who had abused his power until now, lay bloodied and gasping for breath before the real thug. Chapter 129. If it were me, I'd kneel down right away. Village chief? A wolf was smiling in front of him. It was a wolf, looking at the pitiful flock of sheep gathering around him. When Stefan saw the chilling gaze of Vlad passing by him, it felt like shivers ran down his spine. He's just one person, and we're dozens. If you stand at the forefront, we can easily overpower him. At the absurd suggestion of the village chief, Stefan couldn't help but chuckle involuntarily. No matter how peacefully they had lived until now, not noticing the threat smiling in front of them, this man is not worthy of being in the position of village chief. Well then, we will withdraw. What? With those words, Stefan and the mercenaries began to slowly step back. Living at the crossroads of life and death, the mercenaries didn't hesitate to recognize who the cruel wolf smiling in front of them was, and didn't hesitate to bow their heads to him. What's going on? Why are you all doing this? You weren't hired to retreat at a time like this. Why are you backing off? The vigilantes who had gathered together, each holding a spear, were taken aback when they saw the mercenaries leaving the battlefield without hesitation. That is a knight. What? That man is a real knight. Some of the mercenaries who recognized Vlad quietly informed the villagers, even as they retreated. No matter how many of you gather, the man in front of you is someone you can't handle. Drop your weapons right now, you fools. The atmosphere was getting colder. Even though there was only one, there was a force in the blue eyes that overwhelmed dozens. Only now did the villagers, who finally grasped the situation, swallow hard and look at Vlad. You're lucky. The breath of the black horse becomes rough enough to trample the humans in front of it right away. Because the world in contact with him was shaking so much. Because I came here to quietly enjoy my vacation. Once this sword is drawn, there's no turning back. Because the world that surrounded me and taught me told me that once you draw your sword, you shouldn't stop until it's over. And I am not used to being patient. Do not miss the last chance I am offering, village chief. Even if you've only lived in a small world until now, it's time to recognize who the person in front of you is right now and what you are doing to him. The villagers, who now faced reality after going through anger, confusion, and prejudice, found their lips turning blue with fear as much as the trembling tip of the spear. Heavy silence filled the village chief's house. The largest and most spacious house in the village, the interior was pleasant, but the heavy atmosphere was beyond imagination. We dared not recognize you, sir. It's 3 gold per head, pardon? As the dumbfounded village chief questioned, Vlad's cold gaze swept over him and passed. I will forgive those who held the spears. But I can't overlook those who dared to intrude into God's house. Just the villagers who raised their spears against him were dozens. However, if he were to kill them all just because they opposed him, he would be no different from a simple murderer. No matter how much right he had, Vlad had to exercise it according to common sense. It's 3 gold per head. But, sir, in a small village like ours, 3 gold is 10 gold coins for your son. However, being insulted couldn't just be overlooked. Vlad was proposing a compensation that the owner of this village, Baron Rosmitz, could only nod his head at. Although it was an excessive amount of gold coins for the parties who had to pay directly, it was like a bolt from the blue. If you truly cannot pay, there are other ways. Please speak. Although the village chief tried to find alternative solutions with a lowered head, he had to realize the cheapest way to solve everything in this world is with money. Cut off the left arms of everyone. Sir? Vlad was raised in harsh conditions and had sworn to wield a sharp sword all his life. In Vlad's words, there was a firm sincerity that anyone could understand. Of course, your son should lose both arms. Meeting Vlad's resolute gaze, the village chief lost even the strength to speak. There's no more negotiation. If you refuse all these proposals, your son and those insolent bastards' lives will be forfeit. Is there anything more to say? None. Then get out. Having brought the village to the brink of disaster through wrong decisions, the village chief, who still retained some sense, could do nothing but shake his head and leave. Because it was none other than himself who made an irreversible mistake. You have this side too. You did well not to intervene, Stefan. I was considering cutting someone down as an example. Stefan casually grabbed the collar of his shirt in response to Vlad's words. In Vlad's tone, which still carried traces of anger, there were thorns that were not easily overlooked. Because we knew very well what kind of person you are, sir. Pushing aside the chair offered by the village chief, Vlad stood up, his gaze fixed on the numerous bottles on the shelf. He began to speak. But how did you end up here? I don't think you will be pushed out to a corner of the countryside. Is this honey wine? Vlad's eyes began to sparkle as he found a bottle of liquor that was not easily found in the north where flowers were rare. Well, in a way, the reason we are here is because of your virtues, sir. Ah. Realizing what Stefan meant, Vlad chuckled softly. Still, it wasn't all that bad. It's refreshing to see the countryside once in a while. Let's have a drink then. I'll pour it for you. Without hesitation, Vlad opened the village chief's honey wine and poured it for Stefan. Vlad, who had fallen out with Count Bitskaya in Tanoboya. There was no problem for Vlad, who was planning to leave anyway, but the Thornwood mercenaries, who were planning to establish a new position there, had no choice but to wander around here and there, again looking for contacts. Stefan's words were not just exaggerations, but truth. So, what brings you here? Well, it's a principle not to disclose the details of the contract without the employer's permission. Vlad stopped smiling at Stefan's joke. An acquaintance made through a delicious liquor. It was a moment when the heavy atmosphere that had been weighing down was lifted. You saved us, this time and the last. Yes. If I hadn't been there on the bridge, who knows what would have happened. The position of a mercenary captain was not one obtained simply by taking a few knives. It was also a position where one had to make the atmosphere comfortable and promote themselves to the employer, just like facing Vlad now. It's not really a secret. After all, it's something everyone knows. As Stefan drank the liquor Vlad offered, he leaned closer to Vlad, as if someone might be listening, and quietly spoke. It seems that a war is brewing here soon. A war? A border conflict. Nobles fighting over land. When unexpected words spilled from Stefan's mouth, Vlad set down his drink and straightened up. A world he had never experienced before was flowing from Stefan's tongue. Go on. Our task from Baron Rosmitz was to protect this village from bandits. The Thornwood mercenaries, who were looking for a new area to settle, had come to this village after being entrusted with a sort of militia duty. In recent times, bandit raids near the border of Rosmitz's territory had become more frequent. But what do bandits have to do with a border conflict? That's the crucial part. Though it was an empty village chief's house, Stefan leaned in as if someone might be listening, and quietly spoke to Vlad. Those bandits who are said to be raiding don't seem like ordinary bandits. While the villagers might not know, Stefan, a seasoned veteran in the mercenary business, could perceive that something was amiss with the bandits' actions in this area. The way they conduct their raids is too clean and disciplined, like trained soldiers. Perhaps Baron Rosmitz was aware of it too, that the bandits wreaking havoc in the vicinity were not ordinary folks. In my view, this is a kind of precursor to something bigger. They're securing an entry route toward Marcia. The enemy was clearing out surrounding villages while securing an entry route towards Marcia before launching a full-scale attack. And what about Baron Rosmitz? He's biding his time. And Baron Rosmitz was using this time to fortify his defenses, using several villages as sacrifices. Both the attackers and defenders may have strategic moves, but ultimately, it would be the unsuspecting villagers who would suffer. We also plan to stay here only until the end of this week, get paid, and leave. We can't afford to be on a sinking ship, can we? Is that so? The honey wine Vlad was drinking tasted bitter. Despite coming to the village to enjoy his vacation, he felt swept up in something once again. No. It was a time when one couldn't help but feel that way no matter where they went. Who's the opponent? Perhaps it's Baron Pylos. Raids seemed to be happening from that direction. Pylos? Although Vlad's knowledge of noble families hadn't deepened to the point where he could recognize them all, the name Pylos was certainly familiar to him. Pylos. Vlad closed his eyes and tried to rummage through his memory to recall the familiar name. As the name that had been submerged in his memory began to surface, Vlad felt a faint scent of lemons lingering around his nose. As expected, he is as strong as they say. They don't call him a warthog for nothing. You won't even be able to pick up your bones if you get caught there. There was a land where Vlad took his first steps to become a knight. The beginning was not honorable, but the duel at that time ended in a glorious victory. There was a gaze that watched over the boy who climbed up with honor borrowed from Joseph. He was a knight who was fuming as he was unable to defeat his teacher, Zayar. Please spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. People's screams were echoing everywhere along with the pungent smoke. The sounds of people's cries, unable to escape outside the small village, reverberated and echoed everywhere. Lord Cullen, report. The air was filled with the smell of blood and someone's cries. In the midst of such a scene of slaughter, a black-skinned man chewed jerky without a care in the world. This village is completely under our control. Have we taken everything worth taking? If a village was going to be burned down, it was only right to take what could be salvaged. After all, they would soon become ownerless possessions. Is this all there is? It seems this village was incredibly poor. Not even a city, just a village. And not just any village, but one tucked away in the mountains. It was unlikely they would find satisfactory loot here. The man called Colin began to grimace as the loot in front of him clearly didn't please him. Nevertheless, the next village we visit will be different. It's a village near Marcia, and the village head there used to be a tax collector. Is that so? The face of the boar, now smelling the scent of desired gold, began to brighten. A former tax collector would likely have stashed away various funds. After all, it was a position that allowed for such activities. And which village is next? It's called Wisteria Village. Colin put away the dagger he was cutting the meat with and stood up. Twilight was descending. Maybe there are sparkling gold coins waiting in the direction where the sun sets. Let's finish up quickly. Yes, Lord Colin. A knight is a sword, and a sword is a tool. Depending on who wields the handle, a knight can take on various forms. And today, Colin of the Pylos family, who laid down his honor under the order of his lord, no longer looked like a knight. It was just the appearance of a ruthless bandit. Chapter 130. The laughter of children filled the village. The sky, without a single cloud, was a deep blue, and the flowers adorned throughout were especially vivid today. It was as if the world were being viewed through the eyes of voice. Amidst the bustling people, Vlad sat alone, quietly. Aish. Vlad scratched his cheek for no reason as he looked at the people with smiles on their faces. Vlad felt somewhat out of place amidst their harmonious world. He didn't even want to enter their world. Captain Deron. Captain. Thank you. For what? Vlad, who was pulled out of his thoughts by Gott's voice, turned his head. Just yesterday, they were wandering together. But now Gott seemed to be in a different world altogether. Gott within the family circle seemed so unfamiliar. Don't mention it. Vlad turned his head in the direction. Gott was squinting his eyes. a whole roasted pig that rotates continuously with an apple in its mouth. The sight of children happily chasing after the direction the pig was turning amused Vlad. "The village chief gave it to me. Give it to me for a gold coin." Watching today's wedding, Vlad remembered Jorge from the past. Whenever there was something worth celebrating among the organization members, Jorge would send a bottle of liquor in the boss's name, and the recipients always appreciated it. Marie loves it. It's like receiving a blessing from a knight. Is that so? All right then. Indeed, Jorge's way of doing things was right. The presence of a male adult whom he could see and learn from for the first time was still showing Vlad how he should behave. "You said the groom has relatives in Marcia, right?" "That's true. Then after this wedding, send your family there for the time being." It wasn't that Vlad couldn't participate in this atmosphere simply because he was a stranger. Unlike the villagers enjoying the wedding, Vlad was looking elsewhere. "Look, it seems to be starting now." Although the wedding had been moved forward by 2 days at Vlad's behest, it was still fortunate that it started smoothly. "Yeah, I should go." With those words, the village's troublemaker and swindler began to run briskly ahead. But today he is probably a more confident man than anyone else. Gott, who had proven himself through Vlad, hurriedly rushed into his position to brighten his sister's future. "Thank you all for attending today's wedding." The wedding ceremony began with a congratulatory speech from a priest from a nearby village. The groom and bride waited to enter, stepping on the red cloth. However, sadly, rather than the sight of happy people, Vlad's eyes first caught the signs of impending threats. From afar, he could see Stefan looking at him with a troubled expression. "Kid, yes, give me one of the flowers from the basket." Vlad called the child holding the flower basket and quietly picked out the flower. There happened to be a conspicuous flower. "Congratulations, Marie. You must live well." As the bride and groom walked hand in hand at the priest's call, the departing knight threw a single red rose from afar for them. "Congratulations and cheers," leaving behind the beautiful scene. "As you suggested, it was wise to spread out the scouts. We've received reports that unidentified armed personnel are approaching, sir." "What's the time?" "It seems they'll reach within 2 hours, Stefan reported, and Vlad, with a stern expression, quietly left the wedding venue. "What should we do about the wedding? Should we end it now?" Stefan asked, as Vlad turned quietly to look back. People standing in the same place but in different worlds. Vlad wanted to finish the wedding for them as much as possible. Wouldn't protecting something mean having to protect a scene like that? "Just wait for 10 more minutes, then we'll end it." The cheers of the people behind Vlad were gradually receding as he went outside. So Vlad walked forward, leaving behind the red rose he had thrown. "Damn it." Colin spat out the curse words he could barely contain, his eyes burning with anger. The unexpected sight before him was completely beyond Colin's imagination. "Are those hanging over there right now our men?" "Yes, they're the scouts we sent." He thought it would be an easy mission. To be precise, it was just a trivial mission that he did not want to undertake. But the scene before him now was completely different from what Colin and his men had expected and imagined. He guessed there was a knight hidden there. A hastily erected, poorly constructed wooden fence. Though it looked flimsy enough to break at any moment, the corpses hanging from it were sending a clear warning. The fence, with death hanging from it, seemed to be warning that this place wouldn't be easily overcome. "What should we do? What do you suggest?" "Retreat from here." Despite sending 3 scouts, not a single one returned, all captured. These soldiers were beyond what a single village could handle, indicating something unexpected inside the village. "I'll take the lead." Despite the blatant warning from someone, Colin didn't hesitate. Any easy mission meant a mission that couldn't fail. Colin, whose position had already been diminished due to the duel of honor in Diomar, was a man who could no longer back down. "Come out!" With a force that couldn't be considered mere bandits, Colin began to loudly reveal his presence, as if he wouldn't hide anymore. "Who dares to cut the throats of my men?" The enraged cries of the warthog filled the forest village with echoes. The village, just moments ago filled with laughter, was now filled only with the stifling unease. "If you don't open the gate right now, I'll cut all your throats. Open the gate, and your lives would be spared." Colin, confidently asserting his authority, shouted boldly, but the response he received was stoic. "Knight of Pylos, Colin the Warthog." With the voice of the man, the gate of the fence began to open, just enough for one person to pass through. "It's been a while, but I can't say I'm glad to see you. Who are you?" A blond man walking alone from the village. Even at a glance, the man looked like a knight. Instead of answering the question, he threw the object he was holding towards Colin. Thunk. The rolling heads came tumbling towards Colin's feet. As Colin watched the heads rolling with their eyes wide open, he furrowed his brow in annoyance. They all fell at once. The wounds on their necks left no room for doubt. They were cleanly cut without hesitation, each with a single stroke. He didn't know who the knight in front of him was, but he could gauge his skill to some extent. "Today is a good day, Colin, so if you turn back now, I won't blame you for your rudeness. I already asked who you are." Blonde hair, blue eyes. A knight with a splendid appearance that looks like an aristocrat, but whose spirit is as ferocious as that of a beast. There was no way he wouldn't remember a guy with such a strong impression. "Too bad. Didn't you draw your sword for me that day?" "What?" The somewhat relaxed smile irritated Colin. Although he wasn't the one in front of him, Colin remembered a knight who smiled like that. Vlad of Schoarra, the one-eyed knight of Bayezid, the bastard who handed him a humiliating defeat. "I was a squire of Sir Zayar." Now that he thought about it, he looked just like that guy. In his actions, his swagger, and even that seemingly relaxed smile. "Your envy." Now Colin's eyes, finally recognizing Vlad, began to turn red with anger. He remembered the scent of lemons that filled the air. The one-eyed knight who had mocked him, the tongue-wagging Jubort. And even Pablo shining brightly, along with the blonde lad. "You damn big deed!" Now it all came flooding back. The knight squire who had handed them defeat. It could have been hard to recognize him at first glance. But now, the boy who had become a knight in his own right bore only traces of his former self, as if he had always been this way from birth. "I'll kill you! You northern bastards!" What had been a simple mission now turned into a burning desire for revenge. "That day, I drew my sword to protect you. But not today. Today, I will kill you and erase the defeat of that day that I couldn't bear to remember." "Sir Colin!" The furious boar's eyes locked onto his target. Colin, the Warthog of Pylos. With no concept of retreat, the charging commander began his relentless assault towards Vlad. "Damn it! Follow him in! Attack now!" "Follow, Sir Colin." Even the Pylos soldiers disguised as bandits quickly rallied to their knight's side and charged forward. As trained soldiers, they maintained their formation even in sudden situations and rushed to the fence. Quack! "It's a trap! It's a trap!" However, Vlad did not waste the time given to him. Traps made by experienced mercenaries and villagers began to attack the soldiers of Pylos from various places. Crash! "Die, you bastard! It is Vlad of Schoarra." Vlad, who blocked the boar's charge with his whole body, gritted his teeth and smiled weakly. While Vlad couldn't completely stop their advance, allowing them entry into the village, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. "Stefan, Close the gates. Yes, sir. The crude but functional gates of the wooden fence began to close. Through the gap between the commander and his soldiers, screams and blood began to flow. Today I'll kill you and take your head to my lord. Is my head worth enough for you? Indeed, he was worthy of being called a warthog. Isolated but unyielding, his eyes pierced through Vlad with a predatory gaze. Then I'm glad. Colin widened his eyes as he looked at Vlad. The smile that he thought resembled Zayar's just a moment ago was now distorted and showing its true form. No one else's smile but only Vlad's. The beginning was noble, but the end was the smile of a cruel predator. What is the worth of your neck? What? A cruel smile that only a predator could wear appeared on Vlad's face. I am asking how much you're worth to kill. Stabbing the fastest dragon, Lindworm? Cut down the sharpest dragon, Nighthog. However, Vlad, who had never faced a life-or-death situation against a human being, was always curious. What are my limits? How far have I reached? I asked you something. Vlad was still chasing the shadows of the men who had guided him. He wanted to be like them and surpass them. Now was the time for the boy who had become a knight to find out where he stood. With his left eye closed, Vlad's world began to burn brightly. Chapter 131. The knights raised their swords, encircling the arena. Colin, still unable to shake off the pain of defeat, nonetheless rose from his seat, compelled to take out his sword. He had sworn to do so. The discipline of the Swordmaster, truly unbelievable, muttered Jubert, usually composed, but now shaking his head in disbelief at the predicament. Knights who raised their swords for the flower that was just about to bloom. Though each bore their own convictions, under the current circumstances, they were united under a single discipline to fulfill their duties. State your name, boy. The challengers and the defenders, the protectors and the protected, all stood within the confines of a single world. The scene that King Frausen had so desired was now being realized within the arena of Deomar. He has awakened it. With someone's murmuring, Colin turned around. There, faint light was beginning to emerge. A boy, staggering as if he might collapse at any moment, yet relentlessly pressing forward. That boy was shining. In his blood-stained hands, he held the world he had just brought forth. His name was Vlad of Schoarra. Clang! As the sound of swords clashing drew nearer, Colin's eyes filled with astonishment rather than anger. The form of Aura, embracing his arms like armor. Right now, Vlad was pushing Colin, who possessed the greatest martial prowess in Pylos, with sheer force. Not bad. Innate strength was one thing, but there were no limits within the world he had created. Vlad was surpassing the limits of his innate talent through Larman's body-strengthening art. Where did he learn such a bizarre technique? Startled by Vlad's technique, Colin quickly drew his sword and distanced himself. Whatever trickery Vlad was employing, it amounted to nothing. Colin believed that such petty tricks would ultimately falter in the face of true strength. Arrogant brat! Rather than adjusting to his opponent, he capitalized on his own strengths. Swinging his sword in the manner he had always trusted, in the direction he had always believed in, Colin struck. The splitting airflow surged towards Vlad's head as if to cleave it in two. Crack! Hey! However, Colin's faith ultimately went unrewarded. A sound he didn't even want to hear in his dreams. In his memory, the one-eyed knight was laughing. Familiar, isn't it? This sound. You bastard! Is that shining blue in front of him a sword or an eye? The man looking at himself now was creating a world that was incomparably more splendid than back then. A bolt of white lightning shot from his left eye, smiling at Colin. In just 1 year. Children grow up in the blink of an eye, but this was growth beyond imagination. No one present could imagine that the boy facing him and clashing swords was the same boy from before. "Now it's my turn." The moon shone from Vlad's right eye, permission granted by a goose to exploit weaknesses. Even the toughest warthog had its vulnerable spots. His legs, strong support required a solid foundation. Colin's indomitable martial prowess emanated from his firmly grounded legs. The surging waves of aura indicated so. Damn it! Colin, who was strong but not flexible, was greatly bewildered by Vlad's persistent attacks targeting his lower body. No one had ever attacked him like this before. Clang! As swords clashed, flames erupted from the collision. How is he doing this? Colin's thigh was slashed by the agile swordplay, piercing like the fastest dragon. The cruelty that cut down the sharpest dragon is persistently targeting the knight's knees. All the worlds that Vlad had seen, learned from, and conquered were now embedded in the blade like stars. Ah, answer me. Now, he wanted to know. Where did he stand in this vast world? How much more did he need to reach the sky's end? Now is the time for someone to answer his question. You arrogant brat! Quan! Vlad's world came to a halt with dark red blood bursting out. Colin let out a roar as he saw Vlad daring to look beyond himself instead of directly looking at him. Do you think I have come this far just to be defeated by someone like you? Though red droplets burst from his darkened skin, Colin didn't cease his onslaught. He too was a man with his own world. Dreaming of reaching the top wasn't just the privilege of Vlad. Die, you damn brat! Alongside Colin's fury, the tender ground, thawed by the spring breeze, began to explode outwards, like Colin's bursting veins and bulging muscles. Oh! Colin's momentum was quite different from before, and Vlad realized that he had missed the moment. The flow is like a wave. If you can't ride the wave coming towards you, it'll wash over to someone else. I asked if you understood my level. The constant flow of attack and defense suddenly shifted to Colin. Everyone has a history and a world they have built. Colin, too, had built his own world. I, Colin of Pylos, am exactly this. With a thunderous roar, the aura from the tip of Colin's sword began to burn everything in the world. Colin's consciousness, which had sunk deep into himself, was no longer thinking about tomorrow. Colin, who was buried in past defeats, did not have the confidence to take on today's defeat. Quang. Vlad rolled around, avoiding the exploding ground. Piles of dirt were falling like rain on his head. Ha ha! The fight was already over. Only the duel remained. The soldiers who had been stabbing each other against the doors were now all frozen like statues, watching only the current confrontation. Everyone realized that this duel between the two would be both the beginning and the end of today. A massive duel that a small village could not contain. Amidst everyone watching with bated breath, Vlad was laughing. Even the falling rain of dirt couldn't hide his laughter. Why are you laughing? Colin shouted loudly at Vlad, who suddenly seemed delighted, but the smile that began from his blue eyes did not stop. Because I think I can do it. Vlad, who has finally stopped laughing, swings his sword. The starlit sword, which had brushed off the accumulated dust, was shining blue. Unlike before, Vlad was fighting today's battle without anyone's help or consideration. But Vlad was certain. Now I can handle you. What? Vlad raised his sword with those words. A sword made by the spirits and bestowed by the world tree. Vlad, who once again felt the sensation of holding an unadorned sword, erased his smile and returned to a serious expression. Thank you for answering me. Vlad looked at the man before him and found his answer for today. Colin of Pylos. A great knight who awakened aura and built his own world. But Vlad has already surpassed this man. So let's end it now. And he is proving it right now. The world built by Vlad began to swirl over the sword path established by the first sword master. All right, come at me, Vlad of Schoarra. The footsteps of the boy, staggering as he walked to create his own world, had not yet stopped. The precarious footsteps he had taken so far had been piled up layer by layer within the boy's world, creating the knight he was now. All right, you did not call me a brat. Vlad's eyes began to flicker as he heard Collins shout. Now, with the knowledge of where he stood, the little dragon's blue eyes, newly awakened to his own potential, shone blue. Call me Vlad of Schoarra. Today, Vlad had successfully protected the wedding. He protected someone's happiness with his sword and protected people's daily lives. So now it's time to throw them one last red rose. Boom! In an instant, there was a flash of light. Though they had started facing each other in a moment, the positions of Vlad and Colin had swapped within the passing glance. It was a light that one could not block, even if they were looking at it, and that one could not avoid, even if they noticed it. Gah! Colin's eyes widened in disbelief. A sharp stake was driven into his heart that would not allow him to live any longer. His heartbeat was fading away slowly. The collapsing black figure poured out red liquid and fell onto the small village below. Colin, the Knight of Pilos. He had become one of the proofs that Vlad had created today. Because I have come this far. Winner and loser. Vlad, who had taken Colin's life as payment for a fair duel, felt the light reaching over his shoulder and slowly raised his head. A moon floating in the sky. If I pushed a little further, I might reach it. Just like that day, the desolate moon with its blue light was looking down at Vlad. Vlad felt like the moonlight shining down on him had gotten a little closer than before. A large mansion illuminated by moonlight. The floor of the mansion was covered in dust, filled with grains of sand. The dry wind that originated from the harsh land always tormented the people of the West. My lord. In the vast lobby where only the two of them existed, Count Gaidar looked at the knight who bowed his head to him. It's time, my lord. Tell me more. The Knight of Blue Moonlight was climbing the stairs that not even his biological son could climb. He was someone worthy of approaching the Count. After all, it was he who paved the stairs of today with blood and corpses. Dragonblood Duke said. Godin approached the Count and whispered softly into his ear. Is that so? Upon hearing Godin's words, Count Gaidar firmly grasped the armrests of his chair. He was so happy that his two eyes were shining brightly in his frowning face. The time has finally come. A ruthless ruler of the West. A usurper who doesn't mind taking. Count Sigmund Gaidar. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I have been waiting for far too long, Godin. It was unbearable. I understand perfectly, my lord. For those born in the West, it was their fate to always be hungry, no matter how much they swallowed. This cursed land always made them yearn for distant lands, never settling in one place. The unending hunger was like a curse. Go, Godin. Go and retrieve my son's sword. Despite being the one who took, he had endured for a long time. But now, the time had come, and the West no longer needed to endure. The fragile fence that barely held its form had crumbled today. Go to Diomar. Bring me the bitch who claims to guard the northern gate. Yes, my lord. As a knight who obeyed his lord's commands, Godin would not hesitate to carry out his orders. The blue moonlight shining from outside the window behind Gaidar illuminated Godin. It was the same color as the moonlight that descended on Rose's smiles that day. Chapter 132. A garrison standing on the northern grassland, which is now overgrown with grass. The flags waving among the numerous tents had emblems representing the Vatican and the Dragonslayer Knight Order. Why haven't we entered yet, Sir Ladhu? Inside the most ornately decorated commander's tent. There, Bishop Pierre, without even lifting the cup offered to him, glared at the man standing before him. It's been 2 months since the military uprising began, yet you still sit idly, merely observing. His tone was polite, but there is anger inside that cannot be hidden. Bishop of Schoarra, the heretic inquisitor. Pierre continued speaking in a strong tone, as if he could not stand it any longer. The God above will not be very pleased with your current unfaithful attitude. Therefore, Sir Ladhu, you must act now. I will. Despite the anger palpable in Pierre's words, the man seated before him remained nonchalant. I am merely waiting for an opportunity. His neatly combed red hair caught the eye, but his blue eyes, meeting Pierre's, testified that Ladhu had dragon blood. His blue eyes carried an otherworldly aura, unmistakably not quite human. You haven't confirmed how long it will take, right? Ladhu Dragulia of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. The man who inherited the blood of the Dragon Blood Duke was glaring at Bishop Pierre and suppressing his vigor. So when do you plan to draw your sword? Well, that's not a simple question, is it? Although he was in front of a bishop backed by the Vatican, Ladhu's attitude showed no sign of restraint. For there was only one being in this world whom he feared. When my father permits it. With his feet on the table, Ladhu shrugged his shoulders. At Ladhu's nonchalant demeanor, Pierre found himself at a loss for words. Please do not mix human intentions with the will of God. Do not worry too much, Bishop. It won't take long, I assure you. Ladhu lifts the glass of alcohol he poured and shrugs his shoulders. With an attitude that seemed to say, now leave, Pierre could do nothing but swallow his frustration. The vigor of the dragon released from its leash was already overlooking the Vatican. I'll go and see. I won't be seeing you off, Bishop. In the end, Bishop Pierre had no choice but to exit the tent, lips pressed together in frustration. The flags raised in the name of God were ultimately issues to be resolved by the swords of men, and no military action could be taken without Ladhu's permission. It was a contract they agreed upon from the start. Screwed. As Pierre exited the tent, the midday sun was setting in his eyes. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glare, he took in the scene. Flags fluttering in the wind, tents pitched in neat rows. Even after all this, despite all the preparations, they had ultimately fallen prey to the Dragonblood Duke's intentions. His justification had been taken away, and the sword had never truly belonged to him from the start. Pierre knows why they are so still. They probably wanted to keep the North in check. The central forces which had finally mobilized were now firmly planted in the heart of the North, using the existence of an evil being as justification. The stake driven by the Dragonblood Duke was currently suppressing the movements of Iron Duke and the Northern Alliance. I hope it's not too late. Dragonblood Duke. Pierre could only hope it wasn't too late while facing the garrison of Baron Utman. The ominous aura emanating from there had taken on a form, settling like black mist. It was now so thick that neither the warmth of approaching summer nor the afternoon sun could penetrate it. Unlike yesterday, the empty village feels eerie. Amidst the eerie silence of the seemingly abandoned village, only forgotten household items lay scattered around. Mom, make sure Marie behaves. And stay alert when you get there. Amidst the slowly departing crowd, Gott tightly held onto his mother's hand, earnestly pleading, please take care of my mom and Marie. We're family, right? Or rather, we're family now, aren't we? I'll do my best, big brother. The villagers began to leave the Wisteria village. In front of them, the village chief shouted frantically, urging them not to leave, but no one paid heed. It was unreasonable to stand still when they had witnessed the imminent signs of war right before their eyes. Stay put in Marcia. Even if it's a territory battle, it is rare for a city to be captured. Take care, God. Mom is always more worried about you than myself. Got's eyes were filled with worry, so much so that it seemed like tears would overflow at any moment. Take care of the money I gave you. Send a letter to Schoarra as soon as you arrive. We should be able to at least get in touch there. You should take care too, big brother. They had only just reunited as a family, but once again, they had to part ways. Sending his family into the perilous path of refuge, Got felt like his heart was about to burst. Sk. Vlad clicked his tongue as he looked at Got, who was preoccupied with the unfortunate send-off. The son is preparing to bid farewell to his mother. Vlad, who was quietly watching the scene, scratched his head and frowned. Hey, Got! Hey, can't you hear me? Vlad grabbed Got, who was busy seeing his family off, by the scruff of his neck and held it in front of his face. Why, Captain? Vlad's expression seemed fierce for some reason. Feeling uncomfortable with his intense gaze, Got flinched, but what he heard was far beyond his expectations. You're going too, huh? Since they were both heading back to Schoarra anyway, Got assumed his guidance would no longer be needed. What do you mean? It's a vacation. I'll grant you a long one. Though brief, Vlad could recall some memories through Got's family. So, if possible, he wanted to remember that image fully. Now his memories were too old and worn out to recall properly. Instead, it's unpaid leave, Captain. Caught off guard by Vlad's sudden proposal, Got froze, seemingly startled. The quick-witted swindler's fingers trembled as if he had noticed something. Am I getting fired? It's just a vacation, damn it. Granting a long, unpaid leave like this. Usually employers use that kind of language for firing. Vlad felt like he could sense Got's life frustrations in their conversation. Hurry up and go along. See you in Schoarra later. Huh? Yeah. Only then did Got understand Vlad's intention and hurriedly get on the horse, the consideration hidden in his cold tone. Vlad's consideration could be felt even in the midst of last night's stirring of the soup pot in front of his mother. Thanks, Captain. The procession of people visible in the distance beyond the hill somehow looked cheerful. The moment of parting would be better if it were shorter, but Got couldn't easily leave his spot. I'll just take my mother to a safe place and come right back. Will your seat still be available until then? A jab with sincerity. However, there would be no misunderstanding. The two who had met on a winter day had grown to understand each other. You're not that good to receive a boat like Harvin. Vlad chuckled bitterly as he watched Got leave for his family. Got had been a swindler when they first met, but now he was leaving with his true self. Got of Wisteria Village was running towards its family. Yeah, go quickly. Though he said he'd be back soon, it would take months at least for this parting. Perhaps they wouldn't see each other again. Vlad knew well that farewells were so fleeting. To be honest, the potato stew did not taste good. Watching Got leave, Vlad finally uttered a word he couldn't say before. It was like mother's taste, but it didn't taste good. The afternoon sunlight hanging in the sky tickled Vlad's eyes. His blue eyes, shielded from the sun by his hand, looked cold in color as he watched the departing people, but the warmth contained within seemed as warm as ever. Indeed, it gets colder as we head north. Men walking along a small forest path. Stefan shivered and leaned closer to Vlad, but his words seemed to wither under the fierce gaze of Noir. It appeared that Vlad wasn't the only one feeling sad about parting with Got. How far are you planning to follow? To the north. Do we have about a week left until Schoarra? Stefan and the Thornwood mercenaries. Currently, they are trailing behind Vlad. Why bother following me all the way to Schoarra? We haven't found a stable position yet, so we're tagging along. Their wanderings, which began from the eastern city of Tanaboya, hadn't yet reached a conclusion. Given the circumstances, the value of mercenaries was on the rise, but that didn't mean they could settle anywhere. Choosing an employer is sensible when it comes to taking one's only life. Hearing you, it seems like it wasn't entirely my fault. You've been so picky, that's why you haven't found a place until now. That's why I'm still alive. Stefan simply laughed off Vlad's teasing remarks. If possible, had to win over this young knight. Just doing this much should be enough to earn acceptance. His tone was sharp, his attitude cool. But his actions towards his squire were warm, indicating he possessed a decent character despite his abrasive personality. Even if his temperament is questionable, he still has value worth following. From their encounter in the Dobrekti forest to reaching Wisteria village, Stefan had been by Vlad's side through thick and thin. It was evident that this lad would grow into someone significant. Vlad's worth was now shining brightly enough for anyone to see. When we arrive in Schoarra, how can we receive a mission there? We don't know. You'll find out when we get there. If someone has good skills, decent character, and potential for the future, it's best not to hesitate and join forces. This was clearly an opportunity, as Vlad even eliminated the strongest enemy on his own. Why are you asking about your business? Isn't this also fate? How about sharing a drink in Schoarra? Stefan chuckled amiably, trying to lighten the mood. But Vlad's eyes narrowed instantly as he looked at him. Wait. Yes. Sounds carried by the wind. Vlad's keen hearing began to pick up on something. Approaching sounds from a distance. The sound of horses' hooves. Someone's coming. Vlad quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Sensing Vlad's unease, Stefan quickly signaled to his men. Get into formation. Following his signal, the Thornwood mercenaries swiftly surrounded Stefan and Vlad on their horses. Vlad was momentarily surprised by their efficient response. I can see it. Stefan began to seamlessly stick by Vlad's side, pretending to observe along with him. In the distance, the figures of approaching men came into view. Looks like about 20 of them. Though they seemed outnumbered compared to their own group, there was no need to retreat just because of that. The Thornwood mercenaries were seasoned men, and Vlad himself now had a clear idea of where he stood. Halt! Identify yourselves. Men in black hoods confidently approach as if they have nothing to hide. Although they were disguising themselves as ordinary people, Vlad could sense an unusual energy coming from them. Now you seem more spirited. You've grown a lot. You are quite different from back then. You know me? One of the figures, smiling as if he knew Vlad, seemed unfazed by Vlad's raised sword. Vlad doesn't know, but there is nothing more suspicious than someone who knows him. Who the hell are you? Just answer the question. Despite Vlad's sharp demeanor, the man remained unfazed, quietly rummaging through his pockets, until he produced a stiff piece of paper with a familiar seal. Lord Joseph sent me here. Knight Vlad. What? The man's face becomes visible when he lifts the hood along with the order he is holding. His face was covered with countless deep scars. Do not come to Schoarra until further notice. Instead, go to Diomar. What? Vlad realized the man's identity along with the scars. It was a brief encounter, but the man had left an unforgettable impression on Vlad. Until further instructions, I command you to act as a knight of Lady Alicia, and not as Vlad of Schoarra. The leather pouch Joseph had shown in the carriage contained the severed head of the man with his eyes wide open, unable to close them. As commanded by the noble blood of the north, Lord Joseph Bayezid, the hidden sword of the Bayezid family. The knight who had once cut off Andre Hainal's head now stood before Vlad. Chapter 133. The sun shining down was warm, and the breeze blowing was refreshing. Suddenly, as the summer season came along, Diomar's white snake decided to go down the tree for the first time in a long time. There couldn't be a better day to enjoy sunbathing. Atop the quiet hill, as lonely as it was silent, the white snake closed its eyes quietly, looking at the silent gravestones. Its tail swayed along with the blowing wind. And in a moment, now finally settled in its spot, the white snake raised its head quietly, as if sensing something. A distinct sensation approaching from afar. It was a sensation it hadn't felt in a long time, so the white snake sniffed cautiously, almost doubting. Hey! The eyes of the white snake, recognizing the scent, widened. The scent of flowers wafted from afar. The fragrance of very young flowers. The white snake had forgotten about it for a while, because it had not felt it for a long time. It was a scent that stimulated the nostalgia buried deep within its soul. The white snake stood tall as if in disbelief, and looked further into the distance, beyond the mansion of Hainal, beyond the territory. Through the widened gaze of the white snake, the familiar figure of a man from afar began to appear. There was a blond knight approaching straight from far beyond the territory, carrying the breath of young children heavily on his finely crafted sword. Children who had ridden on the knight's sword were whispering something. The possibility of the world tree is not yet dead. The tail of the white snake, recognizing the children, began to tremble violently. I knew it would come to this. Hainal Manor, though small and old, was meticulously maintained. A weak voice was coming from the office, located at the highest point there. I knew it would come to this. Rich aqua-colored hair was flowing over the desk as if seawater had spilled over it. Alicia Hainal. She was currently collapsed onto the desk, overwhelmed by an unbearable fatigue. It was a contrast to the white snake that was shaking its head in excitement outside the window. Didn't we prepare according to our intelligence? Though she didn't look like the typical noble lady, Duncan, sensing her inner turmoil, could only offer quiet reassurance. Prepared. Alicia raised her head quietly in response to Duncan's words. Her face, partially obscured by her lush hair, looked somewhat grim. You know very well that this level of preparation is insufficient. Duncan was at a loss for words, due to Alicia's self-deprecation, rather than criticism. Alicia sighed as she swept her hair back slowly, staring at Duncan, who remained speechless. Beside her there lay a piece of paper filled with densely packed writing. It was a report summarizing the military composition of the Hainal family. We can't fight Gaidar with just 700 men. Although it was a force gathered with a sense of resignation, it amounted to only 700 men. If it were an ordinary territorial skirmish, it might suffice. However, her opponent was the conqueror of the West, Gaidar, and it was a well-known fact, even among the local children, that such numbers wouldn't be enough to oppose him. What about the mercenaries? I've heard their prices have risen significantly lately. Yes, Lady Alicia. Alicia's words trailed off with a heavy sigh. Duncan, well aware of the overwhelming burden Alicia was facing, couldn't find the words to offer her encouragement today. Not only us, but signs of war are looming everywhere. That's why the prices of mercenaries have gone up significantly. Gaidar's intentions were clear, and now there was no avoiding it. A battle that would determine not only the territory, but also the fate of the family was approaching, and Alicia planned to do her best to fight him. I've met with some renowned mercenary leaders, but it seems they all hesitate to side with us. I guess so. However, despite Alicia's resolve, the world wasn't offering her a helping hand easily. A poor ruler, and a formidable enemy. Even if they were mercenaries seeking opportunities, they wouldn't want to board a sinking ship. In the end, it seems we won't even be able to muster 1,000 troops on our side. That's correct. Alicia's shadow deepened with Duncan's response. According to the information sent by Yosef, Gaidar was moving north with the allied families, amassing a force of around 5,000 troops in total. With only 700 soldiers at her disposal, her own forces would be grossly inadequate. But they won't just come at us all at once, will they? Because they don't have a reason to attack us. That's right. Not only will we not sit still in the center, but we also have an ally called Bayezid. Unlike the Western territories, which were intertwined with various justifications, Diomar belonged to an entirely different sphere of influence. If they were to invade Diomar without just cause, not only the imperial family and the center, but also numerous families would criticize them. Lady Alicia, guests have arrived? Guests? With a polite knock, the butler entered. Alicia's office had been filled with a heavy atmosphere, but fresh air was now flowing in through the door he opened. They're from Bayezid. Bayezid. Alicia sprang up from her seat, momentarily forgetting her composure at the butler's words. Despite the sudden movement causing her knee to hit the desk, her joy outweighed any pain. Please, bring them in here. Understood. Alicia, without hesitation, invited the people who had just arrived at the mansion into her office. At a time when everyone was turning away from the Hainal family, they were the only ones extending a helping hand. It seems Lord Joseph is also keeping an eye on the situation. That's fortunate. Alicia leaned back in her chair as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Do you feel a bit relieved now? Even if they were Gaidar, they couldn't ignore Bayezid. As one of the pillars in the north, Bayezid was undoubtedly a powerful family. I guess we will meet again. But Alicia was expecting something other than the good news they would bring. She was waiting for someone who could give her a moment to breathe in the current situation where everything seems to be blocked. A small smile formed on Alicia's lips as she thought of him. We are here. Come in. Reacting promptly to the butler's report, Alicia quickly brushed her hair back and returned to greeting the guests with the air of a confident noble. Her eyes, now filled with anticipation, sparkled as she awaited the opening of the door. It's been a while, Baroness. The door opened with Alicia's expectations. A man entered, bowing respectfully. He was the knight sent by Joseph, often scolded by him, but always delivering results. I am Vordan of the Bayezid family. Ah, Alicia greeted him, observing the older knight who wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief as he greeted. Looking at him, Alicia couldn't help but purse her lips. Outside the window, the white snake still moves its head around, observing its surroundings calmly. Vlad and the Thornwood mercenaries were on their way to Diomar with them. Did you come all the way down here because of me? Don't ask me that. The man covered in scars does not give clear answers to Vlad's questions. Vlad could tell that besides taking him, the man had another mission. Perhaps, just like with Andre Hainal, he might be targeting someone else's life. But what should I call you? Senior? Vlad doesn't know his identity, and he doesn't know his intentions. Vlad's actions of continuing to seek information from such a man full of doubts could be said to be a natural attitude stemming from his survival instinct. There seems to be an issue with titles. The man in the black hood pondered for a moment upon hearing Vlad's words. It's a bit complicated for you to call me senior. It's better if you pretend not to know me. Why is that? Because there's nothing good for either of us if we know each other. The scars on his face distort along with the man's smile. A silent warning to Vlad not to delve deeper, conveyed through non-verbal cues. Vlad understood the warning and nodded quietly. Just call me by my name. What's your name then? The man, who was silent for a moment in response to Vlad's question, eventually opened his mouth as if he had thought of something. Let's go with Marcus. From now on, just call me Marcus. Until just now, you seem to imply that you're not Marcus. The most difficult thing is to come up with a name. This one turned out quite well. The man in the black hood does not bother to hide the fact that he just came up with the name. Now the man who should be called Marcus turned his head to look at where Stefan was. We were short-handed, so you did a good job bringing them along. Are they hired? No, not yet. Give them the funds. Let them be hired. It may not have been his intention, but Marcus smiled happily as he saw Vlad leading a group of mercenaries. Even though it was an ugly smile that made those who saw it feel intimidated. The Thornwood mercenaries are not a bad choice. They have the skills, and above all, they have a good completion rate on their missions. Is that so? Vlad nodded as he listened to Marcus's words. Knights have honor. Mercenaries have trust. These were the primary virtues proving their worth in their respective fields, and Stefan was proving his trust through his high mission completion rate. No wonder they don't flee easily. Is that so? Having been in the mercenary business for a while, Vlad knew. Mercenaries were notorious for fleeing at the slightest sign of trouble. But the Thornwood mercenaries had not fled even during their encounter with Auguste. He had appreciated their attitude, which is why, despite sensing their ulterior motives, he had brought them along until now. If you plan to continue bringing them along, you should be careful about their relationships with women. What? Marcus shrugged in response to Vlad's question. There must be a reason. Why even someone with their skills still wanders around. I see. Having fully understood Marcus's words, Vlad, a former street kid with a quick wit, turned his head to look at Stefan, who was following behind him. Stefan, who happened to be looking at him, quickly smiled and winked as their eyes met. It wasn't the first time he had seen such skillful acting with one eye smiling, while the other remained neutral. As Vlad and Stefan engaged in a meaningless eye battle, a crow began circling above Vlad's head. It seems something urgent is happening. The crow, which had been circling in the sky, landed on Marcus's forearm as he extended it, a familiar sight. It's neither a dove nor a raven. Even the letterbox tied to its ankle was painted pitch black, as if nobody would recognize that this crow was delivering a message. Vlad looked at the crow with curiosity, but Marcus, who received the news brought by the crow, had an increasingly hardened expression. Let's part ways here. What? It was Marcus and his group who said they would go to Diomar together. But now, as if they were in a hurry to drop off something, they were turning their heads to leave. What's going on? Evie said you shouldn't ask me that. Marcus clicked his tongue as he watched Vlad ask another question in a natural way. This guy is a smart guy, because by pretending to be innocent, pretending not to know, Vlad once again crossed the line that Marcus warned him about. He should have asked Peter for this guy. Understood. Vlad nodded, seeing the heavy gaze Marcus was sending him. The warning in Marcus's eyes wasn't directed at him. Hurry to Diomar, Lady Alicia's knight. Go quickly, Knight of the Lady, because she is desperately calling for you. It must not be too late. So go quickly and fulfill your duty before the collapsing sky of the Empire fell upon her. Chapter 134. A two-story cabin, solidly built. In front of the house, which was extravagant for a rural area, lay a vast wheat field, ready for harvest. Where are you? A loud creaking of the wooden floorboards. A sturdy man was walking around the cabin, as if this was his home. I know everything, so let's not tire each other out. Blood stains protruded from the brown walls. The old man, the owner of the cabin, looked at the red stains with a troubled expression. Beneath the indelible red mark was his son, who had not even been able to close his eyes. I don't know what you're asking. Just now, didn't you see your son's head flying off? Old man? Though his demeanor was noble, his language was utterly vulgar. Do you have to see your entire family perish before you speak? The threatening man's thick eyebrows contorted mercilessly. The muscles of his tense upper body seemed to threaten to draw his sword even now. Even if you used to live off the spoils of the Rabnoma family, isn't it time to protect your family now? You don't need to be loyal to a family that doesn't exist anymore. The retired old knight stopped laughing, looking at the inflated malice. He can't believe he just has to see this guy showing off. He must have lived too long to witness such a sight. I don't trust your words, you vile usurpers. An old retired knight. The old sword of the Rabnoma family, who was trying to quietly spend the rest of his life in his manor, opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Who among the people of the West would believe the words of Dragon's dog? Old man. Upon hearing the old man's words, Stephen raised his head and closed his eyes, unable to hold back his boiling anger. If you tell me where the Rabnoma family's brat is right now, I'll kill you painlessly. You know he's powerless wherever he goes. An uninvited guest spoke gently, but it was ultimately a harbinger of doom. Seeing him like that, the old man could only smile quietly. He's powerless no matter where he goes. The wrinkles on the old man's face deepened as he looked at Stephen. It was a smile akin to that of a victor's. The crow from the north didn't say so. Stephen's face twisted like a demon upon hearing the most unwanted response. Even if scorched by the fiercest flames, if the roots remained alive, they could sprout anew. A true ruler of the West. The Rabnoma family, which prioritized the peace of dragon over their own blood for an oath, even while falling under sudden attack. The West still remembered them. "You old fool!" Stephen shouted as if in tantrum, looking at the old man as if mocking. "You should have died more gloriously anyway." From his hand a sword extended like lightning, piercing the old man's chest. "Cook!" The old man crumbled with a scream. Yet, perhaps the reason he could still smile was the knight's pride in accomplishing his mission until the end. In the end, the old knight of the Rabnoma family had safeguarded a single seed until the last moment. "Burn it all down!" With Stephen's furious cry, flames began to engulf the cabin. The livestock, bellowing loudly, and the unharvested wheat began to bow their heads. The honorable manor that a man had built up over a lifetime was burning. Damn it! A baseless, despicable usurper. An empty shell without a covenant. Recalling the epithets of the Gaidar still roaming the West, Stephen struggled to suppress his rage. Just bring everything. If you are despised because you have no honor, you can bring it. If it is ignored because it has no history, just take it away. That was the law of the West and the history of the Gaidar. Even my sword. The Gaidar's bloodline roared towards the north. The shadows of flames flickering from all directions filled Stephen's eyes. Wow! Stefan couldn't help but utter a small exclamation at the sight before him. The first city he had ever laid eyes on. The city of Diomar, bordering the central and northern regions, exuded a unique scent unseen thus far. You were quite famous knight in the north. Not to that extent. However, the reason Stefan and his mercenaries were currently astonished wasn't solely because of the impression Diomar gave. Welcome to Diomar, Sir Vlad, the small but sturdy castle walls. And beneath them, soldiers standing and saluting Vlad. It was enough to stir unfamiliar emotions in the mercenaries. Seems like it's more than you bargained for? Quiet. Seeing the soldiers' reception akin to welcoming a triumphant general, the mercenaries found themselves straightening their shoulders involuntarily. The mercenaries had gone to many places, but they never experienced hospitality, so the current scene was undoubtedly a new experience, like nothing they had ever encountered before. For now, Let's proceed. Vlad sensed the bewildered gazes of the mercenaries behind him, but decided to move forward nonetheless. The relationship between the city of Diomar and the knight Vlad was too deeply intertwined to be explained in a few simple words. Why are these following us? Back off, you lot! Accompanied by the soldiers' farewells, the group entered the city. Though it resembled a quiet rural road, the group's progress inevitably slowed. Why are you sticking so close? The mercenaries, taken aback by the children's curious gazes, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Children sticking to mercenaries was unheard of for them. It's the knight Vlad of the honor duel. I've never seen blonde hair like that before. Is he really of noble descent? The mercenaries listened to the children's chatter, then looked back at Vlad once again. Though they whispered quietly to each other, the children's high-pitched voices were enough to be heard by the group. The children seem to really like you, sir. It wasn't always like this. At Stefan's inquiry, Vlad sighed, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Despite having visited the city multiple times, this reaction was unprecedented. Perhaps it was due to the large group he was traveling with, catching the children's attention. The more we go, the more it's like this. Slowly, word of the sacred figure of the north, Vlad of Schoarra, was spreading. However, this man was known by a slightly different title in this city. Perhaps Vlad, being accustomed to a different kind of attention, didn't realize that the children's curiosity towards him might be considered natural. It wouldn't be bad to settle down in a place like this after retiring. Talking about retirement right after completing a contract doesn't seem appropriate. That just means I was impressed by this place. Stefan chuckled at Vlad's blunt response and began to gently push the clinging children, clearing a path forward. It seemed that the young knight in front of them was not accustomed to such hospitality. This is my first time in a place like this. At Stefan's casual remark, the mercenaries all nodded in agreement. Having lived in rough and tough places all their lives, the current situation felt somewhat surreal, but it wasn't necessarily bad. The saluting soldiers, the clinging children, and even the white snake eagerly waiting on the roof of the mansion. The small city of Diomar was genuinely welcoming them all. All the white slips away quietly, one by one, silently. I estimate about 5,000. 5,000? Bayezid's knight begins to pour white sugar cubes into a small teacup. Alicia swallowed her saliva at the assertive gesture of Ordan, who lived only for today, not tomorrow. Yes, 5,000. While Vordan's teacup was rising, Alicia's lips were sealed. The number he uttered, 5,000, carried a significant weight. The message you sent clearly stated 3,000. The flag-bearers of Gaidar are coming up. The new ruler of the West, Gaidar. They were not traveling north alone. They were accompanied by other noble houses from the West. This is the terror of the Lord who calls himself a ruler. As soon as Alicia heard Vordan's words, she felt bitterness welling up inside her. She felt like snatching the teacup from the old knight's hands and drinking it all at once. What are the plans of Bayezid? Alicia's face stiffened with the increasing burden. Even Duncan, the old knight, seemed to be freezing up as he looked at her. Currently, 500 reinforcements are coming to Diomar. The reason I came here first was to open the gates for them. 500? Just that? Sending only 500 troops as preparation for 5,000 was disappointing news for Alicia. Despite her frown, the old knight dealing with her remained calm. Bayezid's troops are currently gathering towards Schoarra. It means bringing soldiers from the north as well. Diomar was too small to accommodate thousands of soldiers. Despite having strong walls, it was inefficient to gather too many troops in such a small city. Therefore, Peter Bayezid had to operate his forces as flexibly as possible. Bringing troops from the north. What about the barbarians, then? The non-believers? Beyond the northern border, barbarians were always a nuisance to the lords of the north. This was also the reason why the Baranov family was able to receive the title of duke, even though they were despised northern lords. You don't need to worry about that. Lord Joseph has already taken care of it. Bayezid was already aware of Gaidar's ambition to advance into the north, so they made constant efforts to avoid creating two fronts. Utilizing the Ag and Budart tribe as a means of pacifying the barbarians may not be perfect, but it would certainly be effective in this upcoming war. Lord Joseph has pledged to protect Diomar as if it were his own body, 700 and 500 against 5,000. And the walls of Diomar, which protected Hainal for a long time. Hold on with this and strike back as you prepare. The cold northern wind has already prepared for the harsh west wind. Can we just hold on? Of course. Not only that, but Lord Joseph has prepared various other methods. Knock, knock. As they discussed the details of the war, a faint knock interrupted them. Lady Alicia, a guest has arrived. Ah, have the soldiers and their entourage finally arrived? Vorden wiped his palms and rose upon hearing Butler's words. Please trust Bayezid's sincerity. The one who has come with these 500 reinforcements is none other than. Following the butler's guidance, the door opened, and a man entered the office along with Vorden's introduction. Everyone's eyes widened as they recognized the man. The sunlight illuminated the man's blonde hair as it filled Alicia's eyes. It's been a while, Lady Alicia. A man who had rushed from the distant east upon hearing of Diomar's turmoil. Lady Alicia's knight had arrived at this place. With a perplexed expression that seemed to say, "Why are you here?" Vorden looked at him. "You're a little late, Sir Vlad." Alicia, who had finally found the face she was looking for, greeted her knight with a bright smile. Her trembling fingertips, like her eyes, reached out to pick up the white sugar cubes. After experiencing only bitterness until now, all of her senses finally found a sweetness that allowed her to breathe again. Chapter 135. The black eyes Vlad had seen for the first time in a long time were looking at him. The corners of the eyes seemed to be about to smile, but there was a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Vlad was also hesitating whether to smile or not while looking at that expression. "Why you?" His lord whom he met in the summer even though he left in the winter. Joseph's eyes, which seemed to have become slightly darker, raised sharply towards Vlad. "Are you just here to cause trouble? I'm sorry." In response to Joseph's reprimand, Vlad quickly lowered his head and apologized. He knew very well that his record in Diomar was brilliant. "You broke the heirloom of the Hainal family. It's really unbelievable." Joseph, who leaned back heavily on the chair as if he were saying it himself, let out a deep sigh. Even though they were solidifying their relationship with Diomar in the face of a major war, breaking the heirloom of Hainal and coming back, Joseph still felt good about Alicia's tears welling up at Vlad's words. "You've been all the way to the east and nothing has changed." The one-eyed knight opened his mouth on behalf of Joseph, who was speechless. Despite being banished with the meaning of calming down, Zyar still sent a fierce gaze with his one remaining eye toward his student, who was still causing trouble. Me. Vlad also had something to say, but he knew it wasn't the right atmosphere to say it now. Vlad, who had spent his entire life watching people's reactions, realized that he had to keep his mouth shut for now. This stupid guy. With a short exclamation, Zayar's body swayed like waves. Zayar, who used his footwork, which were the foundation of his movements, swung at Vlad's shin without hesitation. But he didn't hear the screams of someone he expected. The sound of the wind passing fiercely. The only thing that came back empty was his kick that cut through the air. Vlad, who had stepped back unnoticed to avoid Zayar's kick. Contrary to his bewildered expression, Joseph slowly pulled up his upper body, which was leaning on the chair, as if he was surprised to see that he had clearly widened the distance between them. Joseph, who was making a subtle expression as he looked at Vlad, and Zayar, who was still frozen with 1 foot raised. Vlad, who was rolling his eyes around while surveying the atmosphere of the office, cautiously spoke up. Was this supposed to happen? Looks like it. Seeing Vlad subtly presenting his shin again, Zayar couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression. Indeed, this guy was unpredictable, since their first meeting until now. As expected, you idiot. Talk? A light hitting sound was heard inside the office. Vlad's blonde hair swayed heavily. Zayar succeeded in hitting the back of Vlad's head instead of his outstretched shin. I told you to be prepared for a follow-up attack. Looking at Zayar, who was smiling subtly at him, Vlad couldn't help but smile back a little. I'm sorry. Everything was just like before. Joseph, who was looking at him with the sun behind him, and Zayar standing quietly beside him. Although he was being scolded, seeing that nothing had changed, Vlad somehow felt relieved. Baroness Alicia has decided to let this matter pass quietly. Be grateful to her for her generosity. Ah, yes. Joseph and his entourage were inspecting the temporary encampment set up within the territory after leaving the mansion. Tents and campfires spread all around. Watching the thin smoke rising from the places where soldiers gathered, Vlad couldn't help but feel that it was a scene that didn't quite fit with Diomar. From today onwards, you will officially be working as Lady Alicia's knight, not under my command. Do we really need to do that? Now is the time to be careful. In this war, Vlad had to act not as Vlad of Schoarra, but as Vlad, Knight of Alicia. Vlad was still a criminal to the Vatican, and the Vatican's military power was entrenched in the northern middle, so being careful would do no harm. How long will I be under Lady Alicia's command? Why? Don't you like it? It's not that. But Vlad stumbled over his words in response to Joseph's question. Even though Vlad had never fought in a war, there was one fact that he understood well. I think I prefer being called Vlad of Schoarra. Joseph and Zayar nodded as if there was some merit in Vlad's words. The honorable titles attached to knights revealed not only their affiliation, but also their identity. Therefore, no matter how much Vlad had a connection with the territory of Diomar, he had no choice but to be reluctant to give up the title of Vlad of Schoarra. Still, it's best to develop some attachment. But Joseph left behind cryptic words and simply continued to survey the camp. Lady Alicia said she would let it pass quietly, not just let it go. It was a prestigious heirloom passed down from the ancestor who founded the family. No matter how much Vlad was considered a benefactor of Diomar, this matter required him to take responsibility in his own right. Baroness Alicia has requested priority negotiation rights regarding you. After our 7-year contract ends, that is, negotiation rights. The relationship between Joseph and Vlad was not bound by a lifelong oath of loyalty. The 7-year contract in exchange for opportunity and trust was now in its 3rd year, and after the contract ended, Vlad was completely free. Can I refuse? In that case, she might be disappointed. After all, it wasn't about enforcing the contract. It was simply asking Vlad to discuss it before seeking another lord. Lady Alicia, the owner of Hainal, wanted Vlad as her knight under her command. Anyway, is your horse still doing well? Are you referring to Noir? Yeah, that guy. Your notorious horse who doesn't listen to you. However, all of these conversations would ultimately take place after victory in the war. While Vlad's affiliation would outwardly align more closely with the Hainal family, the command authority still rested with Joseph. Joseph had already devised plans on how to utilize Vlad as a knight. While the troops stationed in Diomar will primarily focus on defense, it would not be desirable for us to simply wait passively. There was another tent erected there, far away from the other tents. It was a tent that stood alone, as if it couldn't blend in. Wait, who is this? A tent markedly different from the unified color scheme of Joseph's army. Vlad's eyebrows furrowed as he saw a man emerge from inside. Why is he here? It was part of the agreement from the start. Joseph shrugged as he looked at Vlad. Go say hello. You guys have to work together from now on. With an ominous undertone to Joseph's words, Vlad turned his gaze forward, wondering why they sounded so foreboding. A man who approaches Vlad with his arms outstretched so that anyone would mistake him for being a close friend. Braided hair, tattoos everywhere. It's been a while. Ag of the Budart tribe was smiling brightly while greeting Vlad. You've made quite the career for yourself, Sir Knight. Shut up. Vlad wiped his face with both hands as he heard Stefan's words. Seeing him like this, Stefan just chuckled softly while chewing on some jerky. After all, just getting a promotion is a big deal in itself. And on top of that, Sir Knight, didn't you say this is your first time in a war? That's right. Vlad listened to Stefan's words while looking at Noir, who was snorting in the stable. Stubborn, rough, and living by his own rules, Noir had all these flaws, but he was also the son of the grassland. Moreover, it's not just any scouting unit. It's an assault team. Considering my experience, this is a really good opportunity. Joseph was paying attention to Vlad and Noir's mobility, and he intended to assign suitable soldiers to match their mobility and lead them into battle against the Gaidar. You're not just an ordinary knight, you're in charge of a squad, so you'll definitely make a big impact in this war. If those barbarians listen to me. Vlad was put in charge of the Budart warriors by Joseph. Vlad couldn't understand the reasoning behind the selection, as he was the only one associated with the barbarians among the knights Joseph brought. Where are you going? For a walk? I'll come with you. No, don't follow me. For the barbarians, it was better to have someone they knew, like Vlad, as their leader rather than some strange guy. Stefan was promoted to Vlad's adjutant as soon as he was hired, so it was a good thing for everyone, except for Vlad, whose mind was in turmoil. It's not a place that anyone can enter. Understood. Vlad decided to take a moment to clear his mind and take a breather. Originally, there was someone desperately searching for him. As the sun set and soldiers bustled around the camp, Vlad left the bustling camp and walked to the quiet backyard of the mansion. There, he encountered a white figure perched on a hill, staring back at him. Why are you looking for me like this? On a low hill, a huge tree with the Hainal family emblem engraved on it. A white serpent stood there, staring at Vlad. Sniff. Alicia lay alone in a spacious room, illuminated by moonlight streaming in from outside. How can he really break it just because I gave it to him? Her reddened nose and scattered handkerchiefs on the bed testified to her recent outburst of tears. No matter how strong a dam is, it can collapse from even a small crack. Alicia, who had endured countless attacks from all sides, had finally succumbed to a single trigger, the Amber Stone. It was something my father left me. Although it was an heirloom passed down from ancestors, it was one of the few items that reminded Alicia of her father. But now, it is gone, melted away. Okay, it didn't matter anymore. One of her father's traces was forever lost. Alicia, who stood up wiping away tears, decided to take comfort in the fact that she did not shed tears in front of people. It's fine. I gave it to him to use like this anyway. Her father had said the yellow amber stone contained an inexplicable divine blessing. That's why she lent it to him, and in the end, Vlad came back in good health. Alicia tried to convince herself as she nodded at her reflection in the mirror. But it's not just about breaking it. Sitting by the bed, Alicia sighed as she looked at her swollen eyes and then retrieved the letters that Vlad had handed her instead of the amber stone. Osrina. Elves. The forest of the elves, Osrina. Though it was a place rarely open to humans, rumors had spread that elven goods were now being sold at high prices even in central regions. If I handled this well, although Vlad had lost the amber stone, he had brought back letters from the elves. Perhaps the letters she held now were more valuable than the amber stone her father had left her. Alicia vaguely speculated on the value of the letters she now held. As soon as she opened the envelope sent by the elves, a sudden gust of wind made Alicia close her eyes. What's this? Alicia, who was already very depressed, panicked at the sudden wind and went to the window and started rubbing her eyes. While Alicia rubbed her eyes, the wind from the envelope began to swirl around, decorating her room with the refreshing scent of the forest. Alicia, barely opening her eyes due to the wind blowing through the open window, caught sight of someone climbing the hill, illuminated by the moonlight pouring in. Now he comes and goes like his own home. Recognizing the sparkling figure even in the moonlight, Alicia watched the back of Vlad climbing the hill with pursed lips. Bowing towards the graves, waving towards the hainal trees, Vlad, Alicia's knight, stood atop the hill. Huh? Momentarily startled by the unexpected sight, Alicia blinked again. There are no fireflies on that hill, yet fireflies were visible. Particles of light emitted from Vlad. Although she couldn't clearly tell because she was looking at it from a distance, Alicia could clearly see lights floating on the hill. Clearly tiny fireflies that looked like they had just been born were coming out of Vlad's sword. Chapter 136. Will he be able to do well? Two people walked along a sunlit corridor. Isn't it still early for Sir Vlad? It might be better for him to observe and learn alongside the other knights. It will be enough. While Alicia wore a worried expression, Yosef's face remained calm. Sir Vlad was already a leader of his own group from the first time I met him. I see. Alicia silently nodded in response to Yosef's words. Although he belonged to Hainal, Vlad was ultimately a knight of Bayezid. Expressing opinions about him in front of Joseph required caution. What was he like when you first met him? He was a mercenary I had hired. We met during a monster subjugation that started in Varna. Joseph glanced outside the corridor, reminiscing about the winter days. A 17-year-old with the identity card of a 31-year-old. Thinking back, he couldn't help but laugh at the audacious behavior of that boy. But aren't they all rough people? Barbarians, mercenaries, all of them are new subordinates. Lady Alicia. Joseph stopped walking, turning to look at her with a faint smile as if to reassure her. I understand why you're worried about him. She had heard it was his first time leading a war. Nevertheless, the fact that he will become the leader of a group and perform separate missions. Alicia hoped Vlad, still young, would stick with the other knights and stay in a safe place. But Vlad had already proven himself capable of handling many people's worries. Savage barbarians, weathered mercenaries. It must be tough for a knight who hasn't even reached 20 to handle. With those words, Joseph looked out at the scenery beyond the corridor. A temporary encampment where soldiers from Hainal and Bayezid gathered. Amidst the clustered tents, people were gathering in one place. But don't worry too much. The bustling noise reached the mansion. With that noise, men from different affiliations and origins started mingling. He's not to be underestimated when it comes to roughness. What? Joseph stepped away from the window, as if to take a look, saying something that seemed incomprehensible. See for yourself. Following Joseph's lead, Alicia began to observe the scene beyond the window. In the temporary encampment where soldiers were gathered for some reason, A large circle had formed amidst the excited crowd, and within it stood two men. I see him. Alicia squinted, trying to make out the distant sight against the sunlight. Blonde hair shining in the sunlight. There were fireflies flying around, even though it was midday, not night. Strike boldly and decisively. Cheer up. Knight of Dioma. Show these barbarians who we are. Who? The relentless shouts from all directions felt like they were shaking even his heart. Yet Vlad remained calm, taking slow breaths to steady himself. Before him stood Ag, shirtless and making a grim expression. The tattoos etched flawlessly over his tense muscles seemed menacing. Come on in. With a gesture typical of barbarians, Ag began to provoke Vlad. In response, the soldiers surrounding the circle intensified their cheers. These guys are awfully noisy. Vlad spat roughly, clearly displeased with the current situation. Having removed his insignia, Vlad stood there as the pure Vlad, slowly recalling memories of Schoarra. With each breath, the madness of the past surged within him. The roughness of the back alleys began to appear in the knight's blue eyes. Ag, observing Vlad's approach, instinctively adjusted his stance without realizing it. A peculiarly poised guard. The close combat skills learned directly from Larmand were indeed covering Vlad's weaknesses. What's with that gaze? Vlad approaches with both the skills of a knight and the power of a back out. Looking at him, Aga swallowed his saliva without realizing it. Come. The technique of the single-hit kill is about dominating the gap. Even though he didn't lift the sword, Vlad's own space was already engraved on his body. To the left. The fist that extends nimbly is sharp. However, Aga, a warrior with ample experience in close combat, swiftly raised his right arm to shield his chin, aiming for an immediate counterattack. Oh! Suddenly, pain shot up from his right ankle. Along with it, Ag's balance slowly began to falter. You should have kept your eyes open. The left was a feint. Or perhaps it wasn't just a feint, but rather not as fast as it seemed. Vlad, who changed his striking point based on Age's reaction, succeeded in hitting Aga with a low kick. Darn it! Looking at the smirking Vlad, Aga could once again recall the person before him. The one who drove Lindworm into a corner, chased after him, and ultimately killed the dragon. Vlad was the hunter who captured the biggest prey Aga had ever seen. Don't bark at me again. The momentum, starting from his blue eyes, formed a single line and began to charge at Ag. Grrr! Ag rushed to hug Vlad in an attempt to overturn his momentum, but his eyes began to turn white from the continuous blows that started immediately. Vlad's attack is persistent, as if he will never end it in one blow. Thunk! Thunk, thunk, thunk. The relentless punches relentlessly hammered Aga's ribs and abdomen to the point where he could barely catch his breath. Each extending fist felt like a hefty blow of a log rushing towards him. Though it seemed like mere instinctual movements on the surface, Ag, facing them directly, could feel it. To overcome the difference in physique, one must dismantle from the bottom. Vlad, who had been fighting opponents bigger than himself since he was young, was well aware of this fact, and was now mercilessly unleashing the experience he had accumulated against Ag. More savage than a barbarian, more viscous than worn-out mercenaries. The beast that jumped out of the back alley was rushing towards Ag, wearing the skills of a knight. I've lost. Vlad finally pushed over the large northern tree. Feeling the cold touch of the ground on his back, Agi looked up at the hunter pressing down on him under the blue sky. Vlad's face, with the sun at his back, was nothing but a silhouette. Speak politely. I've lost. Stepping away from Ash, Vlad shrugged and looked at the barbarians in front of him. If anyone still has a grudge, come at me. But this time, I'll face you not with my fists, but with my sword. The barbarians simply fell silent at Vlad's murderous gaze. Barbarians had agreed to come along, according to the contract, but had vowed not to bow to the people of the Empire. However, no matter how much they did, they had no choice in the face of rules that apply in any world. Vlad succeeded in making them understand through force. Wait! What now? Ag, who had been lying down just a moment ago, shouted a few words and stood up, loudly calling out to Vlad. The captain is supposed to. No, let the captain do it. What do I do? Ag's eyes began to search for the scarlet hidden in the crowd. Ag, a warrior of the Budart tribe, had not completely backed down yet. Not even an adjutant. I'll follow your orders since I've lost. But that doesn't mean I'll just hand over my position as second in command. Age had no intention of bowing even to Stefan. Oh, this is crazy. You two sorted out yourselves. Stefan, who noticed that Age was targeting him, scratched his head as if he had a headache. In the end, Stefan came forward as if pushed by his subordinates. Seeing him like that, the soldiers' shouts began to get louder again. If you step down from your position as an adjutant, your pay will be docked. Ha! He took a lot of beating, didn't he? Watching Ag spit out blood, Stefan began to loosen his collar. The fight between barbarians and mercenaries resumed. The excited cheers of the soldiers spread loudly, echoing in the air. Make way! Vlad came out of the circle, shaking off the men approaching from everywhere. Vlad went outside to the quiet outside and made eye contact with the noble lady who was frozen in shock on the railing of the hallway in the distance. Vlad bowed his head to her with an awkward smile, but Alicia was just looking at Vlad with blank eyes, probably shocked by the confrontation just now. How are you? Do you think he'll continue to do well in the future? Yes. Watching Vlad swiftly subdue the barbarians, Alicia found it difficult to speak. Vlad, the young knight who always presented himself with honor. But the sight he showed today was rough, like a hungry beast. He is doing well, and I believe he'll continue to do well in the future. And Alicia didn't feel entirely displeased by this different side of Vlad. Vlad leaves for the hills with a greeting. Alicia's eyes were fluttering slightly as she discovered the new aspect of Vlad. The West must stretch endlessly. While they dominate vast lands, the lands they possess are nothing but desolate plains where not even a blade of grass grows properly. That's why the West has always lived by taking from each other, plundering and pillaging, until the fallen dragon turns their heads away. Lord Baron, Lord Baron! The city of Nassau. A port city ruled by Baron Isnik. Baron Isnik, responsible for a major part of Western maritime trade, but the reports he was hearing now were enough to make him doubt his ears. Everything's been looted? That's everything. Everything. As the butler's report dwindled, the Baron's carefully groomed mustache began to tremble. What utter nonsense is this? With a loud bang, Baron Isnik slammed his desk. Unable to contain his rising anger, he unleashed a string of curses. Who the hell crawled in here and plundered everything? Are they pirates? Or perhaps nearby lords were responsible? It would have been plausible when the Rabnoma family and Gaidar family were fighting, but considering the area had already established some semblance of order, the report of looted supplies was hard to believe for the Baron. Who is it? You don't even know who did this. Looking into the eyes filled with, the Knight Commander could only shake his head in disbelief. They say it's the forces of Hainal. What? Hainal's a knight of Lady Alicia. The Baron, in response to the Commander's report, widened his eyes in disbelief. Hainal. Diomar? No? How far is this place from there? Indeed, Diomar and Nassau went over a week's ride without rest. It was unimaginable for anyone to easily conceive that soldiers from Hainal, who should have been crouched in preparation for the upcoming battle, would come all the way here. How on earth did they crawl in here? From afar, unnoticed. And the looters who disappeared like the wind, leaving no trace. However, the situation had already occurred, and all the supplies the Baron had sent were burned. The only clue they left behind was the name of Lady Alicia. Find them immediately. Find them and bring them to me. In the West, being plundered meant nothing short of death. However, even the looters who plundered were a cunning bunch, now lurking between the night skies of the West. Night of the back alley, barbarians of the North, and worn-out mercenaries. It was a young, evil strike force put together by a man with dark eyes. War between the West and the North. The earliest beacon of the North against the approaching malevolence of the West belonged to Lady Alicia's knight Vlad. Chapter 137. Soldiers were walking along a narrow mountain path. The creaking sound of a carriage, laden with something heavy, echoed through the mountains. But there have been strange rumors going around lately. What rumors? The march was not only peaceful, but also boring. The supply convoy heading for Diomar had been traveling a peaceful road, so much so that tension was gradually easing for everyone. They say supply convoys heading to Diomar are being attacked. Attacked? One of the soldiers began to speak to the man next to him, perhaps out of boredom from the monotonous journey. But upon hearing the words, the soldier beside him just chuckled, as if it were absurd. What kind of bandits would dare to attack a supply convoy filled with armed soldiers? Apparently it's true. I heard people talking about it in the last village we passed through. Who would dare to assault a group of soldiers armed to the teeth? Even if the supply unit is weaker than the general military procession, it would be a burden for regular bandits to target. Don't talk nonsense. If there were a group bold enough to rob soldiers, rumors would have spread long ago. That may be so, but the soldier who initiated the conversation seemed to realize his concerns were unfounded, scratching his head and falling silent. Moreover, they were currently on a wartime footing. Even if there were bandits targeting supply convoys, now was not the time to speak freely, considering the bustling activity of military personnel. Huh? However, misfortune always had a way of approaching from unexpected angles. Arrows, fire arrows. The carriage is on fire. The ominous presence had a way of drawing near when it called out its name. The trees are falling. From amidst the bushes, arrows filled with malice were shot, and simultaneously, trees began to topple in front and behind the procession. It's an ambush. Ambush. Everyone, arm yourselves. In an instant, the path was blocked. The black smoke rising from the carriages, the startled cries of horses. It was the moment when Bayezid's malice, deeply rooted in the western depths, bared its fangs. Stay calm, everyone. Although it was a sudden and unexpected situation, the leader of the supply unit quickly tried to calm the situation by encouraging his knights and soldiers. Oh, stop. Protect the cargo. A knight of middle age, appearing solemn. As experienced as he seemed, he quickly attempted to rectify the situation and prepare for the impending assault. However, the onslaught of malice was faster and sharper than he had anticipated, a speed to be reckoned with. But by the time he saw it, it was too late, and by the time he reacted, it had already passed. Gawk! Gag! With a chilling sensation, warm liquid gushed forth. The leader of the convoy, unable to believe the current situation, grasped at his throat, wheezing. Yet, the beats originating from his heart continued to escape through his throat incessantly. Even react? While the soldiers were frozen in shock at the sudden situation, someone was smiling behind the splattering blood. It wasn't a duel, but a war. Nevertheless, the technique of killing with a single blow was applicable in any battlefield. This should suffice. For now, where am I? And how far can I go? The inexperienced young knight, through numerous trials, had sought to ascertain his position, and now he was certain. You two, come at me. Now I have become a formidable presence in someone's eyes. This madness, Captain Eve. You. Who you? The two knights, startled by the death of their captain, drew their swords hastily and approached Vlad, surrounding him. 2 against 1. Yet it was the one opposing them that overwhelmed the battlefield. Who am I? A calm yet resonant voice. Amidst the attention of all, a single thread of the world began to emanate slowly from the blonde-haired man. I am someone who has received legitimate authority from a noble person. From his left eye, a clearly shining aura began to emanate. The flag, name, and world. Now Vlad was someone who had the qualification to carve his own world in this world. I am Lady Alicia's knight, Vlad. A single proclamation echoed quietly through the forest. The forest began to shake as if it had been waiting for that proclamation. Now, kill them all. Merciless mercenaries, starving barbarians. With Vlad's call, unidentified individuals began to rush out. Shining white teeth were clearly visible between the distorted tattoos. You sons of bitches! Why are you so late? Now we'll chop some people instead of trees. One scream followed by another. Underneath the gruesome axes, soldiers' helmets burst open. Beneath the incessantly fluttering banner of the West, the grains loaded on the wagon began to quench their dry thirst by swallowing bright red blood. Let's get started quickly. At this rate, all your subordinates will die. This violent. Contrary to Vlad's seemingly relaxed expression, the two knights were simply bewildered. The screams that relentlessly echoed from behind. Yet the knights couldn't easily draw their swords towards the intruders before them. Aren't you going to come in? Because this place was Vlad's battlefield. Naturally, the flowing world was slowly dyeing this world in his colors. Good work. Do not mention, Father, a city with the history of Bayezid. Sturma. Two Bayezids looked at each other. As you ordered, I have led all the soldiers from the fortresses along the northern border. About 1,000 soldiers in total. Good. After hearing Rutger's report, Peter nodded with satisfaction and accepted the map given by his advisor. Lagmus. The enemies are currently advancing towards Diomar, approximately 5,000 in number. Peter explained the situation in detail along with the map. If military movements were so blatant, there was no reason they wouldn't notice. In opposition, we have about 3,000 soldiers even after combining forces with the Hainal army. Yes. Gaidar was not alone in their march. Since they were coming with direct and indirect support from the 6 families that followed them, it was safe to call them the Western Allied Forces. What does Iron Duke have to say? He said he would help fend off any potential threat from the barbarians, but it seems their direct involvement in battle will be difficult. However, even with the strong provocation from the West, Timur Baranov, the protector of the North, couldn't participate in opposing Gaidar's northern advance this time. For him, the most urgent matter was resolving the evil presence of Baron Utman. The forces in the central region, still clumping and sticking out like thorns, were tying up Iron Duke's limbs. On the surface, it's simply a confrontation between Diomar and Gaidar. Excluding us, who are direct allies, other northern lords may not have enough justification to participate. Peter couldn't help but furrow his brows at the appearance of disadvantage seemingly orchestrated by someone. The war between the 7 and 2 families. At first glance, the outcome of the battle may seem predetermined by sheer numbers. However, there is undoubtedly a gap to exploit. Peter's finger pointed to a section of the map. Towards the rear of the west. It was where the western families, whose roots were not yet clearly defined, had settled. Gaidar is not yet the undisputed ruler of the west, and their allied army is like a fragile band. So, we will target this. One of the biggest reasons Gaidar aims for the north is regime stability. The top goal of this war will be to acquire scarce resources and at the same time solidify their regime through strong military power. I will give you 800 soldiers, as you command, Father. To win, one must know the enemy and oneself. And Peter, along with their strengths, had already seen through the fatal weaknesses of Gaidar. Lead the soldiers I've given you and take a ship. An unexpected order to head south. While Rutger was taken aback, Peter's finger firmly pointed to the river that starts from Schoarra. Our enemies are like grains of sand, and we will exploit that gap. The direction of the war is decided from the preparation stage. Peter never intended to determine the outcome of this war in a pitched battle between 5,000 and 3,000. Lead the soldiers and occupy the city of Nassau in the Iznik barony. Peter's finger pointed towards the sea along the river. No one would have expected it. That Bayezid would withdraw troops and launch a preemptive strike in the current situation. It's fine if you can't occupy it. Instead, destroy it thoroughly. They may not be able to directly enter the port of Nassau, which has many ships. But if they manage to land successfully in the vicinity, there would be no possible way for the city of Nassau to stop Rutger's soldiers. After all, their remaining ground forces were busy operating supply lines for Gaidar. I understand, Father. Now that Rutger finally grasped Peter's intentions, he accepted the orders handed to him and bowed his head. Perhaps we may even obtain the year-round port through this war. Now is not the time to consider gains. A war where no one could help. It was undoubtedly unfavorable conditions, but if one were to flip the perspective, it also meant that all spoils of war in this conflict would belong to Bayezid. Peter, as a ruler, was someone who prepared for the worst and even the best scenarios. Go, and be careful. Yes, Father. Understanding the sincerity embedded in Peter's dry tone, Rutger left the office with a small smile. Clack. Clack. The office, now vacated by Rutger. As Peter and Lagmus quietly looked down at the map, a crow tapping on the window caught their attention. Judging by the lack of hesitation in its tapping, it seemed like it was not the crow's first time delivering messages. It has finally arrived. The crow brought a letter from the undercover group that Peter cultivated with as much effort as the Knight's Order. Oh, I guess he changed his name to Marcus this time. The name changed with every dispatch of a message, but that was not important. What mattered was whether the contents of the letter could satisfy Peter or not. Excellent. Though Peter rarely revealed his emotions, this time he was wearing a faint smile. Lagmus, prepare a crystal ball to send a message to Joseph. Yes, my lord. Looking at Peter's somewhat satisfied expression, Lagmus could guess the contents of the message within the letter. As Lagmus quietly cast his spell, the light emitted from the crystal ball began to brighten gradually. Peter, gazing at the light intently, seemed to be drifting further away with his thoughts. They started it, so it's only fitting that we finish it. A pillar and noble family of the north. Bayezid. Ch. Hardened styles. The eyes of the head of the family, Peter Bayezid, were focused on the western usurper, who was approaching the north beyond Dirma. The ruthlessness of the north had no intention of treating those who invaded them with kindness. Mylan Dios, Alin Wondan Ch. Panayalesh. Only the occasional groans accompanied the merciless slashing of blades in this place, filled with carnage. There, Vlad was sitting on a half-collapsed carriage, muttering something. Is that tasty? It's decent, in its own way. His hands were busy peeling off the half-scorched wheat husk. However, no one could deny that his actions didn't quite match his appearance. Hey, adjutant, have you burned all the provisions? We've burned them all. And the arrows, of course, those too. I have done this kind of thing once or twice before, Age reported confidently in response to Vlad's question. It wasn't surprising, considering looting and arson were specialties among the barbarians. And have you taken all the gold coins? Bring them. Every last bit. Age sighed as he looked at Vlad's outstretched hand, as if to say, hurry up and give them to me. You really seem more suited to this than being a knight. Bring them quickly. I'll distribute everything later. A ruffian of the back alley who naturally preys on the bandits of the grassland. Joseph's recommendations were remarkably accurate. Watching the scene of evil being suppressed by evil, Stefan shook his head in disbelief. If everything's been taken, let's go. Though it's unclear which family they belong to, Vlad's assault team successfully raided the supply convoy according to orders. Carriages starting to catch fire in various places as per Vlad's orders. The intense smell of burning wheat, slightly masking the scent of blood, filled the air as the flames roared. Captain, look, there's a crow coming. Age, with his sharp eyes like those of a barbarian, spotted the crow circling in the sky. Vlad merely cocked his head at the sight. How do they keep finding me every time? A mysterious night. The crow, undoubtedly sent by Marcus, began descending in a leisurely spiral towards Vlad. The black feathers, now settled, reminded him of the man's face full of scars. He heard that crows like shiny things. And Age shrugged in response to Vlad's question. Isn't your blonde hair shiny? I think even a crow would find it easily. So you're a crow expert now. Responding with a wry smile to Age's banter, Vlad deftly retrieved a scroll tied to the crow's ankle. I wonder what's next. As soon as the mission was over, another job came in, but no one here complained. After all, they were at war right now, and they knew that Bayezid would have an advantage whenever they continued to move. And Bayezid was one of the few employers who paid generously. Follow the crow. 2 orders written on a small note. One was to follow the crow's lead, and the other remaining order. Rescue the last remaining Rabnoma. The bold handwriting emphasized the importance of this mission, unlike any before. After reading the last order, Vlad naturally looked at the crow that was stealing and eating the wheat he was carrying. The look in its eyes seemed to be asking them if they were ready to leave. Chapter 138. In the west, even farther west, a city situated in a place where only endless wastelands stretch out. The troops, starting from the capital of Gaidar, Trinova, were currently passing through the heart of the west, slowly advancing towards Dioma. Among the troops lined up as dark as ever, a man stood under the most magnificent flag. Count Gaidar, with a fierce gaze as striking as his well-developed upper body, was currently looking over a report with a disappointed smile. So, you're saying all of this was caused by just one man? Yes, Lord Count. The reason he was smiling with disappointment right now. It was because even he found the contents written in the report absurd. A total of 7 supply units from 4 families were attacked along the road. The goods were completely destroyed and the troops were annihilated. Though he was reading it aloud slowly, it didn't immediately sink in his head. Not only was it difficult to humbly accept such painful losses, but above all, it was hard to comprehend logically. But it seems this mischief took just a mere 6 days. Count Gaidar, skimming through the densely written list, chuckled with a disappointed expression, scratching his chin. If this report is to be believed, there were even instances where they struck twice in a single day. The inevitable anger that follows disappointment. The thick eyebrows of Count Gaidar, now scrutinizing the report, were twitching roughly. "Is it that rascal who took my son's sword?" "Yes, Lord Count." Godin, who was standing next to the Count, nodded quietly and opened his mouth. "Vlad of Schoarra. He's now operating under the name of Lady Alicia. Vlad of Schoarra. A knight from the north raised by Bayezid. And he's also the lad raised in the back alleys by Jorge. And the boy who wielded Jorge's dagger." Count Sigmund mulled over the old name, picturing the visage of a man. A massive frame, a rough demeanor, and the loyal hound of the previous family head always regarding him with a wary gaze. "Should have killed him the first time you guys met. My apologies." After hearing Godin's report, Sigmund shook his head and clicked his tongue. Just the thought of that lad, whose mere existence was unpleasant, now wreaking havoc in the West. Indeed, he couldn't stand Jorge even in death. Bayezid has sharpened him. Probably trained him rigorously in anticipation of this, Sigmund Gaidar thought to himself. The ones now causing havoc in the rear must undoubtedly be talents specially trained by Bayezid. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to sweep through the western coast's roads at such an absurd speed. Vlad's movements were so quick that they forced Sigmund to make a wrong decision. It seems Count Bayezid wants to buy some time. However, amidst this series of events, Sigmund could somewhat discern Petar Bayezid's intentions. Although the plundered supplies were a painful loss, they hadn't just turned everything into ashes. "Increase the marching speed of the entire army. We must reach Diomar as quickly as possible." He had the build of a bear but the cunning of a fox. He was none other than Sigmund Gaidar, the usurper of the West. "I can't allow you to drag this out until winter." The flow favored Gaidar, but time favored Bayezid. Petar Bayezid was pressuring Sigmund, thoroughly reminding him of the basics of warfare: an attacking expeditionary force and a defensive army that is staging a sit-in. It was clear that the West would be at a disadvantage as time passed, so Peter must have been trying to buy time by waiting for the coming winter. "All troops, breaking news. Match your steps." Sigmund personally encouraged the soldiers to increase their marching speed, raising his voice. Having sensed the opponent's intentions, there was no reason to be swayed any further. In the fierce game of cat and mouse for control of the battlefield, Count Gaidar didn't forget his main objective. Ultimately, the first step of this war would be taken in Diomar. "Lord Count, what now?" However, the report hastily brought by the scout was enough to unsettle his composure. "There's a bridge ahead by the river." A report that didn't need further explanation to be understood. Before the scout could finish speaking, Sigmund hurriedly stepped forward, glaring at the soldiers standing still at the front. He cursed under his breath. "It's broken. These damn northern bastards." As Godin had said, the bridge by the river was broken, as if it had been deliberately sabotaged, a warning and a provocation directed at Sigmund. How many days would it take for that bastard Vlad to get here? Even if he's fast, it would take a week. Upon hearing Godin's report, Sigmund looked up at the sky. Gathering storm clouds. An ominous sign heralding rising waves. It seems the pests that have burrowed into the West aren't just one or two. Peter wasn't just waiting. His intentions to lightly, broadly, and boldly shake the West were coming true. Shoo! Heavy rain began to pour down over Gaidar's flag. As the rain fell, the procession in the West gradually came to a halt. The rain clouds that originated from the north slowly enveloped the Western forces. It seemed that the one who had seized the first move in this war was not Sigmund. It's raining. Not bad. Men hidden on the hill. Despite their appearance, a chaotic mixture of colors resembling bandits, their disciplined demeanor indicated otherwise. Are those slave traders? Yeah. The West has always been active in the slave trade. Slave traders quickly began setting up tents along with the falling rain below. As cold as the falling raindrops, their movements were swift, but the people standing still on the carts they brought were helpless. People trapped behind thick bars, enduring the rain helplessly. They were all captured slaves. Aren't they going to do something to those people? Have you ever seen anyone set up tents for cattle or horses in the rain? Less than cattle or horses. Now people who had been deprived of their human status were shivering in the rain, relying on each other. I set up for them. You're good with the horses. Marcus, a man full of scars, smiled at Vlad's words and began to quietly look at the slave traders. Maybe there's still a trace of the Rabnoma bloodline among them. One of the traders. It is like an undying ember in a pile of ashes. The influence of Rabnoma still lingered deep in the West, and Gaidar spared no effort in hunting down their bloodline. Perhaps to escape this far, they needed a strong deception to hide from the eyes of the usurpers. I don't know who they are, but they've done an impressive job of disguising themselves. I don't see anyone down there who looks like a nobleman's retainer. Of course not. Quietly gesturing to his men to indicate positions, Marcus looked at Vlad with a smirk. The last Rabnoma is posing as a slave right now. I see. To survive, one must roll with the punches. The last Rabnoma, whoever they were, was currently enduring humiliation while striving to survive behind bars. We'll handle the carts. We'll rescue the Rabnoma bloodline, so you just need to draw the attention of the traders up front. Can I kill them all? The blue eyes began to shine amidst the rain. Though Vlad had grown up in crime-ridden back alleys, he was not one to easily yield to slave traders. Yes, you can. Understood. With Marcus' approval, Vlad nodded quietly. Still hanging on the tip of Vlad's finger was a single black tear. The hand that once wiped Anna's tears in the misty village was now silently moving towards the sword. Let's begin. Yes. As Vlad and Marcus gave the signal, the men began to scatter. Separating from the covert operation team, Vlad descended the hill slowly, followed by barbarians and mercenaries. I said to draw attention, not charge straight in. Watching Vlad and his companions openly positioned on the hill, Marcus chuckled and shook his head. He was touted as Bayezid's finest herder. Indeed, his confident stride demanded attention even from the dragons. Shoo! The rain poured down like a giant curtain, heavy rain that is hard to see in the north. Vlad, who had been quietly watching the rain, walked straight towards the campsite in front of him with an expressionless face. What's this? Thud. Blood began to spray as heads rolled. The unpleasant scent mixing with the rain only added to Vlad's discomfort. I killed them too quickly. Vlad doesn't particularly like rain. The damp air that comes with rain always brings back unpleasant memories and smells buried deep in his chest. I'll handle it. Good. Stefan picked up a small bell nearby and began to ring it vigorously. The sound of the small bell, barely audible over the rain, echoed through the campsite, warning of intruders. What's going on? What's happening? Get your weapons. Men began to hastily exit the tents in response to the bell, but they never made it out. The small tents began to shake violently with the sudden intrusion. As the horrifying screams ceased and the tents fell silent, the only ones emerging from outside were the tattooed barbarians. What in the world are these? They looked like bandits, but the finishing was too clean. Accompanied by the screams echoing throughout the campsite, black crows began to descend from the hilltops. Kill them all. Catch even those who try to flee if possible. With the subtly given order, Vlad, his hood pulled deeply over his head, quietly merged into the torrential rain. Those who didn't notice him passed by quietly. Those he recognized were swiftly dispatched. Finally, he arrived at the largest tent, the entrance flanked by quiet but tense breathing. Sloppy. Crack. Slice. The tense anticipation was shattered as Vlad's sword sliced through the entire tent. The splatter of blood was so intense that it could be felt from outside as the tent was ruthlessly torn apart. Is the owner here? Now, there was only silence inside the quiet tent. As Vlad entered, the sound of rain that had been loud outside lessened slightly. Vlad calmly shook the raindrops off his cloak and walked into the tent, past the corpses that had been cut in two at the waist. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Vlad's blood-stained footsteps slowly spread across the ground. I was wondering if there was a suspicious person among the slaves you recently purchased. Another space provided inside the tent. Vlad went inside, lifting the flowing cloth, and there he encountered a completely unexpected sight. Ha! A middle-aged man lying dead on a bed with his eyes wide open. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the damp air forcefully assaulted his nostrils. Beside the scattered corpse, there were two pairs of eyes staring back at him. Leave. The faint flicker of the torchlight barely illuminates the space. In the narrow and dark confines, a woman and a child meet eyes. I told you to leave, before I kill you too. The fear in the woman's eyes, cradling the child, is pitiful, and the little boy shaking in her arms, holding the bloody dagger. Vlad, caught by an inexplicable sense of déjà vu as he looked at them, stopped in a daze. Hey! In the arms of a woman who was tired of being tormented by men, a young boy was holding up a bloody dagger. Though they protect each other, their feeble struggles evoke a distant memory buried deep within Vlad's mind. Did you kill him? I told you to stay away. Under the dim torchlight, the scent of blood fills the air. A long time ago, there was a mother trembling while hugging her child in a small room filled with a fishy smell, much like the woman now. Is that so? Vlad quietly lowered his head while listening to the faint sound of rain coming from outside. In the cramped room, clear streaks of red trickle along the floor. Perhaps on that day, much like today, the rain poured down just like this. Chapter 139. A place where people come to relieve their shameful desires that are difficult to share with anyone. Because it was such a place, unexpected accidents sometimes occurred. The men who came here had the misconception that they could buy everything from a woman with just a few faded silver coins. Ah! This crazy bastard. Under the faint light of a dimly flickering lantern, a man was yelling as if to chase away someone leaving. The woman who was sitting down in front of the man, holding the child, had a bright blue swollen palm mark on her neck. It was a wound that would have been broken and bent beyond repair if they had been even a little late. How dare this lunatic stab me? A tiny dagger hung from the man's waist, just out of reach. The man, who was struggling with both arms to pull it out, eventually chose to release his anger towards the woman and child in front of him. A vibration that resonates deeply, as if he had been hit. Yet, the reason he could endure it was probably because of his mother shielding him with her entire body. Motherhood, shining even in the lowest and humblest places, had no hesitation in embracing the young boy. The sound of rain from outside filled the air. Vlad still remembered the sound of his mother's screams echoing along with the rain. Vlad had always been someone who wished to protect something. However, the sword he used to protect someone for the first time was too small and short. Leading the way on his noir, Vlad seemed uncomfortable as he kept scratching at the back of his head. "Is that kid still staring at me?" "Yes." A quiet response to the subtly inquiring question. Vlad frowned after hearing Stefan's answer. "Why does he keep doing that?" "Last night, they rescued the last survivor of the Rabnoma family from the slave traders. Carl still clung to the woman's embrace, only staring intently at Vlad's back. Go and try to act friendly at least. He's holding a knife right now, not a Carl Rabnoma." The more accurate the title, the better. It was a reminder to treat him with caution, as he was still a son of the prestigious Count's family and would be of great use in the future. Vlad, who had been scolded by Marcus for no reason, carefully turned his head and looked at the boy, a small child who didn't even look 10. Though he seemed fragile, wrapped tightly in the woman's embrace, the dagger he held tightly gleamed, as sharp as ever. "It seems like he liked the cloak you gave him. I just lent it to him to avoid the rain. I'll take it back anyway." The woman and boy who were riding the horse with difficulty were now covering themselves with black cloak, a cloak from the north that spared no expense. The cloak Okasna gave Vlad was warm as she intended, and now that warmth was enough to embrace the two who were wandering in the humblest of places. Anyway, treat them with respect. There's nothing good about having a bad relationship. It is the responsibility of the child to take care of the child. In this place filled with sinister faces, Vlad was the only one who looked somewhat reassuring, so Marcus's selection was accurate. Understood. Green hair cut in a messy manner, as if it had been cut off in a hurry. The boy's sunken cheeks, perhaps due to a rough experience, certainly made him look shabby, but even so, his natural appearance did not fade at all. He'll probably make quite an impression on girls when he grows up. Though he looked like a kid who wasn't even 10, Vlad was certain that he would attract attention from women. However, Vlad didn't know. The little boy facing him right now was having similar thoughts to his own. "Hey! Get lost!" Before he could finish speaking, a rejection flew at him like a dagger. It was a somewhat brave first attempt at conversation, but the boy's cold response only made the atmosphere chillier. "I haven't even said anything yet. Get lost. Stay away from Marta." The dagger being waved around wasn't threatening at all. However, the eyes that were looking at the end were harsh. "Fine." Vlad nodded as he looked into the woman's apologetic eyes. Though it wasn't the kind of action one would take toward a benefactor, it was a behavior that could be understood and sympathized with enough. No matter how young, Vlad knew there were things worth protecting. "You're doing well." Vlad smiled bitterly as he looked at the boy with a lot of thorns like a wounded hedgehog. "But still, you're better than me. In the end, you succeeded in protecting after all." That day there was a thin scar on the slave merchant's neck, lying sprawled on the bed. Small and shallow, yet undoubtedly a fatal wound. The boy had definitely aimed for it, and prevented the malice that was about to attack the woman. It was a much better finish than his own when he was young. Keep doing that in the future. A similar scene, but a completely different outcome. Seeing the boy blocking the wounded woman inside the slave merchant's tent, Vlad found some inexplicable comfort. "Take it." Who? Though Carl had bristled with thorns, he was startled by the paper bowl flying at him without context. Despite being piled up, the unmistakable scent of pastry. The insignia of the Schoarra family was engraved on the paper bowl. "What's it? It's expensive." Schoarra family sausage. It was Vlad's way of complimenting and thanking Carl. "You eat like the heat of the crackling bonfire." The boy's gaze from afar was still fixed on Vlad. Now Vlad was just quietly eating the beef jerky, looking away from the eyes that anyone could clearly see. "It seems like Carl Rabnoma is quite interested in you. He gave him my cloak and even my favorite sausage. Well, if it's Knorr family sausage, I would say it would be different. Marcus nodded silently at Vlad's response. It wasn't that showing interest just because he gave something was appropriate, but it was still a decent form of relationship building. He had thought Vlad would only behave monotonously and beggarly since he lived in lowly places, but he seemed to know how to reciprocate nonetheless. Aye, but can that kid really do it? Vlad, who was cutting beef jerky with a dagger, looked at Carl beyond the flames of the bonfire, the last remaining Rabnama. Perhaps a boy who could become another force in the West. But the burden on that boy's shoulders was undoubtedly heavy. We have to make it possible. Behind Gaidar, there were still families maintaining neutrality without any movement. Some families were just waiting for an opportunity. But it was a fact that there were still families loyal to the Rabnoma family. If we can just break Gaidar's momentum in this war, the Western Alliance will surely falter. War doesn't end with just one clash. Peter had been looking beyond the battle in Diomar, and for that, he had invested a lot of time and money into pulling the last remaining Rabnoma out of the West. If the front lines emerge from both ends, even Gaidar will be troubled. Even if they were advancing forward, if flames erupted from behind, even Gaidar would be perplexed. To prevent such unforeseen events, they had been eliminating the bloodlines of Rabnoma all this time. Now all we have to do is go back. The mission was successful, and unexpected outcomes were also achieved. However, Marcus, chewing on the jerky Vlad handed him, frowned. What's the problem? No, it's not that. Marcus, a knight who had long operated in the shadow of Bayezid, had always been thrust into complex situations and had successfully led most missions. It's just that things are going too smoothly. It was a superstition, a jinx gained through countless experiences. If the beginning was good, the end wouldn't be. I see. It was a feeling that couldn't be explained by mere premonition, but rather the result of accumulated experiences. Marcus's worries, based on his long experience, were never baseless. Like his ominous premonition, a crow flew through the dark night sky. Amidst its flapping wings, the scent of blood carried on the breeze didn't seem to bring good news. No wonder things were going too smoothly. Crow flew in, covered in someone's blood. The message it brought urgently scribbled a warning from someone. Stop camping. Is it serious? Though orders hadn't been given yet, the undercover group began swiftly extinguishing the campfire upon sensing Marcus' mood. As their swift actions began, Carl's eyes, which had just started to find some stability, began to tremble visibly. No wonder things were going too smoothly. The gaze Marcus directed at Vlad began to shimmer significantly. Bayezid's best dragon slayer, a knight from the north who had diligently cultivated a grudge against Gaidar. Sigmund's gaze on Vlad was deeper than Marcus had anticipated. It seems Gaidar harbors deeper resentment towards you than I expected. Marcus hands Vlad the blood-stained note. The note he received had his name written on it, as well as a name he had never heard of before. Have all the paths been sealed? Yes, my lord. Through the magical message, we have received confirmations from the lords. Peter's interference forced Count Sigmund to sit down reluctantly inside the tent of the main camp, as he quietly studied the map. It seems we have cast the net for now. The northern assault team, which had been wreaking havoc in the west, had not only earned the grudge of Gaidar but also stirred the anger of neighboring lords with its intense strikes along the western coast. Anyway, that bastard had built up resentment so quickly. One by one, objects began to block the path on the map. The pieces moved from Sigmund's fingertips were blocking all paths to the north, like pieces on a chessboard. Being too proud is also a problem. Vlad of Schoarra. The lords from the west were moving more aggressively than expected. The unexpected turn of events was now manifesting as a growing resentment, slowly tightening its grip around Vlad. "How long until they arrive? 3 days. Good. That should be enough." And thus, the last remaining path. Hearing those words, a deep smile began to appear on Sigmund's face as he slowly blocked the path. "Send my cavalry to that brat. Show damn Bayezid the will of Gadar." "Yes, my lord." The final piece settled from Sigmund's fingertips. Atop it flew the flag representing the swiftest cavalry from the west. "It's time you paid for your audacity, Bayezid. The west is the taker, not the loser." Sigmund had to demonstrate this to Peter. The sound of hooves departing the camp filled the air. Across the rugged plains, a band of lawless riders galloped unimpeded. The flag they were holding had the emblem of the cavalry feared by everyone in the West. Chapter 140, City of Nassau, one of the few port cities in the West. Baron Iznik, the ruler of that place, was staring at the reports placed on his desk with a deeply furrowed brow. He worked hard to get rid of it. Just a quick glance was enough to elicit a string of curses from him. Damn Northerners. Their actions were vile beyond measure, as if they were beasts with mixed blood running in their veins. These are the kind of people one should never underestimate. The Baron shook his head and put away the paper he was looking at. It seemed that nothing good ever came from getting involved with the North. It was a proverb deeply rooted in the Empire's prejudices, but never had it rung as true as it did now. Just as it did now. My lord. There's trouble. In an instant, the door to the office swings open as if it will break. In the moment of silence that followed the noise, he saw the Knight Commander leaning against the doorframe, out of breath. "What's going on? Lord Baron? Lord Baron?" The Knight Commander is catching his breath, unable to continue speaking despite the Baron's shouting. Baron Iznik, whose judgment was already clouded by the actions of one called Vlad, was more taken aback than angry at the news that eventually reached his ears. "An attack? What?" With a final word uttered almost like a whimper, the Knight Commander collapsed, leaving behind a trail of red stains on the doorframe he had been leaning on. What in the world? In an incomprehensible situation, the Baron's beautifully grown moustache began to tremble. No matter how experienced the Baron was, it was difficult for him to immediately understand the current situation. There had been no warning signs. The enemies were confined to the north, and the only troublemakers in the west were a mere band of around 20. "Are you Baron Iznik?" However, misfortune and accidents always found a way to knock on one's door unexpectedly. The body of the Knight Commander leaning against the doorframe, blocking the entrance to the office. Unfazed, a man strode past the corpse. Screams that he had never noticed before began to come through the wide-open door. Who are you?" Black hair, black eyes. A faint smile graced his face, but the coldness within was colder than the cold of the north. "I'm Rutger Bayezid, Rutger Bayezid, a knight of Bayezid, known not only in the north, but across the continent." How did you... I had a bit of trouble getting here." Though there was no invitation to sit, Rutger pulled a nearby chair and placed it confidently in front of the desk. Though the intruder behaved like he belonged there, Baron Iznik could do nothing but swallow his saliva nervously. "It seems the salty wind doesn't favor me." "See." Through Rutger's words, Baron Iznik could deduce where the breach had occurred. The most fortified, the most secure place. The invaders from the north boldly pierced through the heart of Iznik. "I have come to convey the words of Peter Bayezid, the commander of this war and my father." Baron, daughter. From the face of the man who wiped away his smile, the fierce scent he had accumulated over time wafted. As a noble of the West and a seasoned merchant, Baron Iznik was well aware of the kind of scent this man carried. "Baron Iznik, You must withdraw from this war. Sharp, black eyes. Beyond them, flames surged in the harbor, along with the screams of the ships anchored in Nassau. The city of Nassau had fallen by the hands of the northern invaders who came unexpectedly along the waves. An arrow from the north, unforeseen by anyone, was deeply lodged in Gaidar's shoulder. The path ahead is blocked, the paths gradually closing off. The lords of the West, who had been as numerous as grains of sand until now, were now blocking the group's retreat with unwavering determination, as if someone behind them was giving them direct orders. The lords are moving faster than expected. We could easily get trapped if we make a wrong move. Marcus spoke of the desperate situation, but he maintained a calm attitude. No, it seemed like he was making an effort to do so. Wouldn't it be better to break through head-on? Not a bad idea, but not exactly a brilliant one either. At Vlad's suggestion, Marcus gestured towards the woman riding behind them. The woman's lips were turning completely white, as if her condition was getting worse. The gaze of the boy trembling in her arms pierced Vlad's eyes. We can break through, but it won't be easy. The soldiers of the West had firmly blocked the path, but considering the sacrifices, it should be possible to break through. Of course, the problem was that the safety of the boy couldn't be guaranteed in the process. So, what's the plan? There are still a few escape routes left to figure out. Along with Marcus's words, crows continued to fly in from the front. However, unlike before, the dwindling number of crows seemed ominous. But don't go that way. What? It was a battle of intentions, but Marcus could understand Gaidar's intentions without much delay. Turn the head of the horse. We're heading to Nassau. While a few paths might lead straight to the north, Marcus decided to redirect towards Nassau. The path ahead wasn't an escape route, but a path leading to a grave. If it's Nassau, I know someone there. We can borrow a ship from them and escape. No. Marcus, who knew Bayezid's inner workings, knew that Roger would have occupied Nassau by now. However, there wasn't enough time to explain the situation to Vlad beside him. We're heading to the wasteland. We'll break through in a straight line. The members of the clandestine group turned their horses without delay according to Marcus' orders. Though Aga and Stefan hesitated at the sudden change in direction, they eventually followed suit after seeing Vlad's determined expression. There are people following us from behind, Asa expected. Watching Marcus with a faint smile, Vlad turned his head to check behind. Crowd that wasn't visible just moments ago. However, as he watched them suddenly start to catch up, Vlad felt a chilling sensation in his gut. I can't handle a battlefield like this. A knight might be a swordsman in peacetime, but in war, they become commanders. Vlad was in charge of the assault team, but this complex battlefield was a new experience for him. If it weren't for Marcus's judgment, they would have been completely trapped as intended. Don't just focus on the front, look beyond as well. The world is vast, and there's much to learn. Vlad couldn't help but feel that he was still just a half-baked knight as he watched Marcus, who remained composed. Arrows! Arrows began to fly from behind, as if there was nothing left to hide. Among them, one malicious arrow pierced through the most fragile target. Ah! Seeing the arrow lodged in the woman's shoulder, Vlad shouted loudly. Damn it! The blood spreading from her shoulder became clearer, along with the woman's increasingly pale complexion. Marta, no! The cries of the boy holding onto the woman in his arms shook one of Vlad's memories violently. Shields up, everyone! At Vlad's command, the mercenaries strapped shields to their backs. These were shields made of thornwood, their trademark. Thornwood, to the rear! At Vlad's order, Aga and Stefan, who were covering the rear, began to interlace their shields. As they formed a makeshift barrier, the onslaught of arrows began to diminish slightly. We won't hold out for long. At Stefan's shout, Vlad quietly bit his lip. Blocking with small shields would only be a temporary measure anyway. As Vlad watched the pursuers growing increasingly from behind, he felt bewildered. It's a wasteland. Pardon? Marcus's voice conveyed that to Vlad. Before Marcus's words could finish, a vast yellow wasteland began to unfold before their eyes. It's hard to believe that it was a forest road just a moment ago. It was the beginning of the vast west, with no end in sight. They're the Schoarra cavalry. They're called outlaws of the wilderness. As they emerged onto the wide plain, the pursuers were now clearly visible. Each of them bore fierce gazes, and above them fluttered a flag with the insignia of the Schoarra, the ruler of the West. What do you say? Worth a try? As a commander, judge for yourself. Can you stop them? Hey! At Marcus's question, Vlad quickly closed his left eye. Amidst the swirling dust, he sensed the wave of shaking enemies through his gaze. 5 knights! 5 knights responded to Vlad's aura. They were known to be skilled riders, even more so on horseback, among Schoarra's knights. Can I really handle this situation? I can. Do you have a confident reason? Vlad looked at Marcus with his closed left eye. His gradually flowing world was clearly full of confidence. Auguste's traces were showing the way to Vlad. If there's no one else to guard, all right. If he is alone, he can break through it, because there won't be anything to worry about. There is only one road pointing there. Then let's meet at Nassau. Following Marcus's gesture, the group lifted the staggering woman. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes met Vlad's. The tear that fell from the boy's eyes was carried by the wind and touched Vlad's cheek. A tear from one boy to another. There is a time in everyone's life when they shed tears, like the boy right in front of him. Agay, what? However, Vlad decided not to open his closed eyes, even in the face of tears. Now he was someone who could do something. I heard they're the fastest cavalry in the world. Who says so? Knowing it was a feeble taunt, Aga decided to overlook it. The experienced barbarian warrior understood Vlad's intent. Those who do not bow before the outlaws of the West. Who dares to speak such words in front of the Schoarra tribe? Following Vlad's lead, Ag began to boost the warriors' morale with a loud voice. In response to his call, the warriors of the Schoarra tribe raised their weapons. Stefan, follow Marcus, but ensure the mission is completed without fail. Talent in the right place. Now is not the time to protect with a shield. Understood. With a nod, and the Thornwood mercenary unit joins Marcus as if they are being sucked into the formation opened by Aj. As they watched the group gradually move away, the warriors of the Schoarra tribe began to shout loudly. Are you ready? Of course. The approaching Schoarra cavalry could be seen from behind. It is threatening, yet an opportunity to prove themselves. The warriors of the Schoarra tribe began to glance behind simultaneously towards the approaching threat. Horses running without pause. On their backs, warriors of the Schoarra tribe balanced on their thighs alone, turning to look back. As fierce as their gaze was, the arrowhead hanging at the end of the protest. Vlad found a way in the unconventional tactics of these barbarians. Fire! Sharp arrows shot forth from the hands of the barbarians, a stance that could not be replicated even with training, only continuing through innate skill. The barbarians' unique technique of backshooting, which had troubled warriors of the north for so long, was being displayed in the wastelands of the west. The enemy. They're turning around. What? Schoarra's 3rd Cavalry Commander, Wagner, was taken aback by the sudden reversal of the northern people. No, they're just turning their bodies. What kind of bizarre? a strange posture never seen in the West before. From within that seemingly possible stance, sharp arrows began to shoot forth. Lord! One by one, cavalrymen fell to a tactic they had never encountered before. Wagner clicked his tongue in frustration as he saw the arrows boasting accurate accuracy, even while running away. What in the world? Yet, despite his frustration, he did not waver. Amidst his subordinates falling one by one, the fierce gaze of the West, seizing the opportunity, remained unwavering. Increase the speed. It is natural that the speed will decrease because enemies are not holding the reins. The outlaws of the wilderness began to speed up, highly intoxicated. Rather than resorting to such tricks, it would be more effective to get closer and strike. However, the arrows unleashed from the north were not the end of it. What's this? The formation of the barbarians split in an instant. From within emerged a jet-black horse. On its forehead, a horn gleamed white. This is exhilarating. The converging speeds, the moment of facing each other in the opposite direction, did not shake Vlad's blue eyes. Let's go. A small northern flag begins to rush towards Gaidar's flag. The world that began with the tears of a boy flowed through the left eye of the knight who had proven himself. In the clash at the edge of colliding worlds, there was no hint of hesitation in the charge of the knight and his horse. Qua? A shock so terrible that even sound could not be heard. Alongside it, bodies began to fly indiscriminately. As the moon of the day rose early, red blood began to splash towards the sky. Chapter 141. The Gaidar cavalry, widely known in the western regions to the extent of being called the outlaws of the wilderness. Even knights find it difficult to deal with them, as they pressure their opponents with their unique agility. They were skilled individuals who could pressurize their opponents at distances and speeds unreachable to others. They used such advantages to torment their opponents, but the Gaidar cavalry, once formidable, was not as formidable as it used to be. Scatter! Spread out! The commander's order brought clear expressions of confusion to the cavalrymen. They couldn't yet accept the reality of being prey rather than hunters. Evil begets greater evil. Behind the outlaws now, a faster, more vicious and hungry beast than them was smiling viciously. Qua! A massive roar followed by rushing torrents of red blood. Behind where the white light had passed, a dense mist of blood had scattered. Cavalry Commander Wagner looked at the soldier who had just been grazed by the light. Fortunately, he was still galloping, albeit with his head severed. Beneath the twitching, headless corpse, the western horse was howling in fear. What in the world? The scream-like curses of the soldiers, who had finally realized the situation, spread. But the northern beam of light that had just pierced through the cavalry did not give them time. Enemy! Brace for impact again, through retrograde motion straight through the center. And this time, charging from behind towards the right. Seeing Vlad, who was manipulating them like puppets, the Gaidar cavalry felt fear for the first time in a long while. Knights, gather! Wagner quickly gathered his knights to prepare for the attack. It was the best and only thing they could do, but the process was far from smooth. Stop the approaching ones. Suddenly, a horde of barbarians appeared by their side. A sinister smile began to emerge over the faces, marked with tattoos. Ah, arrows are coming. Foolhardy individuals confronting the outlaws. Despite being outnumbered, the warriors of the Budart tribe blocked all directions and refused to yield an inch of ground, just like they used to be. Between carefully spread gaps, arrows flew that one could shoot, but couldn't block. Damn it all! Wagner shook his head vigorously, as if he couldn't believe the reality of the situation. A hunter being chased by his prey. The vast wilderness, rather than the narrow mountain path, was a more suitable battlefield for the northern barbarians than for them. Block them off quickly. But judgment had to be cold, and he was the commander who had to break through this predicament. 4 knights hurriedly moved away from the formation at Wagner's urgent gesture. They had tried to narrow the distance and dampen the momentum of Vlad, but the Black Horse of the North was already far beyond the knights' predictions. "This is insane! Accelerate!" A cry, whether a report or a scream, rang out. Wagner quickly turned back at the cry. The Black Horse effortlessly evaded the knight's difficult pursuit, simply moving forward. The same white beam of light began to form on the horse's forehead once again. Scatter! Wagner couldn't help but shudder as he watched the scene. Here it comes again. That lunatic. A speed that couldn't be stopped. Everyone scatter! The son of the grassland ran across the desolate plain, where only the faint traces of the mother-world tree remained. Following the gap indicated by Augusta's traces, Vlad wore the body, strengthening art that Larmont had given me, with a rush that no one could stop. Ha! Noah, who shared the world with Vlad, began to howl for a long time as if there was nothing to be afraid of. With the expanding world, traces of unicorn gradually regained their original form, along with the light. Yes, I followed you for this moment. No! With Vlad's shout, a massive arrow began to rain down towards the outlaws. A speed suppressing speed. As it passed like a splitting wave, the area above was painted with vivid red hues. Ha! Breaking through countless astonishments and fears, Vlad finally leaped over the cavalry and onto the wide wilderness. Now there was no one ahead. Only traces of twilight beyond the horizon awaited Vlad. At this moment, Vlad felt a great sense of liberation, knowing that no one was blocking his path. Tel Godin and Count Gaidar, a knight from the north, clutching something tightly with his blood-soaked hands. In his hand, a once proud flag now hung limp, powerless. Your flag belongs to me, the pride of Gaidar, the outlaws of the wilderness. An eagle, their symbol, had its neck broken and was fluttering helplessly in Vlad's grasp. This is my fair price. As someone had told him, a knight must take only a fair price. A piece of honor taken in exchange for their life. The heavy twilight light dripping from the flag sparkled red along Vlad's shoulders. In the dark night, at the harbor of a city filled with illuminated torches, 2 intact sailing ships awaited departure amidst the charged ships. These were undoubtedly galleon-class ships, which Bazid's technology could not yet replicate, making them the most valuable loot this time. So, only that one managed to slip away? Yes, Lord Roger. However, Roger's expression remained distorted even in the presence of shiny loot. Marcus and his group had successfully escaped to the city of Nassau as planned. Marcus's decision to follow the variables rather than creeping towards victory was commendable, but that didn't mean everything went smoothly. It's a pain in the ass. Was there really no other way, Owen? It is Marcus now. Why don't you use a single name? Aim's confusing every time. A woman, carried on a stretcher, was being transported onto the ship, tears staining her face. A boy with green hair who followed the woman stopped abruptly when he saw Rutger. That boy is the last Levnoma. Carl glanced at Rutger, who was conversing with Marcus. He was the tallest figure among them, with broad shoulders and a gaze that seemed to look into the distance, reminiscent of his father, a proud ruler. Are we waiting for Sir Vlad? Beyond Rutger's shoulders, the burning walls of Nassau could be seen in the distance. The Western Alliance forces sent to rescue the fallen Nassau were fiercely assaulting the walls. They had managed to hold on so far, but with Nassau thoroughly engulfed in flames, they wouldn't hold out much longer. Are you going to wait? I have to deliver this. Carl held out a neatly folded black cloak. Rutger clicked his tongue disapprovingly as he took the cloak from Carl's hand. It was the cloak given to Vlad by his stepmother, Oksana. Rutger vividly remembered the young knight who roamed Sturma's mansion wearing that cloak. Prepare the available personnel for boarding. Send them to Schoarra first. Aren't you going to wait? Won't you wait? Rutger, the commander, focused on his mission, disregarding Carl's plea. At Rutger's cold attitude, Carl glared at him with tears in her eyes. Aren't you going to bring him back? You're knights, aren't you? For a moment, memories of the Rabnoma knights, who had accompanied Carl, flashed through his mind, gradually fading away. He remembered their final moments as they sacrificed themselves to save his life, and he didn't want to experience such loss again. We have to wait. He will be here soon. Marcus, take him. Facing another moment of separation, young Rabnoma began to struggle. Rutger silently handed Vlad's cloak to Carl. You should give it to him yourself, Carl Rabnoma. Black eyes with unwavering determination. Carl reluctantly accepted the cloak and had no choice but to calmly fall into the arms of a member of the undercover group and climb onto the ship. While Carl remained silent, the knight before him was already clutching his sword. What are you going to do? We'll send everyone first and leave only one ship behind to facilitate his escape. Will there be captains willing to stay? Marcus's question was valid. Bayezid had no naval forces whatsoever. The ships brought down now were merely merchant ships sent for landing, so there would be no captain willing to stay in this life-threatening situation. Still, wouldn't there be at least one person willing to stay? But Rutger just smiled confidently, as if he knew something. Rutger already knew of a captain who would wait for Vlad, even if the reward wasn't substantial. That foolish lad is late. Are there any volunteers to wait for him with me? His younger brother picked Vlad up, and Bayezid took him in, fed him, clothed him, and washed him. Though not of his blood, Bayezid had at least provided Vlad with food and shelter. He couldn't easily give up on such a child. He's a quick runner. He'll probably come soon. Unlike the crumbling walls of Nassau in the distance, someone's hands are coming up from all over. He was the knight of Bayezid, known as the greatest dragon slayer. Really? We are here! As fires burned in the distance, Vlad and the Buddha tribesmen raced along the coast, following the secret trail Marcus had left behind. Seeing the distant flames, Vlad gritted his teeth. Are we too late? They could have killed the entire cavalry. But that's why Vlad only took the flag. This was because he knew very well that there was no time. Have they left already? They do not know. Marcus had instructed them to hurry, considering the worst-case scenario. But even though they had done their best, the flames of the Western Alliance were already advancing towards the harbor. Maybe we should retreat now. Wouldn't it be better to turn your horse's head and run away rather than enter a city full of enemies? It would be impossible to fight an army with only about 10 people. As Vlad pondered between advancing and retreating, he began to hear faint sounds, thanks to his acute hearing since childhood. From his keenly pointed ears, Vlad could distinctly hear the clashing of swords. There are still people left. Run, run. Vlad and his companions leaped over rocks, heading towards the harbor along the coast. As they entered the harbor, they were met with a crowd of soldiers and a few men blocking their path. You damn brat! Couldn't you come any faster? I knew you were a slippery one. Despite their small number, the knights were holding off hundreds of soldiers with shining aura. Among them, Rutger, covered in blood, was smiling. Yeah, on the ship. Vlad turned his head towards the direction Rutger's finger pointed. A small ship with raised sails amidst the burning ships in the harbor. Even amidst the malicious shouts from afar, someone was vigorously waving their arms on that boat. Vlad, over here! A man who is busy waving both arms, even though he is standing crooked as if uncomfortable. Seeing the familiar figure of the man on the boat, Vlad's face lit up with a smile. The familiar hull of the ship and the man shouting greetings towards him were comforting. "What are you doing, you fool? Get on board quickly." Amidst all the ships leaving to escape the danger, there was one lone ship waiting for Vlad. The man wearing a stylish captain's hat was clearly holding a cane. Chapter 142. Inside the tent filled only with the faint light of candles. There Sigmund, looking at the report brought up by Godin, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "He managed to steal our flag. Yes. And that was with a brat and a handful of barbarians?" He was laughing, but there was a deep chill emanating from within. For Sigmund, whose anger had already crossed the threshold and extended far into the distance, cold laughter was the only expression he could muster. Wagner, the commander of the 3rd Cavalry, who was standing there feeling like a criminal, did not dare to face his smile and just lowered his head. Furthermore, the city of Nassau was thoroughly plundered and razed. Only the intact ships were chosen and taken away. Bitterness rises with every word he utters. The port city, Nassau, is in flames. News of Baron Isnik going bankrupt before the war even started was already spreading throughout the West. Perhaps the news of the delayed arrival of each family's reinforcements was not entirely unrelated to this event. "I wonder how Count Bayezid has been holding back all this time." Sigmund turned his glass in his hand and smiled faintly. The agile movements of Bayezid's hands, as if they were waiting. The schemes that Peter had put forward so far were too painful to achieve with just impromptu ideas. Well, it hasn't been too easy so far. Watching the tide turn, Sigmund had to admit it now. It wasn't just them who had been waiting for this war. In the turbulent times, Bayezid was also one of those who had been looking for opportunities. It was indeed a difficult but right path. Sigmund raised his glass and uttered a sigh-like remark. "Peter Bayezid. He's certainly not an easy opponent. Not just any family, but gathering the military forces of the West and rising up, instead of being shaken. He was trying to seize the initiative in the war. As expected, it had to come to this. But even facing a formidable opponent, the reason Sigmund could readily accept it was probably because Bayezid was worthy adversaries. The value of the hunter increases as the prey shines brighter. If they can capture the giant known as Bayezid, not only the western regions, but no family in the empire would dare to call them usurpers anymore. Godin, prepare to send out the message. Where shall I prepare it to be sent? The tip of the candle flickers. Sigmund quietly opened his mouth as he watched the candle flicker back and forth with the incoming breeze. To Dragulia. To the Dragon-Blood Duke. He understood the reason why Bayezid took the last Rabnoma. They must have wanted to ignite a spark in the unstable rear of the West. But Bayezid must know it well. The time has come. It was Dragulia, not the North, that was the first to lay the spark in the rear. Behind Bayezid, the central forces that were stuck like stakes in barren Utman territory were gradually changing the direction of their flags. It's really vast. Vlad leaned against the railing on the deck, gazing at the vast blue waves beneath the sky. It was his first time seeing the sea. The size was incomparable to the grey walls of Schoarra's castle, which he had promised himself to venture out to some day. Vlad could only marvel once again at the vastness of the world as he looked out at the endlessly stretching sea. I'd feel really cheated if I died without seeing this. The blue waves that reach right into his heart along with the strong, salty wind. The deep blue waves, which he saw for the first time in his life, were creating white foam as they slowly encroached into Vlad's world. Wow! Vlad, who had been admiring the blue of the sea for a while. However, even though they were looking at the same sea, each had a different impression. Are you okay? No. The cheeks became thinner, and the skin became noticeably paler compared to yesterday. Looking at the increasingly haggard look on Rutcher's face, Vlad couldn't help but think of Joseph. As soon as Rutcher had some eye shadow, he looked too similar to Joseph. The two looked incredibly alike. "Why are you fine?" "Maybe I'm built for the sea." "What nonsense are you sprouting? You have lived your whole life in the city." Rutger, as if deeming Vlad's answer unreasonable, just waved his hand and slumped back onto the railing. "If you were going to buy a ship anyway, why didn't you get a bigger one?" There was no reason to resent, but Rutger wanted to resent. The small cog ship, which was more prone to sway due to its size. In addition, horses and people were loaded to their limit, so the burden on Rutger, who was prone to motion sickness, was bound to double. "If I had more money, I would have bought a bigger ship. That's why I told you to come under me instead of Joseph." Whether it was a joke or a serious remark from Rutger, Vlad couldn't tell. But knowing that there was no turning back now, the two men just stared quietly at the sea. "Thank you for waiting." Vlad knew that the reason he was able to safely board Harden's ship was all thanks to Rutger. If it weren't for him and the Knights of Bayezid who had blocked hundreds of soldiers, they might still be wandering the wastelands without respite. "I just did it because it was worth it." With those words, Rutger sprawled out, seemed to have exhausted his last bit of energy as he began to slump onto the deck. Even the knight that Bayezid boasted about seemed to be unable to avoid seasickness to some extent. "Worth it." Vlad quietly pondered Rutger's response. What level of skill must one possess to make such judgments, even with hundreds of soldiers in front of them? "I still don't know." Leaning against the railing, Vlad looked up at the highest point of the ship. Red flags fluttering back and forth in the wind. Vlad, squinting one eye, perhaps because of the stinging sunlight, looked at the flag and quietly muttered, "I have to ask to change the name of the ship when we return to Schoarra." A small ship sailing northward, cutting through gentle waves. The redhead Zemina was currently heading towards a small port town near Diomar. No, under the night sky, three men gathered closely together. The sea's night sky, which had more stars than the city's night sky, looked bright even if you didn't bring a lantern. Noir seems to be really weakened. Maybe he's just not suited for the sea. Yeah, it seems like it. Vlad could only nod quietly at Oter's observation. Noir had no choice but to be loaded into the luggage compartment because the ship was narrow. Regardless of his damn temperament or whatever, Noir was unable to come to his senses on the rocking boat. "But you're quite interesting too. It's rare to find someone who doesn't get seasick like you." Vlad could only silently endure Harden's laughter as he looked at him. Since Harden had waited patiently at the port until the very end, he had to be let off quietly this time. "Still, isn't it a bit odd to put Zemina's name on this ship? Did I do it because I wanted to?" "Zemina said I had to do it, so I did it." With his response, Harden clumsily turned the wheel. The sight of him driving a ship now seemed as familiar as the captain's hat on his head. "This ship has her share, you know. It all started from the sword she gave you." Ha! Upon hearing Harden's words, Vlad couldn't help but snort. No. By that logic, does that mean she's going to step in on everything he does from now on? It's not necessarily wrong, but it's incorrect. Well, you two, sort it out yourselves. Although he was telling them to sort it out between themselves, his cheerful demeanor seemed suspicious. Clearly he must have accepted it as the right thing to do when Zemina asked for her name to be used. "No, I wanted to name it Marcella's Roses Smiles. Why in the world sailors named their ships after women?" In the superstitious world of sailors, where it was unclear when this belief started, but even now, countless ships with feminine names would be sailing the seas. "Well, I really don't know about that." Harden, who always seemed a bit reserved, now appeared full of laughter as he casually raised the rum bottle placed beside him. now relying on the steering wheel instead of a cane. There was not a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. The ship had an odd name. Vlad had indeed made a wise choice in buying him a ship. Anyway, how's business going? We're doing fine. We have regular customers. Before leaving Schoarra, Vlad had connected the Schoarra family with hardened. Perhaps his skill in handling animals stemmed from his experience in trade with the Schoarra family. But winter is inevitable. When the river freezes over, this is unavoidable in the cold north. That was the reason why Schoarra did not have a navy, even though it had a wide river leading to the sea. So that's why all the Schoarra merchants flocked to Nassau this time. It's an unfrozen harbor, even in winter. I see. War meant opportunity. Schoarra merchants volunteered for this job in hopes of seizing any opportunities that might arise. If Bayezid secures control over Nassau through this war, the merchants who followed this raid will be able to establish themselves in the new northern port. If we can take Nassau, the northern trade routes will become quite diverse. It's an opportunity for us too. Harden, who had been rotting in a small room at the edge of the river, was now looking beyond. Vlad was not the only boy in the back alley who was hungry for opportunity. Please continue to treat me well in the future too, Sir Knight. If you want to rely on me in the future, you better pay up or do well. With a somewhat somber feeling, Vlad snatched Harden's bottle of alcohol. As Vlad's gaze shifted away from the steering wheel, he noticed glowing objects around the ship, like paint spreading out. Harden, what's that? What? Where? Following Vlad's pointing finger, Harden began to see clusters of light sticking around the ship. Otar, who was quietly watching the scene by Harden's side, quickly passed through the deck and checked underneath. Otar, what is that? Instead of answering Harden's question, Otar swiftly grasped a harpoon and began to look beneath the ship. The man with dark skin, always showing action rather than words. Ha! From Otar's hand, the harpoon darted out forcefully, hitting something struggling weakly. Squid? What? This is a squid. A white sea creature wriggled on Otar's black hand. What Otar held seemed like a person's forearm-sized squid. Squid? Vlad, who was curious about seeing sea creatures for the first time, rushed to Otar, but Harden, who was watching, only narrowed his eyebrows. Isn't this great as a snack with drinks? It's my first time having seafood from the sea. Vlad takes the squid from Otar and shakes it as if he is excited. But Harden, while watching Vlad, just shook his head as if he couldn't understand. It's summer right now. Though he had little experience at sea, Harden had picked up enough common knowledge to know that squid wouldn't be found in the south during this season. Squid, a pelagic species moving along cold currents. However, what surrounded the ship, enveloping the redhead Zemina in a pale light, were clearly squid. And not just a few, a countless number, impossible to count with the naked eye. From the sword of Vlad, who was happily holding the squid, tiny particles of glittering dust drifted unnoticed into the air. Chapter 143. The green hair was a mess, as if it had been cut in a hurry. Even the black cloak was so big that it was dragging on the ground. The slender wrists, desperately trying to hold on to the cloak that was still flowing, were the first thing Joseph noticed. The child looked too pathetic to be called noble. Oyan, it's Marcus now. All right, Marcus. Bayezid's hidden sword, whose name is not even known. He was the leader of the undercover corps, that only the head of family could fully control. But it would be reasonable to question him to some extent now. Is the child in front of me really the last descendant of the Rabnoma family? Karl Rabnoma? Joseph's office in Diomar, bathed in sunlight. It was a calm place, unlike the north. But right now, there was only heavy silence hanging in the air. I apologize. Fine. It was an obvious mistake, but Joseph didn't bother to blame Marcus. As the last remaining strength of Rabnoma, everyone involved in this matter must have been desperate. With Marcus's strength alone, it would have been impossible to pierce through all of that struggle. Anyway, it's probably true that they are from the Rabnoma family. The child who claimed to be the last Rabnoma. Bayezid had to pay a hefty price to get this child out of the West. But if Joseph had known that this child was not Karl Rabnoma, he would not have gone to such lengths. Tell me your real name. Heir of Rabnoma. In response to Joseph's question, the child tried to appear composed, lifting their chin, but their eyes were filled with unmistakable anxiety. There was no one here to stand up for them. I am. Just so you know, I really hate lies. Now the child had no one to protect them. Even a slight warning would sound like thunder to such a child. So, the only thing the child could rely on now was the black cloak they were wearing. Shah, a voice that seemed to resign itself to something, creeping in. To survive, they had to hide themselves. That was the first survival method the child had to learn after coming out into the world. Charlotte Rabnoma. And when they finally revealed their identity, no one welcomed them with joy. From the moment she was born to barely surviving until now, Charlotte had lived in such a world. Well, Bayezid's men looked frustrated at the answer they heard. Listening to the countless sighs she had heard over the years, Charlotte could do nothing but hold onto the cloak with trembling hands again. Thank you for being honest. Although she tried to disguise it with a rebellious gaze, Charlotte's eyes, shaking without restraint, were pitiful, just like the boy Joseph had met on a winter day. As Joseph looked at the child who revealed herself as Charlotte, not Karl, his mind began to tangle with complexity. Ooh, the sky was blue and the waves were calm, unlike the fierce storm that had raged last night. Semina. A man with wet, black hair sprawled on the deck like wet seaweed. A small voice flowed through the pale lips. Zemina is too small, too slow, and too shaky. Lord Rutger, please pull yourself together. Like Rutger, Vlad brushed aside his wet hair and quickly lifted him up. Vlad's complexion was also pale, but he seemed much better than Rutger, who was babbling nonsense. I hate the sea. I hate storms too. But we managed to survive, didn't we? I'll never set foot on a ship again. I'll live my whole life on land, the unfamiliar sea, and the storm they experienced for the first time in their lives. Just today, after breaking through the ferocious storm last night, Redhead Zemina managed to enter the northern waters. According to Harvin, if they had been just a little slower in their response, they could have all ended up as fish bait. They've all lost their minds. Vlad, who was continually shifting Rutger towards the railing, sighed quietly as he looked out over the deck. The men from the north, entangled with each other here and there. Vlad sighed as he watched the forced unification of the north brought about by the great forces of nature. Why isn't there even a captain's cabin on this ship? It was small to begin with. We converted everything into cargo holds. Vlad, who grumbled about Rutger's complaints, received nothing but a confident justification from Harvin. Don't you think the name Zemina suits this ship well when you see this? They're both so tiny. Do as you please. Vlad, leaving Harvin enthusiastically steering the wheel behind, began to rearrange the knights and Budart warriors inward, replacing the sailors who were still bustling in the alleyways. We almost died for real. Though they were now moving about as if nothing had happened, the aftermath of the storm they faced last night still vividly lingered in Vlad's mind. It was probably a storm that would have caused the ship to sink a long time ago if the squid swarms hadn't alerted them. These creatures are truly fascinating. Vlad gripped the railing on the somewhat relaxed deck and looked down at the sea below. luminescent organisms drifting away one by one as the storm passed. Observing the squids returning to the depths as if they had completed their tasks, Vlad quickly closed his left eye. Clearly not spirits, no matter how you look at it. Glowing squids that warned of an approaching storm and showed us the way through it. But even in Vlad's world, where the remnants of the voice were absorbed, they were just ordinary ugly squids. "He don't know what the hell is." Harvin had explained that the squid swarms that surged last night had likely come up to escape the storm. But Vlad knew well that the squids now drifting away were not stuck together for such natural reasons. "What exactly did you make for me?" Vlad quietly looked at the blue sword hanging from his waist. The star sword created by the young world tree with the spirits. The dust that had been gradually dispersing from the sword since last night was something only Vlad could recognize. It was a sight reminiscent of the white snake on the hills of Hainal. The white snake seemed to really like this. Vlad, who had merely absorbed the remnants of the voice, still had yet to realize the fact that he was planting seeds right now. Young potentials, who had not yet become spirits, were being led by the night and spreading throughout the world. Just like the old Swordmaster wanted to do. "I see it. I can see land over there." Vlad was awakened from his thoughts by the shout of a sailor coming from somewhere. Traces of land began to faintly appear in the distance. Upon the lookout's shout of land being sighted, the knights who had been lounging around began to stir. Whether it was due to mood or not, the scent that was already reaching their noses seemed to change. "Good." Harvin confirmed the coastline visible in the distance through his telescope, then smiled faintly. "Let the guests know. We've reached our destination." The captain, who had persevered until the very end, safely delivered the cargo through the storm to its destination. Captain Harvin's performance was so impressive that it became deeply embedded in Rutger's mind. "Raise the flag, so they can identify us." Following the captain's orders, the small but sturdy redhead Zemina's flag was once again hoisted, proudly fluttering in the sea. The red flag, resembling someone's hair color, fluttered not only on land but also here in the sea. Noir, who moved slowly as if suffering from seasickness, seemed to be the most fortunate of all, considering the rough voyage had left no injury. "I'm going back to Schoarra just like this." On the modest shoreline of a coastal village, even the smallest ship like Redhead Zemina found it challenging to enter. Harvin bid farewell to Vlad, standing there. "Thanks for waiting in Nassau. If you're so grateful, why don't you buy me another ship?" Harvin, tapping Vlad's sleek armor, smiled. However, as Harvin looked at the armor up close, his smile hardened as he saw the scars carved all over the armor. "I'll surely buy you another ship. But even with one more ship, would that be enough for someone like me?" Blonde hair shone like gold above his smiling face. It looks gorgeous when seen from afar, but when seen up close, it is full of scars. Harvin couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Vlad's armor, which looked exactly like its owner. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm earning money now, too. Who are you trying to impress with that?" Although it was a cold answer, Harvin lifted the cane he was holding and opened his arms to hug Vlad. For a moment, their balance wavered, but when they leaned on each other, they were able to maintain a perfect posture. "Remember, Zemina is always waiting." Got it? Got it. Take care, stay healthy. Until we meet again." Though they didn't express it in words, the sincerity contained in a single embrace conveyed fully through the warmth they shared. "I still have some cargo left." Harvin pointed with his thumb behind him. There stood Rutger, looking at Vlad with a somber expression. Despite the order to board having been given, the eldest son of Bayezid couldn't bring himself to step away, remaining on land as Redhead Zemina set sail back to shore. He had to join Peter, who would lead the main army in the upcoming war. "Go on." "Got it." After exchanging brief greetings, Harvin and Vlad turned their backs to each other, heading towards their respective missions as if it were second nature. For the men in the back alleys, saying goodbye loudly was like a taboo. They believed only silent farewells would connect them until their next meeting. Vlad and the warriors of the Schoarra tribe left the village through the harbor. Watching them from the ship, Harvin quietly observed Vlad's retreating figure until it disappeared beyond the end of the telescope. Just as the storm clears, war approaches. Those who stood up alone had to constantly prove themselves, just like Vlad does now. Ota, raise the anchor, sure. Seeing his friend who had to venture into the storm of the battlefield once again, Harvin could only turn his head away. However, unlike before, when he could only watch from afar, Harvin now had the legs to move forward. Let's go, everyone prepare. Though faint now, someday they would share the same sky. Recalling Vlad's armor, full of scars, Harvin quietly held the captain's hat in his hand. The small ship began to move slowly with the wind. Thankfully, the sea seemed calm today, unlike yesterday. Coop, heading from the nameless coastal village towards Diomar, seemed to have some unresolved grudge from their sea voyage, as the horses of the north were pushing forward vigorously. And finally, when the flag of Hainal began to appear from afar, an unusual group of soldiers began to enter the group's field of vision. Is that Gaidar? Doesn't seem to be the main army. Gaidar soldiers are slowly raising their heads across the small stream. As Age said, it was not the main army brought by Sigmund, but it was a scouting party that had already come to check the situation. They're blatantly showing themselves. It was common knowledge, so there was no reason to hide. The vanguard of Gaidar had no hesitation in revealing their presence, making their scouting mission seem almost unnecessary. Give me the flag. Got it. Not mine, though. If you are ignored, you must pay back. That was the rule of life set by Vlad. A survival tactic. Maybe we should greet them first before war. Seeing Vlad's fierce smile, the warriors of the Schoarra tribe smiled along with him. Indeed, the choice made by the son of the grassland was not wrong. Let's go! The warriors ran down the slope of the plain, not towards the fortress of Diomar, but towards the soldiers of Gaidar. Gaidar's soldiers began to panic at Vlad's sudden charge. What are those things? They're charging at us. Warriors charging towards the vanguard of hundreds of lightly armored cavalry. Vlad's impulsive actions, far beyond common sense, caused the previously relaxed Gaidar soldiers to start wavering. Lower your shields. They came to greet us. However, Vlad and his warriors simply scoffed at them, passing through the formation without a second thought. Vlad and the warriors began to scan Gaidar's formation, boldly passing by as if they would touch it. Yet, the Gaidar soldiers' inability to respond quickly wasn't solely due to their sudden panic. Is that flag real? Maybe it can't be possible. The knight with the striking blonde hair held a flag that looked impressive at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, the flag was bent and stained, far from impressive. Tell the Count Godin, I was grateful for the flag you gave me. The unfamiliar northern knight held a familiar flag. It was the Gaidar cavalry's flag, with its wings bent and its shaft sagging. Chapter 144. Yosef's office bathed in gentle sunlight. The office Alicia specially allocated for Joseph wasn't as grand as Schoarra's mayor office, but it was still a decent space. You went out with only 10 men and provoked them. However, what could be heard in this decent space was not cheerful chatter, but merely the sound of a desk being tapped. Daya, who is expressionless but showing signs of discomfort next to him, is probably a bonus. According to the scout's report, you went almost to the point of confrontation, right? To the questioning, Vlad merely rolled his eyes around. In fact, it wasn't just almost to the point of confrontation. They had basically engaged. Though he didn't draw his sword, he had kicked a few and returned, effectively making it a skirmish. I apologize. Joseph hates lies. Vlad, reflecting on the valuable lessons he had learned during his time as a praying Riemann, quickly assumed a posture as if this were a model of repentance. The slightly bowed head and the posture of politely admitting fault seemed like skills honed through practice. Fine. Joseph didn't even sigh anymore as he watched Vlad just say he was wrong without any intention of making excuses. You must have thought it was worth it. He had initially thought Vlad was difficult to handle, but in reality, that judgment was a bit off. Vlad was the kind of person who shone when left to his own devices, not one to be controlled. I hope your provocation was made through sober judgment. Joseph decided to respect his emerging personality. He wasn't lacking or wrong, so he had to judge it based on the results. Through this operation, Vlad had sufficiently proven himself as a full-fledged knight. Just remember. A knight's thoughts should be prudent, and his steps heavy. I'll keep that in mind. Joseph just wished he would be a bit more cautious from now on. Now that Vlad's name is known, every trace of the results of his actions will follow him like footprints, until he stops. Constantly, make sure to rest well. It's good to conserve your energy. Understood. Joseph's advice to conserve energy in preparation for the upcoming war. Contrary to Vlad's expectations, he didn't receive a severe reprimand, which left him somewhat surprised. What are you waiting for? You can leave now. Yes. However, Zayar still tilted his head slightly, glaring at Vlad, seemingly with a stern gaze hinting at anticipation. Unlike Joseph, Zayar still seemed reluctant to easily let Vlad off the hook. Watching Vlad step forward with a refined attitude without letting go of his tension until the end, Vorden, who had been sitting in a guest chair drinking tea, chuckled. That lad is still quite elusive. A knight who is absolutely ruthless in what he does, but has an elegant appearance. Vorden had never seen a knight with such a clear discrepancy between behavior and appearance. It seems like an amazing mix. He may bounce around a bit, but he's the color Bayez needs. A knight who grew on his own, rather than one created. Joseph wanted such a knight, and Vlad lived up to his expectations. It's a color that even my older brother coveted. Joseph quietly picked up Vlad's report from the desk and walked over to the window, peering outside. The sight of the soldiers, somehow excited, stirred something inside him. They're probably excitedly discussing Vlad's provocation that happened today. Among Bayezid's knights, how many of them want to do such crazy things on purpose? Seeing the lively atmosphere at the garrison after a long time, Joseph faintly smiled. A shabby flag standing in the corner of the office. Gaidar's eagle, along with Stephen's sword, had become a fine trophy and was gradually turning into another decoration. Oh, Sir Vlad, oh Stefan. People packed tightly into the small mansion. With familiar faces everywhere you stepped, Vlad and Stefan's meeting was natural. Are you hurt anywhere? You say what you have to say first. I don't have anything to say. Stefan, the mercenary leader, naturally followed up next to Vlad and spoke to him. Where are you headed? To check on my horse. Ah, that one. I have to check on him at least once a day. His temperament is so unpredictable. Stefan nodded quietly at Vlad's words. His skills were excellent, but his temper was foul. Having observed him from the sidelines, Stefan could easily imagine Noir. Shall we take care of the small things? We can at least provide him some food. I'd appreciate that. He might appreciate it if they did, but whether they could or not was another matter. Other than Gott, there was no stable keeper who could handle him. I've also requested an extension of the contract from Lord Vorden, so try not to cling too much. It wasn't meant in that sense at all. Vlad knew why Stefan was sticking to him. Mercenaries were people chasing after shiny gold coins. However, in this world where everyone understood the value of gold coins, there was always bound to be noise in the exchange process. "We simply want to work with you again, Sir Vlad, even just once more. Save your sweet talk." In that sense, Joseph Bayezid would undoubtedly be a great employer. He wasn't as deceitful as Count Bitskaya in Tanoboya, nor was he as impoverished as Baron Dalmatia in Dobrechti. This way, apparently the stable's location has changed from before. Stefan navigated confidently, as if he knew his ways. Having arrived ahead of time with Marcus, Stefan had quickly figured out the ways of the mansion. Stefan knew well that each of these small preparations would elevate his evaluation. This seems to be it. But it looks like someone is here. A black horse was clearly taking up a vast space, unlike any other. However, there was already a small shadow clinging to Noir's side, even though Vlad did not allow it. It was a child with familiar green hair. "What are you doing here?" As Vlad entered the stable, Charles had a subtle expression on his face. It seemed welcoming, yet at the same time, it appeared uncomfortable. "How often do I have to say this? Why? If I have money, can I buy it?" Vlad took the brush brought by a summoned stablekeeper and brushed Noir's fur without even looking at Charles next to him. Noir, who had been sensitive to unfamiliar voyages, began to growl like a dog, feeling Vlad's care after a long time. No matter how much money you have, there are things you can't buy. He's that kind. Though the question may have seemed rude, it probably wasn't meant to express genuine desire to buy. It was likely just something said out of frustration. Observing the suffocating awkwardness between Vlad and Charles, Stefan quickly exited the stable to give them space. "Is that woman okay?" "The one who was hit by an arrow." "Oh." Now there were only two people in the stable. Looking at Charles, who stubbornly refused to leave despite being warned, Vlad could sense that the child had nowhere to go. Being unwelcome anywhere was something Vlad was all too familiar with. "Marta's fine. She's recovered a lot. Go take care of her then. She needs to rest, so I don't disturb her." Though Marta wasn't Charles' biological mother, she had raised him. Having been the only person he could emotionally rely on, it made sense that Charles would hover around Vlad D. "Your cloak. I'll return it. Keep it for now. It'll just get in the way during battle anyway." Vlad thought of the woman growing cold while holding the child in her arms and felt fortunate that she was safe. Though they had no connection, there was something familiar about her. Vlad hoped that his cloak would be of some help to her. "This one. What's this?" The girl, disguised as a boy, hesitated for a moment before handing Vlad a small necklace. "I was taught to always show gratitude sincerely. It's what Rabnomas do." I eating. A brown necklace given by Charles Dotte. The necklace, which seemed to be made of brass rather than gold or silver, had a smooth shine as if it had been carefully polished amid all the chaos. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Because you saved Marta, and me too." Charles remembered Vlad's sacrifice to save the group. If it weren't for Vlad's sacrifice, they might have been wandering in the cold wilderness by now. Because the grace of life-saving was a heavy burden, Charles was determined to give as much as he promised, even if not right away. "I don't have anything to give you right now. But I promise I will someday. Put it away." Vlad threw the brush he was holding into the bucket and opened his mouth bluntly this time, examining Noir's hooves. "Is that some sort of heirloom or keepsake?" "I decided to never accept anything like that again. It seemed to have a story behind it." Regardless of its value, Vlad had resolved not to accept such items. Even now, avoiding Alicia at all costs stemmed from the same reason. And, after thoroughly inspecting Noir's hooves, Vlad placed his hand on the sturdy flank of the horse and chuckled softly. It was a simple statement, yet as he uttered it, there was a strange emotion welling up in his chest. The moment has come for him to pass on this knowledge to someone else. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. A knight should only receive a fair price. A heavy statement, always kept close to his heart. A person once told him that a knight should only receive a fair price, even for the smallest deeds. Through him, Vlad confirmed the reality of the vague dream, and was still chasing him, looking up into the distant sky. The arrow shot towards the blue moon by the boy from the back alley still flew through the sky. I have already received a fair price for this mission. So, I won't accept what you offer. Charles, finally looking back at Vlad, closed his mouth at the strange weight emanating from him. A knight speaking of entitlement, and a girl who didn't even have the right to call herself Rabnoma yet. Charles instinctively grasped the necklace she had offered earlier. For some reason, she felt a tinge of annoyance. But I'll definitely repay you later. From the lying knight to the boy from the alley. And to the girl who had nothing to offer in return. The knight's oath, which had a strange resonance, continued to be passed down to someone else. Will arrive in 2 days. Understood, Godin. Now Diomar is so close that you can see it if you squint your eyes. Despite some opposition and obstacles, Sigmund successfully led the main army back. Even with the rapid advance, the lack of deserters showcased Sigmund's exceptional leadership. We're a month behind schedule, but we're still within the expected range. Sigmund's fierce grin was directed towards the north. His goal and purpose lay in this place. As he felt the gleaming black dirt beneath his feet, Sigmund could sense that they were approaching the place he desired. Yeah. The scent of summer, not the harsh winds of the west. Godin, like Sigmund, closed his eyes quietly and felt the approaching wind of Diomar. Yes, singing birds can be heard from far away. Among them, Godin found the birdsong that distinctly reached his ears and opened his eyes with a faint smile. The cuckoo sings in summer. The sound of a cuckoo. There was the sound of a cuckoo on a winter day that announced the beginning of a long-lasting relationship. They had crossed paths once before, but they thought they would never see each other again. Yet fate had circled back around, bringing them face to face once more. There are many things to retrieve. Some things must be completely severed. Yes, Count. The Lord and the Knight, sharing the same thoughts, nodded at the same time. An army of 5,000 from the Western Alliance. Now they were pushing their first steps into Diomar's territory. Chapter 145. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Alicia climbed the hill behind the mansion alone, holding a torch. Phew! A heavy sigh that didn't quite match her light attire. Just moments ago she had been tossing and turning on her bed, judging by her attire of just light clothes with a shawl draped over it. It seemed she couldn't easily fall asleep. Even now, the tense air lingering all around refused to release its grip on her. As soon as she stepped onto the hilltop, a sudden summer night breeze began to blow. Alicia closed her eyes as the wind pierced her face. Her watery hair began to flutter into the night sky with the sudden gust. This keeps happening lately. Alicia, her face contorted in annoyance at the rather harsh wind, rubbed her eyes and grumbled. Lately, whenever Alicia climbed the hill, an unusual wind seemed to blow. Since it was a wind that none of the other servants had ever experienced, Alicia simply thought she was unlucky. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the hilltop scenery looked different when she faced the wind. Despite the moon shining brightly, something stood out unnaturally amidst the surrounding brightness. A familiar blonde head caught Alicia's eye. How annoying! Confirming it was Vlad who was sitting under the tree, Alicia pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Stop spouting empty words. Nothing you say resonates with me at all. Now, Vlad comes up here without any hesitation, as if it were his own place. Seeing him like that, Alicia muttered under her breath. Despite calling himself Lady Alicia's knight, it was rare for him to visit her even once in a while. Vlad was so good at hiding in the small mansion that no trace of him was visible wherever she walked. Alicia, who had hurried up the hill, feeling both annoyed and rushed, found only Vlad under the tree, leaning against it with his head bowed. Though he seemed to be asleep, he still held onto his sword tightly. Seeing that, Alicia couldn't help but smile. "You're quite comfortable, aren't you? It's night time, so he must be sleepy. But do knights usually sleep so deeply to let their guard down like this?" Seeing Vlad, who showed no sign of movement even though she had arrived, Alicia furrowed her eyebrows as if puzzled. "You sleep well. Aren't you even a bit tense? In a few days a fierce war would begin." Yet Vlad, who slept peacefully, showed no signs of worry or concern. However, Vlad's peaceful sleep provided Alicia with a small sense of tranquility. A knight so wretched that can't even recognize a lady. Though she spoke ill of him, Alicia quietly sat down next to Vlad, fearing he might wake up. The fireflies flickered and dispersed in all directions as she sat down. A single blue moon rising above the silent summer night. After staring at the moon for a while next to Vlad, Alicia seemed to make up her mind as she pursed her lips. Considering the way he was currently asleep, it seemed like he wouldn't wake up easily no matter what she did. "Sir Vlad, you are Lady Alicia's knight." Alicia's voice quietly echoed near Vlad's sleeping ear. "So, from now on, come visit Lady Alicia more often." Though there were only two of them, Alicia covered her lips with her hand, afraid someone might overhear. Only the wind swirling around the hill could hear her voice. "Visit Lady Alicia more often than Lord Joseph. Got it?" Alicia started repeating her words as if hypnotizing him. She knew Vlad might not act as she wished, but still, Alicia didn't stop her babbling. It was easier to convey her message when he couldn't hear. But her words were penetrating Vlad's mind deeper than ever before. "You're listening to this, right?" It might have been just a playful action, but Alicia probably didn't know. Vlad wasn't sleeping. He was deep in meditation, observing his own world. "Why are your ears perked up?" Alicia's whispers were penetrating into Vlad's world, which was wide open because he had to go deep. Vlad, preparing for the upcoming battle, was cleansing his world through meditation. It was a delicate task, so he had requested not to be disturbed, but the white snake and young spirits on the hill, to whom the request was directed, seemed to ignore it as if it didn't concern them. The next morning, Joseph climbed up to the castle walls and confirmed the approaching Gaidar army from afar. Seems like there weren't many deserters. Count Gaidar, who had managed to maintain his military strength despite numerous sabotage attempts. The army from the west, led by him, began to reveal itself at the edge of Diomar's green plains. "The soldiers seem unsettled, Lord Joseph. It was a good idea to boost morale in advance. The atmosphere of the battlefield could be felt without even looking. 300 against 5,000. Even if one were inside the safety of the fortress, it would be difficult for anyone to maintain their composure when faced with a force outnumbering their own. Yet, the morale of the Hainal army remained relatively stable despite the uncertainty. They must have been expecting it to come to this situation, right? Likely so." Vlad quickly nodded to Joseph, who was casually looking at him. It was a bold provocation akin to throwing the first punch. The soldiers of the Hainal army felt a sense of relief from Vlad, along with the presence of Bayezid's army that would arrive later. "I heard you paid your respect to Baroness this morning." "Yes." Joseph folded his telescope and began to walk slowly along the castle walls. The knights of Bayezid followed suit, lining up behind him. It's a wise move. Regardless of the pretext, elevating Lady Alicia's status as the commander in this war is crucial. Anyone within the fortress would know this, no matter that Alicia is the nominal commander of this defense battle. In reality, it's Gaidar and Bayez who are driving this war, and Joseph is the one actually commanding the troops here. In such a situation, Vlad's respect towards Alicia undoubtedly served as a morale-boosting factor for the Hainal army. Even though he is a knight cherished by Bayezid, he doesn't hesitate to bow to their lord. Vlad's attitude of respect towards her was clearly a politically significant gesture. Now you seem to handle things well even without my guidance. Seeing Joseph smiling as if he was satisfied, Vlad ended up scratching the back of his head. It was just something he felt he had to do today, but it seemed to have escalated unexpectedly. Listening to Joseph's words, he could understand why Alicia and Duncan had been so pleased with just a simple greeting. Pay attention. From here too, there is your area. Gregory, Cade, and Maxim. Leave, one by one, according to Joseph's instructions. And now it's Vlad's turn. Joseph, who had carefully assigned each person a zone, finally opened his mouth by telling them which zone Vlad would be in charge of. This could have been simply announced through a meeting, but it was also a special consideration for Vlad, who was experiencing war for the first time. We've received intelligence that the Gaid army is equipped with siege weapons. They'll likely attempt to breach the walls. Despite being fortified, the walls of Diomar are relatively small in scale. Sigmund had judged that they could easily break through those walls, and the siege weapons they were bringing served as a testament to their determination. It's going to be fierce. Your judgment will be crucial more than ever. In countless skirmishes, determining which side gains or loses ground, all of that will now fall on Vlad's shoulders. Though it could be considered a relatively short section of the wall, Vlad was now effectively the master of this area. Always keep an eye on enemy knights. Just like you, they're capable of creating variables at any moment. Understood. Only knights could face knights. The inexperienced Vlad will always have to be wary of those who are as sharp as him. There was more Joseph could have said, but he decided to leave it at that. His knight was already looking towards the enemy. Be careful. I will. With a brief farewell, the two parted ways. As Joseph walked down the narrow stairs, he thought back to the cold winter day. Do you think they'll clash? Probably, if given the chance. Okay. Even though he was a boy from a shabby back alley, he confidently said that he would destroy the western moon. At that time it was only a faint possibility, but now it has become a meaningful possibility. Do you think Vlad can win? Not yet. Joseph had promised that audacious boy, if he could create an opportunity for revenge, Joseph would provide it. Those words at that time were not just empty words, but a condition that reminded Joseph of Gaidar, who they might face one day. You made the right call putting him on the opposite side. However, the promise wasn't made with the assurance of facing each other in a situation where the outcome was predetermined. Gaidar's Godin and Schoarra's Vlad were not fated to meet yet. Joseph planned to separate the two in a completely separate space, even if it was the same battlefield. I hope it goes as planned, but... However, no matter how clever a commander is, he cannot control all variables on the battlefield. As Joseph looked out towards the approaching Gaidar army on the horizon, he sighed quietly. Today, it seemed like the shadows looming from the west were longer than usual. Cool now, in the lush northern grassland where full summer has arrived, there was a man confidently leading soldiers forward, amidst the myriad of tents. Make way. Even in the presence of numerous knights eyeing him, the man didn't lose his momentum. In the face of pressure that would leave an ordinary person breathless, Timur, the Iron Duke, and the Knights of the North calmly cleared the path ahead. "Lord Duke, have you arrived?" Despite the intense presence felt even outside the tents, Ladhu of the Dragonslayer Knight Order emerged nonchalantly, as if he had just realized something. "I came personally, because things seemed to be getting delayed." Was it indeed a cumbersome load? Timur, the Iron Duke, who could be considered the ruler of the North, had decided not to accept any further constraints. "I came to relieve you of some of your burden. Now that I see, I should have come sooner." It was an expedition that lasted half a year. Nevertheless, the Central Forces did not even set foot in Baron Atman's territory, so the intention was obvious to anyone. So, no longer willing to be dragged around, Timur had come here with his troops to attack Baron Atman, defying even the advice of the Vatican. There would surely be backlash, but the intention was clear: to eliminate the source of the pretext and drive out the Dragonslayer Knight Order. "Ha ha! Ha! I'm truly at a loss for words that you have been concerned about this worthless junior, Lord Duke." However, the Knight Ladhu, who was actually the commander of this expedition, remained nonchalant. His smile seemed intense, not just something only Timur could perceive. "Anyway, I was planning to report that I would be leaving here soon." "Leaving?" At Ladhu's unexpected words, Timur's eyebrows began to twitch. The inexplicable sense of frustration conveyed by his smile began to seep into Timur's toes. "Now that the mission is complete, it's time to move." Seeing Timur's faint perplexity, Ladhu made exaggerated gestures towards the knights. Carts began to move in response to Ladhu's gestures. Unidentifiable things shaking above them began to approach Timur little by little. It was fortunate. Although it was not an easy battle, surely the god has been watching over us. Timur ignored Ladhu's grumbling and quietly looked at the things loaded on the cart. Countless heads had lost their bodies and were crammed onto the cart like luggage, their vacant gazes constantly meeting Timur's. You may recognize some of them here. Baron Utman is here, along with his wife and knights. What is this? Timur, sensing the situation just from the traces, did not hide his anger. The air around them suddenly grew heavy. A knight among knights. Everyone around him held their breath due to the harsh energy that Timur Baranov gave off. What is the meaning of this? Grass that was being crushed even though it had no substance. Observing the heads with no sign of rebellion and the soldiers who seemed to have left without a trace, Timur realized that this situation was not a natural outcome. "Please calm down, Lord Duke." At Timur's unsettling demeanor, Ladhu finally wiped away his smug smile. However, even though he erased the smile, he still maintained a composed posture. The oldest dragon's aura, which he had confronted for a long time, was much thicker and sharper than this. Baron Utman confessed his sins at the last moment. Although unyielding, his trembling fingers conveyed an object. "What is this?" "It's Absalon. It's a product that's been talked about a lot in the central regions lately." As Timur opened the box, a refreshing scent wafted out. It was elven tea, Absalon, not yet distributed in the north. It's a drug. They intended to make the north sick with it. It is said that the evil being requested it. It wasn't true, but it was. However, truth was like shattered pieces in front of powerful individuals. Those who moved the world were adept at putting together scattered pieces as they wished. And do you know who received this tea first in the north? From these pieces, the oldest dragon's message began to flow to Timur. They said it was Countess Oksana Bayezd. "Quickly, give us the pieces of the dragon. Otherwise, we will shatter your north." It seems suspicious, doesn't it? A fierce confrontation between the dragon and the lion. Timur could feel the dragon's claws reaching him much earlier than he had anticipated. The Dragon Slayer Knights and the Central Forces were slowly withdrawing their formations. Their flags were slowly tilting towards Bayezid's leadership. The balance was shifting towards Sturma. Chapter 146. Crows flying everywhere. Even now, the magic signals from Dorothea were still sparkling. Sinister news was flying towards Bayezid's army, heading towards Damar. It's an urgent message from Bayezid. Dorothea, with the characteristic pointed ears of the beastmen pricked up, looked at Rutger without being able to hide her worried expression. A summon from the Vatican has just arrived for Lady Oksana. It was a mother's effort to care for her sick son, but from someone's perspective, it seemed like an evil act. Oksana, who had been arbitrarily judged by those who only saw what they wanted to see, had been unjustly treated, even though she shouldn't have been. Father, Diomar is just around the corner. It was only half a day's journey to reach the battlefield, yet ominous news continued to arrive. Spies scattered everywhere, the Vatican baring its teeth, and even the surrounding lords bordering their territories. Everyone warned in unison that a great crisis was looming over Sturma. We must return. Receiving even the crow sent from the northernmost edge, Peter solemnly spoke, his expression firm. But Count, if we retreat now, Joseph will be left alone. Upon hearing Peter's words about the need to return, Rutger vehemently began to oppose, insisting that they couldn't leave Joseph behind like this. I don't know about Diomar, but we must bring Joseph back, if you grant me soldiers. Perhaps it was because of the urgent situation. Though it was just a little, there was sincerity radiating from Rutger. They were brothers destined to fight since birth, but at this moment they were both Bayezid. Worry not. I won't leave Joseph alone. What? Rutger's eyes widened when he saw a faint smile on Peter's face. The Count's mistress had been summoned to the Vatican, and now that the Central Army was threatening Sturma, Peter only looked relaxed. The essence of war is to hinder what the enemy is trying to do. The victory in war depends solely on how many resources one pushes into the established front lines. Therefore, Sigmund and Dragulia had been using the same tactic to separate Bayezid's main army and the Hainal army, through a significant threat that couldn't be ignored. Now that we're sure of the enemy's intentions, it's become easier to respond. Peter folded the last letter sent by the Iron Duke. The anger that had been stored up until now began to appear in his black eyes. We must return swiftly. We might already be late. With these words, Peter's gaze was fixed on a distant place. It was a slightly different direction from the one they had been heading so far. Joseph must come out and apologize for his past rudeness. I hope Baroness Alicia will show respect for the West through this marriage. A knight from the West, running in front of the castle walls, waving a white flag representing a messenger, shouting loudly. Vlad couldn't help but admire the courage of the knight, though he couldn't know his name, for boldly speaking out amidst numerous enemies. Why? What? However, the soldiers around didn't seem to share the same sentiment. Hainal's soldiers began to look at Vlad with displeased expressions, as if silently urging him to speak up. You insolent bastard. What's your name? It wasn't just the subtle pressure weighing on him. It was a commander's duty to consider the morale of the soldiers. How dare you insult the Baroness? Reveal your name, you rude bastard. Sir Vlad is asking for your name. The words that started out as Vlad's quiet muttering became waves and began to echo through the soldiers and the walls of the castle. I'm watching you. Lady Alicia's knight. You. If we meet on the battlefield, I'll split you into pieces. Not only the knight who had come to declare war, but even Vlad himself was taken aback by the sudden outburst of cursing soldiers. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this extent. Whether it was due to his mood or not, It felt like he could sense Joseph's gaze from afar. Ha! As he watched the enraged Diomar soldiers, Vlad suddenly realized that this couldn't go on like this, and an arrow flew unexpectedly. Though not aimed at taking lives, the arrow lodged in the horse's butt was enough to startle the messenger. He has been hit like a fool. Go out and kill him. Gaidar's intention to pressure the opponent through the declaration of war had shattered into pieces. Gaidar's knight runs towards the horse that ran away first. The sight of him running after falling from the horse and twitching as if he had hurt himself just looked comical. Well, this escalated quickly. Under the most splendid banner, Joseph, observing the battlefield from atop the castle walls, scratched his forehead in frustration as he watched the Gaidar army beginning to move from a distance. That's talent, no doubt. He moved 5,000 with just a few words. I'll have a word with him later. The Gaidar army gradually approached from the edge of the plain. At first glance, the siege tower, built as high as the castle wall, was visible. They've prepared thoroughly. Dozens of siege weapons lined up. The only consolation is that catapults cannot be used, because it is a place without rocks. Set the arrows on fire. But it wasn't just Gaidar who had prepared thoroughly. Archers began to light their arrows from torches. Only now did the arrows of the Hainal army rise towards the sun. Not yet. Joseph calmly measures the distance and checks the range. Joseph knew very well that when it comes to fortifying, there is no attack as sure as the arrow fired at the beginning. Seize the most valuable opportunity with utmost certainty. Here they come. Not yet. The shouts of the Gaidar army could be heard from up ahead. The usurpers from the west charged forward, each brandishing their shields. Some swift-footed ones had already reached the bottom of the castle walls. No! Suddenly, the leading edge of the siege tower wavered. Recognizing the moment, Joseph shouted loudly and signaled. It's a trap. The enemies have laid a trap. This is insane. We just crossed over a moment ago. Traps triggered by weight. The traps, dug deep like pitfalls, now revealed themselves and were swallowing up Gaidar's siege weapons in one gulp. From above, the flaming arrows turned into rain, descending fiercely from the sky. What's his name? He's Joseph, the second son of Bayezid. Sigmund sat on his horse, looked at the battlefield, and burst out laughing. He's not quite in his right mind either. Ah! Arrows! The siege tower is on fire. Put out the flames. Countless traps laid everywhere, to the point where it seemed insane. Chuckling at the dense array of traps, Sigmund couldn't help but laugh ironically. Such antics might be cowardly or cunning, but once it escalated to this extent, it was something that had to be acknowledged. It seems they had blindfolded us. The reason Peter released a special unit to disrupt the rear was not simply to cut off supply. Scouts acting as eyes on the battlefield. Many of the Western scouts, who should have been scouting the battlefield earlier, were too busy chasing after units like Vlad's assault team, failing to discover the current situation, avoid the collapsed areas, and send them back. It's just a matter of stalling for time anyway. Understood, my lord. However, even though the damage was greater than expected, Sigmund did not lose his composure. In siege warfare, casualties on the attacking side were inevitable. Rather than being pressured by the process, Sigmund chose to focus on the outcome. After all, we just need to get over the walls. Diomar's walls are low, and there's no particularly obstructive terrain. Furthermore, there was almost a five-fold difference in numbers, with 1,300 against 5,000. Moreover, his own soldiers were seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles and gained experience, so this battle was merely a matter of time. The trap set frantically actually revealed the anxiety of the defenders. No matter how long you wait, your father won't come. It's truly pathetic. No lord would willingly surrender capital. Peter will not give up Sturma just to protect Dioma, someone else's land. The first siege tower. It has reached the wall. Yeah, I see it. As reported by Godin, one siege tower, charred black, had managed to snugly reach the walls of Dioma. Seeing the bewildered figure on the castle wall beginning to murmur, Sigmund simply smiled while stroking his thick chin. Oh, the siege tower is coming. Shoot arrows? Kill them before they get over here. Vlad took a calm, deep breath as he looked at the siege tower approaching directly in front of him. Despite being engulfed in flames, the massive body didn't stop. The siege tower, filled with malice, was fully occupied by Gaidar's soldiers, crouching behind their shields. Sir Vlad, I know. The mercenary leader, Stefan, used his experience to assist Vlad. Are there any other enemies nearby besides them? No, none. However, his superior, who was clearly inexperienced, was maintaining a much calmer appearance than expected. He's a born fighter. There were occasionally individuals like him. People whose blood is naturally suited to the battlefield. Some individuals were just too well suited for the battlefield to be described as merely strong in combat. The siege tower has reached us, you bastards. All of you. Finally, the Gaidar knights burst out of the burning wooden door that had just reached the wall. I am Gaidar's. Ah! One of Gaidar's knights roared, releasing the pent-up rage. However, he was only pushed into the tower by a harsh kick without even being able to utter his own name. Stefan. Yes. Close the door. What? A knight was pushed into the siege tower with a loud crashing sound. Soon, Vlad followed him and ran into the tower, where his blue eyes turned bright red. Lock the siege tower door. Amidst the screams and shouts filling the siege tower, Vlad stepped forward without hesitation. What were you saying earlier? What's your name? Vlad, who had decided to become the unwelcome guest of the invaders before they could reach him, stood tall in the fiery siege tower, his left eye burning white. A rose smiles in Schoarra. The red-haired madam there couldn't hide her smile as she finally picked up the letter handed to her. No, why did he have to write it on a shaking ship? He said he was too busy to write until now. Vlad must have been quite insistent. Harvin scratched his head in response to the sharp barb from Zemina, then took a seat. The table on the fourth floor where only valued guests could sit. There, a fragrant drink was already prepared for the captain who brought welcome news. Anyway, it's true that he wrote it. Who cares what I think? Contrary to her words, Zemina's trembling hands tore open the letter Vlad had sent. Her headpiece sparkled under the chandelier, radiant enough that no one could imagine her past appearance. In front of the beautifully blooming rose smiles, the knight's letter to Lady Zemina began to unfold. Amidst the crooked handwriting, traces of someone missed dearly were engraved. To Zemina, I'm doing well. What the hell is wrong with that crazy bastard? Kill him! Kill him! It's a bit dizzying on this rocking ship, but still manageable. The siege tower is shaking. That lunatic broke the ladder. I've had various missions, but they were all trivial things, and there'll be a war soon anyway, so there's no need to worry much. After all, I'm like an escort knight for Lord Joseph, so I won't go too deep into danger. That means it's safe. Sir Vlad, you need to come out now. The siege tower is collapsing, so don't worry too much, and I'll see you in Schoarra later. That's all for now. Although it was daytime, a chilly wind swept through cold plains. Bodies were piled up among the fallen flags everywhere. While both the living and the dead were silent, there was one man who could only groan. Cough! I'll ask again. Where are we? A knight with striking red hair. However, Ladhu's hair was now a mess of darker red than its original color. The north. We're in the north. Right. This is the north. A faintly colored head for his age. But as lively as his expression was, Timur, the lion of the north, had more vitality. But why did you ignore me in the north? Was I funny? Ah! Ladhu was once again thrown into the wet mud by a rough hand, his neck turning pale as he struggled to breathe. You redhead bastard. Even though you were born with dragon's blood, you only inherited half of it. Listen well. Cool. Timur's arm just stands firm despite the aura that Ladhu emitted with all his strength in order to survive. A cruel smile began to form on the lion's face as he brought death's blade to the puppy's throat. I already knew that the emperor lying in the imperial capital was nothing but a carcass of... Ladhu's hands began to clench the mud fiercely in response to Timur's words. His rough movements indicated that he was reaching his limit. Puff. Cough. As the heavy pressure pressing down on his head disappeared, Ladhu finally managed to crawl out of the mud. Around his desperately raised head were flags of various colors, each representing the lords of the north. There was no mercy in the lord's eyes as he coldly looked down at the dragon. When did this all start, Ebru? Timur's white teeth began to sneer at the dragon, who now grasped the situation. But regret, whether early or late, was irrelevant. The countless corpses of soldiers heading towards Sturma would never rise again, despite Ladhu's belated regret. I'll spare your life, so go and tell your father. Quack! Timur's sword was drawn so swiftly that it seemed Ladhu barely noticed. Its tip pierced through Ladhu's palm, embedding deeply into the ground. I shall no longer pledge allegiance to the empire without a rightful emperor. The dragon is crying in the face of death, and the northern lion is smiling at that sight. His smile, which had been hidden for a long time, was shining brightly. This is northern land filled with suppressed cries and cold silence, and the laws of the empire no longer held sway here. Chapter 147. The soldiers of Gaidar cling to the walls like a swarm of bees. The smell of boiling oil pouring down on them began to sting the nostrils sharply. Ah! Screams that were unbearable to hear erupted from below. A soldier falling while holding his melting face, and men plummeting to the ground. It was a moment that encapsulated all the sentiments about war. Damn it! Cade had no time to wipe away the streaming sweat as he had to load another arrow. His fingers were already full of calluses, but now red blood was flowing down his fingertips. 3 days of relentless siege had been brutal enough to strip away hardened skin. I'd rather be back in that misty village. Cade thought back to his experiences in the foggy village as he silently reached for the next arrow. With every arrow leaving his hand, someone inevitably fell. But it was only temporary. 5,000 against 1,300. The theory that with the walls they could withstand 3 times the force was futile in this situation. This small fortress was not built to withstand such a large-scale war in the first place. Sigmund's firm determination to conquer Diomar today was only making the situation more chaotic. You bastard! While Cade was momentarily distracted, a hand suddenly appeared from an empty ladder. The hand, covered in blood, swept across Diomar's wall, successfully crawling up and over. You rat-like bastard! I've been watching you since earlier. A faint smoke-like substance was emanating from the left eye of the growling man. A person who has built his own world. Evidence of his existence. It was aura. Cade did his best to block it, but in the end it ended up creating a crack. The fierce waves rushing in from that crack began to fiercely assault Cade. You bastard! You won't draw your sword till the end! The crack of the bow, accompanied by the laughter of the unnamed knight, was spreading. Cade's pride and the cornerstone of his cherished world were crumbling. As expected, you spineless northern folks, acting like a knight even with such a pitiful bow. The Gaidar knight who scorned Cade for not using a sword. But Cade's struggle to shake off his mockery was still feeble. Ah! In the end, the bow shattered as it was unable to withstand the blow, infused with aura. The edge of the sword that Cade couldn't block raised past his chest. I guess northern knights are nothing special, just like the rumors say. The eyes of the unknown knight looking down at Cade were filled with joy that could not be hidden. Confirmation through the weak. The world, which he could only feel through others due to his lack of self-assurance, lingered at the tip of his sword. What's your name? Even if we go, we should exchange names first. The Gaidar knight spitted on the blood-filled wall. The tip of the knight's sword began to tremble in anticipation of the red color being painted over it again. What's your name? I asked. You bow bastard. Even in the face of death, Cade was somehow smiling. He was leaning against the wall with difficulty as he looked at the knight, his eyes looking slightly distant. Vlad of Schoarra. What? Squelch Gaidar knight asked the question to Cade, who was lying in front of him, but the answer came from behind. A chilling response as the world began to turn upside down. From the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky. The knight's gaze, spinning around, captured the Gaidar flag fluttering in the distance as its last sight. Thunk. Cade, are you okay? Cade, who was leaning against the wall, saw Vlad's appearance and just smiled weakly. Let's go quickly. Our side has been breached. The walls are too small. It wasn't meant for a siege in the first place. Vlad, supporting Cade, quietly nodded in response to his murmuring words. Following behind were Stefan and Vlad's soldiers. As they retreated, Gaidar's soldiers began to come up one by one. Let's regroup for now. Vlad moved forward as he kicked away the head of the unnamed knight rolling on the ground. Vlad didn't ask his name until the end. He just looked at Gaidar's soldiers blocking his path. Even now, the sound of ladders clinging to the wall incessantly echoed in Vlad's ears. Her right side of the wall has been breached. The Gaidar army is currently climbing the wall and heading towards the gate. The gate won't hold much longer either, unless we break their battering rams. Joseph remained silent, closing his eyes while keeping his ears open. He could tell without having to hear reports coming from all over the place. The ominous atmosphere mixed with the dull sounds. It was the continuous pounding of Gaidar's rams against the gate. When will the reinforcements arrive? We've held out for 3 days. One of the Hainal knights couldn't contain his frustration any longer, slamming the table against the wall as if to vent his anger. His armor was drenched in the enemy's blood. The relentless onslaught of Gaidar soldiers seemed to gnaw away even at his patience. It is a bit late. However, the voice responding to his frustration was eerily calm. We'll abandon the right side of the wall. Destroy the stairs leading down into the fortress. But we'll prepare for urban warfare from now on. As planned, we'll set fire to the houses near the wall. Even amidst the incessant screams, Joseph's handling of the situation remained composed. Joseph Baiz was always someone who prepared for the worst. Are you going to abandon the wall? Apologies, Sir Duncan. Upon Joseph's apology, Duncan simply lowered his head in resignation. Though he wanted to say it shouldn't be so, the old knight knew well enough that the situation had reached its limit. Anyone in the current situation would inevitably have to retreat. In the end, it has come to this. They had to abandon Diomar. Seeing the despair of the old knight who had devoted his life to Hainal, the other knights of Hainal could only hang their heads in defeat. For a moment, there was a faint sound echoing in Duncan's ears. It was low enough to be barely audible even to someone deeply engrossed in their thoughts, yet it carried a profound resonance. It was a strange sound that Duncan had never heard on the battlefield before. It's a fang trumpet, crafted from the fang of a saber-toothed tiger, a beast native to the north. What? Duncan's eyes widened as if asking for further explanation. But Joseph simply let out a small sigh and took his seat without elaborating further. I apologize. I didn't mention it earlier in case the plan leaked. Now, up close, Duncan could see the young man clearly. Fair complexion, darkened eye shadow. It seemed that his efforts to appear calmer than anyone else were now visible. I've grown old. Finally, grasping the situation, Duncan quietly closed his white eyelids. How much had you endured? For the certain moment to come, Joseph had to take responsibility not only for the enemy's attacks, but also for the fears of his troops. That was the weight of a commander and the duty he had to bear as Bayezid. Whiskey? Yes. None of the Hainal knights present could bring themselves to be angry with Joseph for deceiving. Joseph's hand, holding the flask, trembled slightly. The young man with black eyes had undoubtedly staked his life on Diomar's walls. It was something I cherished, and I'm grateful to have survived to drink it. Indeed, warmed wine or lukewarm tea did not warm the soul like this. Only this drink, which penetrated deep into the throat and set fire to the internal organs, made him truly feel alive. Ooh, from afar, the sound of trumpet rang out, resonating through the air of the battlefield, dispelling its heaviness as the cold northern wind swept in. Joseph raised a glass of whiskey that he had for the first time in a long time, accompanied by the familiar sounds of the north. Hold on tight. Climb up. The fierce cry of the western conqueror. Sigmund drew his sword himself and shouted madly. I will personally kill those who come down quietly, stab something before coming down. With bloodshot eyes and a disregard for dignity, he ran around frantically, as if he had completely abandoned any semblance of composure. Although he didn't look like a nobleman by any means, Sigmund had no intention of stopping. Today's the day. Today we cross this damn wall. Though not refined, this was clearly one method of command. Sigmund's passionate, almost insane gestures were undoubtedly harshly encouraging the soldiers. That's it. That's right. Feeling the momentum of the battlefield shifting, Sigmund smiled warmly. Clang! Clang! From the weakening gate to the walls now filled with his own soldiers. In the end, this was it. No matter what kind of strategy the genius came up with, ultimately, one had to straightforwardly push the soldiers forward to suppress an opponent entrenched in a siege. And Sigmund was someone who had a clear advantage in that straightforwardness. Stand at the vanguard, son. Go and restore your broken pride. Aye's father. At Sigmund's command, Stephen began to breathe heavily, somewhere between tension and excitement. His father's command clearly signaled the moment Stephen had long awaited. If the sword that was taken from him wasn't there, he would bring back at least a sprig of mugwort. The gate has been breached. Good! A siege could last for over a year. But Sigmund was confident in taking Diomar, and he had the strong troops to back up that confidence. Yet you endured stubbornly like a kid. Sigmund smiled deeply as he looked at the charred walls of Diomar. Although Bayezid's kid made efforts, the walls were not initially meant to withstand 5,000 troops. Although he would have had to resort to evil while waiting for his father, who did not come. Knights, listen! To the one who first cuts off Joseph's head, I will give 300 gold coins. As the golden promise began, cheers echoed from all over. Along with cheers, Sigmund's voice spread, full of confidence. And to the one who brings Baroness Alicia. But he couldn't finish his sentence. A sound like a beast's howl filled the air. The chilling sound of the trumpet, interrupted Sigmund's words. Everyone had no choice but to turn around at the sudden sound. What is that? A scene beyond belief unfolded before them. The forest behind their formation. From there, soldiers began pouring out onto the blackened plain. There seemed to be at least 3,000 troops. No. Sigmund stared in disbelief, trying to wipe his eyes hastily, but his gaze remained fixed on the steadfast forces before him. Did he abandon Sturma? He thought it was a trap Peter could not escape from. Yet before him stood banners of those who should not have been there. Why? The North had been waiting for a long time. A time when they can stand up proudly, overcoming discrimination, contempt, and constant checks. Dragulia and Gaidar's threats had merely hastened that moment. Bayezid. Why is Bayezid here? The fluttering banner of Bayezid ahead was the North's response to the West. It spoke of how long Sturma's walls had endured, a testament to their patience. As expected. We're a bit late. Peter frowned as he gazed at the charred walls of Diomar. However, the flag of Hainal still fluttered at the highest point of the wall, so it wasn't too late. You held out well. It was undoubtedly a daunting task to maneuver such a large force of 3,000 troops around. But it was probably better than Joseph, who was holding out there. Peter smiled bitterly as he thought of his second son, who had struggled so far. Son, lead the charge. Yes, father. Rutger raised the spear he was holding at Peter's command. The sharp tip of the spear aimed ahead. There, the formation of the Gaidar army was waiting with the back wide open. I won't mince words. My knights show them. Slowly, a deep anger began to rise in Peter's black eyes. Those who dared to insult me, insult my wife, and torment my son. Peter's icy anger transmitted through Bayezid's blood and into Rutger's heart. Show them who Bayezid is. Along with Peter's command, the knights' shouts began to ring out. Bayezid's cavalry charged along the wide plains. The Gaidar army, now just realizing their presence, scrambled to form a defensive line, but it was too late to stop the charging cavalry. What's that? Why are they behind us? There's no escaping this. Hundreds of horses charging towards them. And there was a wall behind them. Rutger, who had closed his left eye, quietly flicked his spear with his finger. When you came in, you had your way. The resonance from the depths of his world began to spread from the tip of his spear. Rutger smiled quietly, anticipating the destruction that would soon hang on the tip of his spear. But it's not the same when you leave. Ah! Gaidar's soldiers were scattering like broken fragments. The world of Rutger, which had cut through the hardest dragon, was rushing towards the Eagle of the West with fierce force. Chapter 148, screams or cries echoed indistinctly in his ears. Limbs scattered everywhere. A soldier, unable to die yet, wailed as he gathered spilled entrails. What is this? Stephen felt as if he were walking through a dream as he surveyed the scene before him. This couldn't be real. Just moments ago, they were certain of victory. Pull yourself together. A sudden grasp at his collar. As the voice penetrated his muffled ears, Stephen could finally descend from his strange feeling of floating. It was Godin, the Knight Commander. We need to move. It's not over yet. The compelling pressure in Godin's eyes subdued the chaos more effectively than ever before. Though Godin's demeanor usually felt toxic in the current situation, it strangely benefited Stephen. Yes, you're right. It's not over yet. Meeting Godin's gaze, Stephen finally managed to catch his breath and survey the battlefield. Indeed, as Godin said, it was clearly not over yet. His father was still on the battlefield, bellowing commands as loud as a whale. The sudden onslaught of Bayezid's cavalry. Though they had taken everything they wanted with their initial charge, Gaidar still stood unbroken. Wagner, Lead the cavalry! Break off those lunatics! Yes, sir. Even though he was a knight who had lost his flag, in such situations anyone would have to fulfill their role. Wagner hurriedly regrouped the cavalry, separating from the main army, and Sigmund moved their formation towards the right wall they had occupied. Rutger, who was catching his breath for the second assault, bit his lip as he watched the Gaidar army gain composure faster than expected. Stephen, you foolish son. Can't you understand my words? Stephen could only return to himself fully when Sigmund bellowed his name. His actions might be reckless and casual, but he had the clear judgment of a ruler. If you didn't hear my order to ignite the battering ram. At Sigmund's shout, Stephen snapped back to attention and looked at the charred gates of Diomar. Various siege weapons were scattered there. They had just been used to breach the gates moments ago, but now they had become obstacles to block the Hainal army's advance. Squads, follow me. Each of you grab oil and torches. Even now, the eyes of Bayezid's troops glaring sharply at them from the front were fierce. But the presence that worried him more than them had to be Diomar, right behind their formation. Damn it! Caught completely between Bayezid and Hainal, there was no easy way out. To rectify this situation, they had to step forward. The walls of Diomar, already battered by their onslaught, had lost their functionality, so pushing forward would be futile. Quick, set it on fire! Following Stephen's command, the rams and siege towers began to ignite one by one. As the heavy structures caught fire, thick smoke soon began to block the gates of Diomar. Good! Seeing the blazing flames, a hint of satisfaction crossed Stephen's face. With such obstacles and fire, even if they managed to open the gates, they wouldn't be able to rush out immediately. Clearing the scattered siege weapons would likely take hours, enough time to count on. Now, Gaidar's forces only had to deal with Bayezid in front of them. But then Stephen flinched as he felt a sudden surge of energy. Oh no! A chilling presence from behind the gates. It was too quiet, eerily so, as if someone behind the gates of Diomar was watching him. That bastard! Though not audible, he could sense it. The presence of someone behind the gates, calmly biding their time. The unforgettable duel from that day began to slowly resurface in Stephen's mind. Soldiers descended the narrow staircase, relying on each other. The stairs, which had been deliberately designed to be narrow for fear of the castle walls falling, were holding the soldiers' ankles and slowing down their movements. Yet, despite the slow retreat, the fact that they could still tread on the ground safely was likely thanks to the one knight standing behind them, steadfastly holding his ground. Bayezid's knight, Vlad of Schoarra. His once magnificent blonde hair was now drenched in red, a testament to the intensity of the battle. Yet, if there was one thing that remained unwavering, it was his solitary blue eyes, shining brightly amidst the blood-soaked armor. Come on in again, you bastards. The end of his gruff words sounded like a beast's growl, but the Gaidar knights recognized it as a sharp warning, rather than a simple threat, so they stopped their advance. That madman! Let him go. Let's not lose our strength here. With that, the Gaidar knights began to slowly withdraw, their movements seeming to open a path, but an unavoidable sense of defeat lingered in their steps. Though the path along the walls seemed endless with the red trail of blood, from behind Vlad, the ground remained untouched. As if severing the snake's head, that young knight had effectively cut off the path of blood. Sir Vlad. Everyone has retreated. Good. Glancing briefly behind him, Vlad could indeed confirm that all the soldiers had retreated, just as Stefan had said. Let's go. Vlad and Stefan slowly retreated, looking at the Gaidar knights. Though they had fought valiantly, they could no longer hold out. The Gaidar soldiers had already swarmed the right wall of Diomar, and even now knights with their blue flags stood watch over them. Be careful. Vlad kept his gaze steady on the knights ahead, relying on Stefan as they descended the stairs slowly. A strange distance emerged between Vlad and the Gaidar knights. But while Vlad was the one retreating, a sense of relief seemed to emanate from the Gaidar knights. Gaidar. Even as Vlad descended the stairs, he couldn't help but fixate on the flag fluttering above. Not the tree engraved on the Hainal flag, but the eagle of Gaidar. With the target of revenge now so close it was unavoidable, Vlad quietly prepared himself. Are you all right? Any injuries? Having escaped from the wall, Vlad and Stefan quickly joined the reserve troops behind. As Vlad approached, voices of praise began to faintly ring out. Exhausted Hainal soldiers began to rise to their feet as they caught sight of Vlad. I'm fine. Vlad wiped the blood from his face with a towel handed to him by Zayar, then turned his head towards the aquamarine eyes, watching him from afar. It had to be done. Her lips were as firm as her tightly held posture. But her eyes, filled with worries, revealed an unavoidable truth. Vlad, whose hearing had always been sensitive, remembered the delicate voice calling out from afar, urging him to come down quickly. You've done well. Now rest. Yosef enveloped Vlad's bloodied shoulders, offering words of solace. Of all people, Yosef must have been the one who watched Vlad's struggles atop the wall with the most concern. I will go. Don't be stubborn. Please let me accompany you. Wasn't that our agreement? Yet Vlad seemed determined not to accept Yosef's consideration, refusing to sheathe his sword. The red trail still followed the blade, mirroring the fervor in Vlad's shoulders. But there was no stopping here. You promised to take me to Godin. That was our agreement. The time for the promise had come. The young knight had grown closer to the blue moon than ever before, now boldly asserting his rights. Yes, that's right indeed, Yosef remembered clearly. You give me your trust, and I will give you honor. So, if the chance and qualification arise, I will make a place for you to seek vengeance. That had been the condition Yosef had set forth for 7 years. I promise, I will definitely not act rashly this time. Vlad wasn't just asking for a favor. I will prioritize my responsibilities and duties as a knight even when facing Godin. I've made a lot of mistakes so far, but I hope you trust me this time, because I know who I am and what I should do. Vlad, who shouldered the responsibility of being a knight, could no longer be a boy who only thought about revenge. I won't sabotage this war for my personal vendetta. Duty adds weight to life, and weight eventually bestows gravity. Yosef could only nod as he looked at the boy, of whom only traces remained. Very well. Yosef ignored Alicia's prickly gaze approaching from behind and gestured with his hand, instructing him to bring Noir. I trust you. The trust you've shown me all this time has undoubtedly been genuine. Yosef hadn't stood by Vlad through countless mistakes simply out of a desire for talent. Even as a boy, Vlad had always strived to uphold the words he spoke. No matter how daunting they might have been, Yosef had valued that genuine aspect of Vlad. You must not lose yourself in anger. Losing yourself means losing your way forward. The wails of Noir were gradually drawing nearer from the distance. Yet Yosef couldn't take his eyes off Vlad because his words now held so much weight. Gaidar has blocked the gate. The path will be narrow, and there will be no one to help. I understand. Vlad finally tore his gaze away from Yosef's eyes and looked firmly at the broken Diomar gate. The pathetic gate, now ruptured in many places, had been its best effort. But to venture into a wider world, one must eventually leap beyond the safety of the castle walls. Good. Go and assure your well-being. As the gate slowly began to open at Joseph's command, Vlad could see only obstacles blocking his path through the narrow opening. Yet, even so, Vlad could discern the path he must take, visible through the deep-set left eye. The traces left by Auguste were guiding Vlad's direction, so there was no reason for hesitation. "Then I'll be off. Where there's a path, there's no reason to hesitate." Vlad, once trapped in a world blocked by obstacles, was now prepared to break through even the narrowest opening. Beyond the red flames and thick smoke, Vlad's blue eyes began to peer beyond the castle gate. "Damn it!" Stephen involuntarily cursed at the sight before him. Beyond the black smoke quietly burning was a single blue torch, now advancing relentlessly towards him. "Block it! Block it!" Despite the fierce assault, the gate of Diomar barely budged, only partially open. But even that much would be enough for a quick escape for the boy from the alley. "He's charging!" No way through. Only a few obstacles. The siege weapons, ablaze and strewn about, formed an impassable barrier. No matter how good a person is at horseback riding, they will not be able to overcome these obstacles. Stephen, who knew this well, kept his eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Vlad would stop. The black horse of the grassland is a spiritual creature, an entity surpassing his understanding, and had already recognized Vlad's path perfectly. Without hesitation, it pierced through the flames and smoke, disappearing ahead. Good heavens! Stephen opened his mouth in a daze as he watched Vlad jump over his head. A knight who had his sword taken away. Vlad had been gnashing his teeth at him until now, but now he was looking beyond him. "Let's go, Noir! Hee-hee!" The blue moonlight Vlad remembered was flowing through his closed left eye. No matter how painful the wound is, it cannot be denied that it is the foundation of Vlad's world. The world of knights he first encountered amidst the campfire, and through it, the nest he lost. Vlad, who had been constantly reminding himself of these things, had finally earned the right to proclaim the name of the moonlight. Godin! Godin, Knight of Gaidar. Vlad and Noir pierced through the yet unformed ranks of Gaidar's soldiers, cutting through the blockades. The sudden charge from behind made all of Gaidar turn their heads. "I am here. A knight who hasn't got his fair price." Vlad rode alone through the surging waves. Godin's passing glance was looking at Vlad as if he couldn't believe it. "Take this back, you bastard." Although Vlad can't fully reach it yet. But now the blue moonlight sees him. A black lump thrown by Vlad flew into Godin's wide open eyes. "I told you." There was a boy who cried out on a cold winter day as the ground turned red. "I'll kill you for sure." Rose's smiles filled with silence, a place where only Jorge's shaking neck and the sobbing cries of the prostitutes became the boy's witnesses. "Ah, ha? A knight only takes a fair price." But Vlad, who was once a boy, did not accept the false price offered to him. He merely kept it close for a long time, like scars left by wounds. "Do you still have this?" A clumsily bundled lump of meat. The crude jerky that had once fallen onto Vlad's head that day returned to Godin's hand once again. Godin smiled helplessly as he looked at the black lump that flew straight at him. "Out of the way!" Vlad pierced through Gaidar's military formation straight towards Bayez. Like the path of an arrow, the formation split in a straight line. In that gap, Vlad threw everything he had towards the blue moonlight, including the painful memories of that day, along with the jerky. Chapter 149. Sigmund, who had been trying to restore order for a while, could feel a black shadow swiftly passing by his side. Blonde hair and blue eyes. The striking figure was unmistakably familiar, even without anyone nearby to explain. The name came to mind readily. That, Vlad of Schoarra, the northern brat who dared take his son's sword. What kind of crazy bastard is he? And now the guy who was causing all this madness. Even if his formation was a mess, this damn brat knew how to exploit any gap in our defenses. If it weren't for the fact that he was the enemy, his acrobatic movements would almost be entertaining to watch amidst the chaos. But Sigmund couldn't afford to be distracted, because every time that bastard moved, it tore apart the carefully constructed formation. Ha! Sigmund was more shocked by Vlad's actions than by Bayezid's cavalry who had just charged in. While the attack was somewhat expected, what Vlad was doing now was unprecedented. What's that? Suddenly popping out from behind. Did the castle gate open? Is this for real? The knight of Bayezid, who appeared and vanished like lightning, as if he could easily stir up trouble whenever he pleased. Unintentionally, Vlad's actions became a catalyst, throwing a stone into the pond of unease that Sigmund had been desperately trying to calm. Like ripples spreading across a lake, the soldiers' uneasy murmurs slowly spread through the Gator army. Racing across the green meadow, the open space between Gaidar and Bayezid, which no one could reach, was giving Vlad an unknown sense of liberation. However, his smile of liberation was short-lived. Soon, Vlad was pressing his body against Noir, back and holding his breath. The scent of impending danger began to waft through the air. Shoot! If not now, we may never get another chance like this. With someone's shout, the sky filled with ominous arrows. Vlad had to grit his teeth as he felt the shadows falling behind him and above his head. The subtle gap Vlad had created bought Bayezid more time, and Peter's piercing gaze didn't miss it. Ah! Raise the shields. Shields up. The ground was green, but the sky was pitch black, and where the black rain had passed, someone's blood began to gather and form a bright red puddle. The world that emerged from the narrow gap was undoubtedly vast, but it was still as brutal as ever. Reveal your identity. Bayezid, Bayezid's knight Vlad, I brought a message from Lord Joseph. The arrows fell fiercely, as if they had been waiting for him to come out. Vlad, who had crossed over with Noir, handed a sealed letter to the soldiers, shouting for him to reveal himself. The letter, personally written by Joseph, contained invaluable information beyond what could be contained in a mere magic message or the crow's letter. Let him through. The sentence written in the letter revealed his affiliation, and the direction he emerged from the gap affirmed Vlad's loyalty. For someone like him, rigorous identity verification was nothing but a waste of time. Please follow. The center of the formation moved according to the soldiers' guidance. The first thing that caught Vlad's eyes there was Bayezid's flag fluttering in the wind. The sturdy walls of Sturma greeted Vlad. I have come at the behest of Lord Joseph. My name is Vlad. It was a field without even a tent erected, but it had a more serious atmosphere than anywhere else. Countless knights gazed at him as if he was walking on the red carpet. Through the path they slowly opened. Familiar black eyes began to look at Vlad. Well done, Vlad, knight of Joseph. Peter carefully examined the knight sent by his son. Despite efforts to compose himself, Vlad's shoulders twitched slightly, and his armor, heavily dented, bore witness to his time on the battlefield. Both you and Joseph. Were there any injuries? No? I am well. Vlad's immediate response put Peter somewhat at ease, despite not showing it outwardly. Thank goodness. The blue blood of nobility prompted Peter to choose the most efficient course of action. But even so, his heart did not become cold. Certainly, he had worried for his frail son, yet he also felt pride. 500 men. After confirming his son's well-being with a firmly written note, Peter handed the letter Vlad had brought to Antalas, the knight commander. It was a report sent not by his son, but by Diomar's commander, Joseph. The report said that only 500 soldiers would be able to get out of the gates. However, what caught Peter's eye more than the number 500 was a single line of commentary written at the bottom of the report. "You want a duel with Godin?" "Yes." At Peter's subdued voice, the gazes of the knights serving him began to twitch. Was he referring to Godin, the commander of Gyder's knights? "I don't mean to disregard you, but the difference between you and him might be insurmountable." It was so faint that Vlad could not notice it, but Bayezid's knights, who had served Peter for a long time, could. The fact that their lord was smiling now. "Do as you wish. I cannot say you lack the qualifications." It was indeed the imposing presence of the northern spirit he hadn't seen in a long time. Even after the brilliant golden age of Bayezid had passed, there was no reason to refuse the young knight who was now challenging the towering walls once again. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and young things that try to make it bloom have always been precious beings. Damn bastard! The soldiers of Gyder climbed up the slippery hill. Though they had managed to form a solid formation, Sigmund found himself cursing profanities in frustration as he crawled back into the chaos once again. "Peter Bayezid, you don't get any relief even if you chew on it. The northern monarch used Deomar as bait to create confusion and then took advantage of the opportunity to cause deep wounds. Now he was firmly entrenched on the hill and forcing Sigmund to make a choice. You come in first, and I came well prepared. The supply route was blocked, the retreat route was cut off, and now Peter was forcing Sigmund to make a sacrifice until the very end. The ruthless cruelty he displayed even made Sigmund, the usurper of the West, tremble. Damn barbarians! Despite the disadvantage, they had to press forward. As time passed, the disadvantage would fall on Gyder's side. Since it was simply an untenable situation, Sigmund had to somehow break through the army in front of him and create a path towards the west, to the spear infantry, and thus they faced off against the northern soldiers. The axes flashed beyond the tightly stacked shield wall. It was as if they had inherited the savagery of their ancestors who had raided cities while sailing down the river. Damn it! My spear broke. Those who lost their weapons fall back. Ah! Those lunatics are throwing axes. An evenly matched fight. However, the difference in depleted strength and morale was already an irreparable gap, so the screams could only be on Gyder's side. Bayezid, forward! Men with mixed blood of barbarians. Though it was a phrase full of discrimination and contempt, what couldn't be denied was the cruelty emanating from the blood. How dare these bastards challenge us? Die! Die! The ferocity of the men who had to maintain their hot temper, even in the freezing northern winds, was undoubtedly more barbaric and brutal than people from any other region. The madness of the north, which was difficult to express with just tactics and strategy, was being conveyed through their axes. As expected, Sigmund, who continuously encouraged his soldiers, gritted his teeth as he watched the bloodshed ahead. Indeed, facing the northern infantry with just the western spear infantry was an impossible task. If it was a fight between infantry units, finding troops strong enough to defeat them would be difficult even within the Empire. Hold on a little longer. Our time will come for sure. Yet Sigmund kept pushing his soldiers toward the front line without pause. If there were savage axemen in the north, there were also cavalrymen who crossed the rugged wastelands in the west. If we hold off these bastards, our momentum will return. Given the natural development of cavalry in the western region, it was only natural that their cavalry would be formidable opponents for the northern cavalry. Moreover, the mid-level troops in the west, equipped with gear plundered from the dwarves, were undoubtedly formidable opponents for the northern cavalry. The reason Peter deliberately took a position on the muddy grassland was because he was concerned about their attack. All it takes is one shot. In the current situation where everything was crumbling, relying on the most certain method seemed to be the best option. Therefore, Sigmund decided to overcome this crisis through selection and concentration. Through the spearheads of Geir's prized cavalry. The ground is sticky, and the sound of hoofbeats is getting heavier. Along with the summer weather, the sticky plains of Dioma were undoubtedly unfamiliar battlefields for the Western Knights. The enemy is responding. Godin inwardly cursed the truly insane battlefield they had chosen. The speed is dwindling, but there might be something they can do, because they've put everything into this attack. Bayezid cavalry is charging on the right. Ignore them. The cavalry's charge is like a barrage of arrows. From the moment they leave until they reach the enemy, they cannot afford to stop. Knowing this, the Geir cavalry charged without a moment's hesitation toward the soldiers, pushing their shields forward. Crack! A loud sound of shields breaking. Along with it, the screams that followed were all too familiar to them. As expected. There are attacks that you know you can't stop even if you try. For Geir, a cavalry charge was always a surefire formula for victory. And that's why Sigmund believed without a doubt that through this single attack, they could break through the enemy lines. However, as Godin led the charge, he felt an odd sensation at the tip of his spear, causing his fingertips to grow colder little by little. Not enough. Though he had made contact, there was a sense of lacking. He needed to thrust for much longer, but the spear felt strangely empty, not hitting anything solid. Damn it. Looking beyond the spear's tip, Godin realized where this strange sensation was coming from. An angle cleverly hidden by the curved hill. It was only now that he was faced with an unrecognizable formation below. Diagonal formation. Though he thought they were in a straight line, Bayezid's soldiers were actually arranged diagonal. Only precise targeting could deliver a solid impact, but Geir's charge, now tilted, could only follow the direction they were being led by the slowly erected shield wall. We need to flank them now. Being the most confident meant being able to respond most effectively. Where are you going in such a hurry? The Bayezid cavalry, suddenly sticking close, began to deprive Geir of the space to maneuver, becoming another wall for them to overcome. You've been flying high for too long. A red world was flowing through his closed left eye. Raja Bayezid. A man almost certain to be the next head of the family. Push through. We can't afford to give them space. Damn it! On the right, there were infantry shield walls. On the left, Bayezid's cavalry followed closely. Thus, waiting at the narrowing entrance of the funnel-like formation were the Bayezid knights, exuding an extraordinary momentum. Each of them had their left eye closed. Bring them to me. Knights. The lord and knight Peter aimed his sword at the charging cavalry. Their necks, the end of those who dare to defy Bayezid. A charge toward destruction. While the knights of the West hastened to confront them with their own world, the target of the Bayezid knights was not them. The cries of horses losing their legs began to echo loudly across the meadow's hills. The separated knees were struggling in vain toward the ground they could no longer reach. Horses falling to the ground with a heavy sound. The movements of the knights struggling above them were rising high into the sky. The charge of the Western forces, now losing momentum, began to stall in front of the Northern Knights. Bayezid knights. The cavalry, now unable to function as cavalry without their mounts, faced the onslaught of the cold northern wind. Forward! Locking a gaze upon the still ground, it was now the time for the knights. Chapter 150. Vlad still remembers Jorge's eyes shaking helplessly as he lost his gaze. Even the sobbing of the prostitutes and the foul smell of the bloody chunks that fell on his head. The man who destroyed his nest like that, left without even looking back. Yes, I brought that man here. Godin. A familiar man was seen through the gap opened by the knights. His demeanor was a mess, but the sword he held still shone as brightly as ever. So you've crawled all the way here, brat. Finally, face to face, Godin was faintly smiling. Just like when he introduced himself with a false name. But unlike before, the sword he wielded now pointed directly at Vlad. Say your name, Knight of Gadar. What? He now stands as a knight, not a boy from an alley. Now facing the blue moon, Vlad finally spoke the words he had long held within. Your name, say it. Right here, right now. The anger that had been harbored for so long, now a longing, was seeping out. He wanted the truth, not the false name from that day. Now that we are facing each other on an equal footing, I have the right to hear those words from you. Very well. As you wish. Godin nodded as if understanding everything conveyed in Vlad's eyes filled with strange longing. Although it was a brief encounter, Godin liked this side of him. Indeed, it would have been good if Godin had taken Vlad back then. Godin of Gaida. Vlad of Schoarra. Finally, the true name Vlad can hear from his lips. As Vlad hears that name, he clenches his fist tightly. Finally, he has arrived. Here. The man who was as distant as the moon in the sky is now right before his eyes. The knight only takes a fair price, Godin. Isn't that what you said? Now, the two people are facing each other with their true names, not as the boy from the back alley and the knight with a false name. As Godin and Vlad exchange names, they simultaneously close their left eyes, as if they had made a promise. There's something I haven't received from you yet. A broken nest cannot be fully restored. So today, I will shatter the moon. By killing you. Godin, that will be my fair price for that day. Hua. Hua. In the midst of the battlefield where countless knights clashed, there was a space where the most spectacular duel unfolded. Explosions of blue and white, resembling that color, glared at each other. So fast, speed that surpassed anticipation. Though it was undoubtedly a simple, straightforward path, Vlad's strike was fast enough to surprise Godin. Hoo-ah! Vlad splendidly seized the initiative, and never let go of the momentum you have gained. As the voice instructed, Vlad succeeded in seizing the initiative and began rushing towards Godin, shaking the advantage he had gained to his heart's content. He's covered again. While his steps were flexible, concealing countless moves, the descending sword was simple and clear. A single strike filled with a definite intention, unlike its unpredictable movements. Truly a contradiction. There was no trace of the reckless strikes from before, filled with childishness. Vlad could see Godin's world with his closed left eye. Where he was looking, what he was aiming for. Now. And even where there was an opening. The sharp insight learned from the imperial sword was guiding a path towards the space untouched by the blue moonlight. Kakagan. Ah! A charge without hesitation filled with certainty. The aftermeasures of the aura exploded loudly along with him. Everyone here was engaged in a struggle for life and death, yet there was a light that made them impossible to turn away. I told you back then, what the sword held and glared at was a beast. Two swords growling loudly. Within those close blue eyes, a strange madness that could not be contained as a human began to emerge. I will kill you for sure. It was as if Vlad was shouting to behold him. There was a sound in front of Godin that he could no longer ignore. Die! Though his weary body gasped for breath, his steps were light. Because the opponent he faced was Godin, Vlad was able to focus on the battle by immersing himself in a deeper world than ever before. So much so that he doesn't even notice that the light forming on the tip of his sword is gradually changing from blue to another color. Qua! Thud! Thud! Wild sparks were flying out between the sword containing stars and the one bathed in moonlight. A blond knight who didn't hesitate to consume himself. The world he had wanted, hoped for, and genuinely wanted to reach was now before him. Is this all you've got, brat? Don't call me a brat. Looking back now, what was left behind were just traces. From the name given by the true priest to the sword he now wielded, all originated from someone's traces. But at least you shouldn't call me a brat. Among them, one trace was deeply engraved. It was both a wound and a scar, the most painfully embedded memory in Vlad's world. Because now we're facing each other. Rose smiles. Nest of the boy. The vibrant red roses that once filled that place. Vlad remembered the neck of Burley rolling around, and the gaze of Jorge trembling weakly. At that time I couldn't do anything. From Vlad's sword, a distinct figure began to emerge. The world that had been contained within him expanded outward, now in a form that anyone could recognize. Along with that, his left eye slowly begins to open. It's not now. There was a ray of aura flowing down like a tear through the world that Vlad was finally able to see with his own two eyes. Golden. That color was the brilliant golden hue that Vlad had carried since birth. Even the knights fighting on their respective battlefields. And Peter, watching from afar, had no choice but to widen his eyes at a single beam of light. Golden waves began to curve around the tip of the sword as it was swung widely. Ivadi! Everyone, bow your heads! Vlad's world began to manifest above the fully developed world, a dazzling yet sharp wave. It was like the scene when the moonlight spread out. I'm here. I, Vlad of Schoarra, am heading towards you. Now my firmly established world reaches even toward you, the moon. Oh! In front of the unfolding golden wave, the world of Godin began to produce a single rose splattering red blood. It was the same wave as his own, but the world was distinctly different in color. Although they met as enemies, seeing the young world that had chased after him, Godin burst into laughter. He hadn't intended it, but seeing the world that had grown alongside him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It's a shame to meet you as enemies. From the tip of Godin's sword, a blue aura began to form. The blue moonlight, which was like the beginning of the story, was just as pitiful as it was then. The battlefield was once filled with countless cries, but now only silence reigns. Blood splattered and mingled with scattered spears, creating a sticky mess. Oh, huff! Vlad could barely lift his head, simply kneeling and gasping for breath, despite feeling the cold blade against his neck. But, brat, didn't I tell you back then? Although he had instructed Godin not to call him brat, he could still hear Godin referring to him as such. Of course. Vlad had been defeated by him. I told you to confirm where you are before moving forward. There was a lesson he had taught the boy who ran through Schoarra's darkness. Don't panic and take your time. Know where you are and how to proceed before anything else. That's how you find the right direction. Right? Finding the right direction mattered more than speed. That way one wouldn't stray off course like this. Cough! A single red streak trickled down the blade that touched Vlad's neck. The bright red blood that had slowly flowed down the sword went down Vlad's neck and reached his cold fingertips. I'll still only call you, by your name. Brat, die. As Godin's voice faded like the shaking tip of his sword, Vlad hurriedly lifted his head to look at him before Godin's words were completely swallowed by the darkness. Suddenly, the knights of Bayezid surrounded Godin. The swords stuck all over Godin's body were blocking his every move as he reached Vlad's neck. Among them, the sword that precisely pierced the heart had an emblem engraved on it that only the head of Bayezid could use. Welcome. Rat. Dots. The moon, which had been in the sky, fell. Not by Vlad's, but by the swords of others. To the world of knights. Swoosh. Red blood began to gush from the wounds left by the slowly withdrawn swords. Godin, slowly crumbling amidst the flowing blood. However, as he looked at Vlad, his face showed no pain or anger, but only a faint smile. It was a smile that only the victor could wear. I have lost. Godin of Gaidar. Although Godin might not hear the words he had spoken now, Vlad still uttered the final words that a knight must say. He admired the blue moon that he had envied and resented. Vlad just bowed his head again as he looked at the moon that he wanted to reach so badly, but was unable to surpass. The victor stands above, the defeated below. And now the blue moon, which he could no longer challenge, would forever remain above Vlad. Thus, Vlad silently murmured towards the fallen moon on the ground. Lord Count, Lord Count, a loud cry from a nearby knight. But even with his shout, Sigmund stood still with a grim expression, as if something had been drained from him. Lord Count, we must leave now. The gates of Diomar have been opened from behind. Indeed, there were soldiers slowly emerging from behind Gaidar. The Hainal army has finally gathered its troops and opened the castle gate. The way they came out together with the black-eyed young man was as brutal as what they had been through so far. Take care of my son. He's the most valuable thing I have left now. Understood, Lord Count. The battle was lost, but the war was far from over. Knowing that war was not decided by a single battle, Sigmund had to look forward to what was next. Damn it. Amidst the echoing cries on the battlefield, Sigmund gazed quietly at the hill above. The eagle's flag was clearly running proudly just a moment ago, but stopped before anyone knew it. It seemed that relying solely on that flag had become too burdensome. Fall back! Survive by any means necessary. This battle was lost. Life is a series of uncertainties, but he never expected it to unfold like this. It hurts to the bone. However, what bothers Sigmund more than one defeat is his knight, who has now been defeated. Although he may not have been loyal, the Blue Moonlight Knight clearly had the same dream. It was with him that he had been able to come this far. Lord Count, let's go. You didn't need permission to come in, but you have to leave a lot of things behind when you retreat. It was Peter's demand, and now Sigmund had to hide his meager appearance to avoid laying down even his own life. The resentment and swearing of countless soldiers coming from behind. Besides Sigmund, who was leaving them behind in haste, only a humble army of less than 100 remained.